What's going on, guys? Starting... excuse me. Starting a couple minutes early. And we're just gonna jump right into it. We got a lot of replays to go through still, but, you know, it's gonna be a good time. We'll probably all learn a little bit here. Definitely gonna learn whether this is a viable build into Vampire Coast or not. I'm a little skeptical. This is very hard style to pull off, these like big single entity blobs. Kislev used to be a lot better at it, but they've still got some techs that they can utilize to just keep everything alive. They're generally pretty strong. The things you have to look out for is getting all of your getting like one particular piece like separated from the others, and being like too far out to get the heals from the Patriarch, or Kastalton in this case. He is coming in on the bear. The bears are fine. It does give quite a bit of extra health and weapon strength. Not that big of an upgrade over the horses, in my opinion, though, for Kislev. And I've noticed that some of the characters on these bears have a hard time hitting stuff that's infantry-sized, and stuff that's even bigger than them. I'm not 100% sure what's up with that. Probably something that CA could take a peek at. This is actually really smart. This is actually a hiding spot. And this Frost Maiden is chilling behind this tree and actually gets to hide in the woods here, which is very funny. So she's going to be chilling back here. Ice Maiden's Kiss, Death Frost going to be the spells. Very wide build from the Vampire Coast, which isn't too surprising. We got a couple bloated corpses in here, though. One of them moving out to the number 1. Another hiding in the trees over here. It can't start in the trees. Oh, and in fact, oh, it can hide, okay. It can hide, but it can't start here because it doesn't have Vanguard. So, if Suga was paying attention, probably spotted it moving up through the forest. That is a really sneaky position to leave it. Because, bloated corpses do an insane amount of damage. They're just so squishy that oftentimes they have a hard time getting into contact with stuff to actually blow up on. But if it hits the Zargard and one-shots it the way that bloated corpses typically can do with infantry, that's just value city. So I think throwing them out a little bit more often for the Vampire Coast is going to be something that you need to look out for. I don't think they're going to be amazing still, but having just like one in your build for 400 gold and potentially being able to trot it into something if your opponent's not paying careful enough attention. Just like I said, just one good use of that on an elite target will get you tons and tons of value. Bowfire coming in here trying to kill it. I'm not entirely sure how the interaction with shooting and the bloated corpses works now. I'm pretty sure that the, yeah, not just disintegration only hits at less than 25%. So unless they poke down a majority of its HP, it will just, like, run in and detonate on these guys if they don't micro around a little more aggressively with them. And bloated corpses did get a buff. They're a little less insane when it comes to blowing up on infantry, but it does actually do damage to cav, unlike in Warhammer 2, where bloated corpses, you could just intercept them with cavalry, and because of the damage profile, it wouldn't actually do anything to the cavalry units. So the horse archers are staying a little more honest, backing off, trying to find a safe position. Things in the woods versus bloated corpse. I'm going to be interested to see how that plays out. It's been so long since I've seen people bringing these. But that single entity change, where they no longer count against the Vampire Coast cap, I think is definitely going to, like I said, incentivize some people to be using them a little bit more often. One gunnery mob and a Morngul moving up through the woods now, and the things are not going to do very well in that combat. Just on a per stats basis, they're obviously better than Mornguls, but Mornguls have a ton of extra HP. What? 2,700 more HP? Yeah, I mean, pretty insane. Less weapon strength. That's really gonna, flip that combat in favor of the Vampire Coast unit. And they are going to be pulling back. Gearing up and keeping the Zargard here is a really good idea, but just the fact that there's so many expensive units for Kislev back here is a win for the coast, especially in the numbers front. Because Kislev's being very passive back here. They got the monsters and Kastalton just hiding behind this pillar, and the middle did get capped away from them. Fabrosi very quickly closing the gap on the value lead. And the Horse Archers getting gunned down by these handguns, which is pretty brutal. You really can't afford to let your Horse Archers get poked like that. And against Vampire Coast, I don't think they're an especially strong unit, because their best targets are stuff like Deckhand Mobs, Animated Hulks, Morn Ghouls, and they get outranged by the handguns. The reason Horse Archers can work in more builds than Marauder Horsemen can is because they've got such good range on the bows. But if they have to get within firing distance of infantry shooting, infantry units with range typically outvalue Horse Archers just because of the number of models that they have access to. Now, Noctilus is in here. He probably shouldn't have moved up into this combat. It's a little too risky for him, in my opinion, but he's barely hanging in there. He should be able to heal himself up, and it is giving an opportunity for the Vampire Coast to just get absolutely insane value firing into the big monsters here. The Frostworm, the Elemental, Kastalton, all of them trying to smack Noctilus down. They're trying to just snipe him, and they might actually do it. He takes 4 hits in a row there, it seemed, or like 3 straight hits, and just goes down like a sack of potatoes. But losing the Elemental, losing one of the Frostworms, or at the very least it getting pushed back and losing that much HP. Fabrosi still has developed out a decent value lead, but good dive back here. Things in the Woods get on top of the Carronades. The Deckhand Mob's a little out of position. Depth Guard Polearms responding, but a little too late. The handguns turning their attention now to try and take down the diving unit. But another Frostworm goes out. Kastalton's having trouble escaping also. Getting a little trapped up in here. And now the Lamper's Revenge are on him. The standard Rotting Prometheans don't have great melee attack. Really good melee defense, obviously. These guys, with the ROR stats, are a little bit better at actually hitting single entities like this, and are going to be getting around the 40 melee defense of Kastalton here. The shotgun's actually doing some really nasty damage to him as well. Ouch, dude. It's pretty brutal. I don't think they got a buff or anything, but, you know. Maybe it's just that they fire so slowly, and there's so few models that it's often hard to tell how much value the shotguns are contributing. But against Kastalton there, that SE, it was actually doing some pretty substantial work. So he does rally up with one of the Frostworms. The other one, it's gotten away over to the forest here, but it's pretty beat up. It's going to be hard to rally it back to the rest of the Kislev formation. And this back pressure is starting to develop out here. It does look like the Bloated Corpse actually hit the Zargard. It didn't kill any models, which is very interesting. That's the only thing that could possibly tip me off to the fact that it was the Bloated Corpse. I guess it doesn't kill models like it once did. I thought it would one-shot these guys, truth be told, but apparently not. So maybe Bloated Corpse is not that strong. Griffin Legion, they're like folding into the front line here. This is just a very odd strategy by Kislev. They don't have the numbers to just sit on the edge of this point like they're trying right now. They probably needed to just build up more cav and push around and then dive all in one go. And pushing cavalry into the front line engagements against infantry is really bad. Bad decision making against a gun line, because if you're engaging chaff infantry with your elite cav like the Griffin Legion, it takes a while, especially against the undead, to grind through those guys. And against a faction with this much AP shooting, the Vampire Coast, just getting to tee off on those dudes, they're just going to farm you all day. It's such a good trade for them. You can see the values in the handguns already. Pretty substantial. Bomber mobs haven't really gotten to do a whole lot. The deckhand mobs, they're just chilling in here. Also not doing a whole bunch. The Ice Maiden's also just now moving up. And it's a re-dive in here with just the single entities. They just have to have more support than that. Any opponent worth their salt is just going to turn the guns to shoot these guys down in a minute here. It looks like Fabrosi might be focused on trying to push the back. No, that push got taken care of. Microwing some other stuff around potentially. Not 100% sure why the shooting isn't really coming in here. I think maybe they're obstructed. It says they're firing. I haven't seen them fire a volley off yet, though. Very fortunate the Rotting Prometheans here are actually holding up really well. And there we go. Now they get like an actual order to shoot. I've noticed that the fire at will issues from the last patch are basically dealt with, but there are occasions where in blob fights like this, where stuff gets obstructed, the fire at will doesn't display properly as like, oh, you can't shoot here. And then when you disengage, the fire at will setting doesn't really trigger properly sometimes. Just giving stuff orders is a little bit more consistent, and that is much better anyways, because you make sure that your guys are firing at the most expensive available target and really chipping them down, instead of just relying on them to like fire at stuff in their arc. That can still be a little funky. Castalton is dying here. I don't think he's going to be able to escape. Like, the Warbears don't have that much mass. And the Rotting Prometheans on an individual basis basically equal the same amount of mass. So he just can't escape out of here. And even though he's a reasonably good fighter, his melee defense leaves a little bit to be desired. And he is getting chipped down pretty efficiently by these crabs as he's trying to run away. And they get to hit onto the rear of his model for free. Still not the worst position in the world for Kislev. I mean, I know the value looks really grim. But if they were just building up in the woods here earlier, and they're just diving in too scattered, like, just bring these things in the woods over and use the Griffin Legion to bait a volley out, and then send the things in the woods in, and then send the Griffin Legion to intercept the other handgun unit over here. They'd be having a lot better time, Kislev would, at actually getting in on these gun lines. Because, I mean, continuing to push through the front here, getting held up, there's bomber mobs obstructing now. The handgunners need an order, so they actually open up. You see the zombie mobs fighting things in the woods. They're just there's not a lot of efficient trades coming in from Kislev. They don't have numbers. They're going in to split with the cavalry. They're not really playing to the strengths that this build had available to it. Really what Kislev should have done is come over and started a bat cap here with the single entity blob. Just like sitting back here and jumping into the woods, in and out whenever possible. You know, the Vampire Coast has pretty reasonable cap weight with its infantry, but they're also insanely slow. So if the Vampire Coast doesn't position aggressively to cover all of their objectives early, it's honestly pretty easy to get up here and cap away home objectives from them. And force them to have to reposition either units from their starting army in main formation, or they have to spend a bunch of time trotting up gunnery mobs, which can take a while. And pulling the Vampire Coast apart is a pretty important condition of beating them with a lot of factions. Kislev can typically just bring mass archers and do well into the Vampire Coast. But they can do this style, it just needs to be executed a little bit better. Instead of just like running in with all the cavalry into the front line, pushing in recklessly with a single entity squad, you just gotta be more patient. You gotta cap objectives, you gotta like pull the Vampire Coast units forward, maybe get them out of position by pulling the gun units farther into the front line by kiting back with your big targets that are getting shot at. Lots of people lose track of where they've given shooting orders oftentimes. And if they don't have stuff on guard mode, then their missile units will just, like, wander forward trying to get after their targets that they're trying to hit. And that can be a really good way to force your opponent out of position. And for the Vampire Coast, it's really bad for them. Because they are, again, so slow. They can't really afford to be pulled out of position. Alright. The Hearthguard are coming in. I mean, a reasonably strong unit. Or the Hearthblades, I should say. Again, though, just trotting in without a lot of support. There's a Frostworm here, but there's a lot of shooting still. There's some Depth Guard. These guys will trade reasonably well, but they're just going to go down to the numbers. More back pressure with Mournguls. Pulling more stuff away for Brosi being very cheeky here and pulling back some. And sending over the Depth Guard with the Bloated Corpse to recontest over there after the Things in the Woods catch the Mournguls. Not really needed, but, you know, just something to do. And Vampire Coast walking away with a fairly easy win there. This build can work, but like I said, it just needs to be, utilized a little bit differently. Than just kind of wandering around and trying to, like, force path through the front line, because the handguns just had a field day, and the Rotting Prometheans also just got insane value. 3,500 on the Lampreys, 2,200 on this other one. Yikes. Noctilus didn't do a whole lot, but, you know, he didn't need to, and him being killed off there wasn't that big of a deal for the Undead. You don't love losing your caster early like they did in that scenario, but if your opponent, like, trades really poorly into sniping your caster, then you don't really need to summon him in, because crumbling isn't that big of a deal. You can always just run back up onto the points and hang on to him, even without the magic. Yeah, I'm doing all the replays from the chat. Let's go. Welcome, welcome, Zig. Welcome, Bobby. We'll get through them all. It's going to take a little while, but we're just going to rapid fire them. I'll try and keep an eye on chat so I can answer any questions that people send my way. We're on to Decrepid Moor here. We got Norska and the Chaos Dowie. Legatus has really been trying to figure out Norska as a faction, and has been doing pretty well with them. They can be a little tricky. They're very micro-intensive, and since they haven't gotten a update in how long, I mean, literally since they were released, I mean, they've got the exact same units they've always had. They're a little limited in terms of roster and versatility, but they do just, they're very good at what they do. And being a very aggressive faction in domination mode does tend to lend itself towards being the strongest, like, archetype of faction. Against the Chaos Dowie, it's going to be a little tricky. They got a lot of fire damage, which is going to be pretty impactful against Norska, who's got a lot of regeneration. It's also the shooting in general for the Chaos Dowie and the heavy armor might be pretty difficult for Norska to deal with. They've got a lot of, like, solid units that can grind in against Chaos Dowie warriors, but it's going to take a long time to actually kill them. And the bigger, more expensive AP stuff is, like, Famir, Marauder Champions with the great weapons, stuff like that. And the Marauder Champion great weapons are fairly durable against shooting, and so are Famir, but they're both very slow units. Takes a long time for them to get up into position to really start to grind against their opponent. And if you're going very elite, then the Chaos Dowie, what they can do is just, like, focus in on the mobility engagements and shoot you down there before they really commit to, like, grinding down your tankier targets as the Norskins. And those are very expensive tools, so you'd be limiting yourself on what you have available in that mobility game. Feral Manticore's flying overhead. Chaos Dowie being very passive. Really not that big of an issue for them. They've got the Magma Cannon, which does get a really good shot in on the Beast of Tashnar here. Reasonable amount of damage to them, and lowering their leadership with the burnt effect. Always pretty nice. The Beast of Tashnar need to definitely just stay back. And Norska's being a little too aggressive here. What the hell was that? The Magma Cannon just hit their own guy, I think. Manticore's doing good damage to the Sorcerer Prophet. Wolfric did throw the Hunter of Champions down on that guy. Lowering the armor, melee defense, and speed, doing some pretty reasonable damage to him with the Manticores. And the Chaos Dowie, they don't have any Infernal Guard Fireglaves right now to really punish those flyers. So Norska really needs to take advantage of the lack of shooting that's available for Video Game Freak here. And find some trades early that really swing their way. Need to get back over here and retake the #1. There's a Blunderbuss and some Infernal Guard here. I mean, fairly tanky, but here's something that you really need to do. And this is a pitfall for lots of newer players. This is an unprotected gun unit. Well, you might think, oh, well, they've got 3 units here, right? The issue with positioning them like this is they're covering a very small amount of real estate. And infantry perform much better at defensive roles if they're forcing opponents to go in wider arcs around the formation. That way the missiles have more opportunities to engage as things are trying to close the gap. And all your opponent has to do to engage onto this gun unit right now is just go this way. It's a very short distance. They don't have to do a whole lot of maneuvering. If you just position your, you get a nice wide line to Chaos Dowie Warriors, like max the width out. You're covering the entire gap, basically, that these Infernal Guard would be covering. You'd have a little bit less width than the entirety of this formation, but you'll have the Infernal Guard to do the same on the other sides, and then instead of your opponent just going this way, they've got to go like all the way up and around. They got to go deeper in. And then you can respond with other units who can then get rear charges if your opponent does actually get on top of the blunderbusses. As it stands now, they've got no cover, and you're wasting these other 2 units just hanging out here. Another thing that you need to do, against a faction like Norska, you want to take more ground. Against a shooting faction, then you do want to stay farther away from the deploy zones. And you can do this against an aggressive faction sometimes, but generally speaking, you want to get your units up on the edge of points where you can hold your opponent off of them. That way they can't flip cap weight easily on you. It'll save you a lot of aggravation from having a bunch of like decent units here, and then your opponent just like wanders up to the other side of the point with a bunch of chaff, caps it away from you, and then you're just like, well, what do I do now? You try to like push in at that point, and you get swarmed and overwhelmed, and that can be really brutal. So better to avoid it and get a working formation by like holding off the points and have your missile unit on the back edge just to like lock it in and force your opponent to like maneuver a little bit harder to actually get back up onto those points the way they really want to. Norska takes this objective away. There's not a lot of cap weight here. Just the Chaos Dowie Warriors have full cap weight. The Orc Laborers and the Goblin Laborers obviously don't. They're just getting absolutely rolled over by the Chariots right now, who have been used very effectively. Very good micro on the Chariots has gotten Legatus a good value lead. This has been a fight that I haven't been paying a whole lot of attention to. But, you know, the Magma Cannons being forced back, Manticores just all over this poor Lord here, man. Death Sorcerer just getting chipped down. And if you don't bring your Lords on the Bale Taurus, the Sorcerer Prophets on the Bale Taurus, then you should just bring a Lamasu if you want a cheaper flyer. Because it gives more effects, it's got some bound spells. Negates magical weapons and silences in a small aura, which is pretty nice. And it's a little bit tankier to like missile fire and some other stuff. It's got spell resistance as well. It would be a better call, I think. The Great Tauruses just have no melee defense to speak of, which means stuff like Feral Manticores and cheaper monsters can really go in hard on you, which is not really where you want to be with your super expensive lords. And playing the kite game, generally, with the Lamasus is a little bit better for the Chaos Dowie. Just losing your lord like this, pretty brutal. Chaos Dowie have a lot of decent leadership units. But if they lose their lord, they lose all the chaff, basically, like Laborers and Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders of both variants have pretty bad leadership, and that's just a lot to ask from them to hang in with that low leadership when their support from their very powerful lords is no longer available for them. This is another risk that you run into with like pushing up a whole bunch of expensive stuff onto one objective is your opponent doesn't have to engage on them. And the Chaos Dowie had a lot of chaff back here, but it's low leadership chaff, as we've been talking about, and the Norskins, with their aggression and their like reasonably strong units, were able to just get up here and outmuscle the Chaos Dowie. It's a real risk for the Chaos Dwarves. They're an odd faction that you need a lot of time with in order to like figure out the ins and outs of matchups. They're not very beginner friendly in my opinion. Generally speaking, new player friendly factions are stuff like Khorne. Norska's fairly beginner friendly. A little less so than Khorne is, but factions with healing like Vampire Counts are pretty good. Khorne, just because it's got lots of strong melee units, and it's, you know, a very straightforward play style. Slaanesh is pretty beginner-friendly just because the faction is so good. Chaos Dowie, Skaven, factions with a lot of shooting, but also a lot of really squishy units that you might be relying on to provide protection for your shooting is usually a recipe for a lot of aggravation as you're starting out. But playing something just because you love the faction aesthetically isn't a bad idea. And, you know, it's all about having fun. So if you're coming in and just clowning around, having a good time, no big issues. I just know that, you know, lots of people do generally want to at least have some reasonably good success starting out. It can feel really bad to kind of get run over in matches like this. But Leggett is just, like, taking this Chaos Dowie formation apart, denying them fights where they have strong positions and cap weight, overwhelming all of the chaff, and then when all the chaff started coming in over here, just rotating a bunch of units over to dismantle that Infernal Guard and Chaos Dowie position. Like, the blunderbusses got shut down pretty quickly. The Infernal Guard have been doing reasonably well. They've got an okay value, but they are still being worn out without having a whole lot of impact, because the objective did just get taken away from them anyways. Skinwolves over here, dying in droves a little bit. You know, they're feeding a lot of value to this one Infernal Guard, but don't be fooled by that. It's really not that big of a deal for Norska. You know, it's occupied this unit, and then they're just going to trot out some Marauders to, like, retake the point, because they might not even lose the point. They actually get the infantry up here before they even lose that, and then there's more ice chariots coming in to go run over the remainder of those Infernal Guard. Champions up here. God, dude. 2,000 value on the Ice Wolf chariot. Not a lot of mass for the Chaos Dwarves. And I did notice for all of the games that we've watched, Video Game Freak's really only bringing one build. And there's nothing wrong with trying to bring very focused builds and learning how to execute them, but the Chaos Dowie are a faction that, excuse me, they need a lot more, they need to be a lot more flexible with their army compositions, because their units are a little bit more hyper-specialized. than other factions. Another reason why I don't think they're super beginner-friendly. Like, Norska doesn't have that many units, and the units that they do typically bring perform pretty consistently across all matchups, while Chaos Dowie, it's very different. Like, the most consistent unit you have is the Bull Centaur Renders, who are pretty much an auto-include for them. But their artillery, like the Magma Cannons and Death Shriek rocket launchers, Fire Glaives, Blunderbusses, even those, Chaos Dowie Infantry and Infernal Guard aren't good in every matchup. You've really got to know a lot more intricacies to do well with the Chaos Dwarves than other factions. I mean, you got to be able to like bring the right compositions to make best use out of them. I think there may be like 1 or 2 builds where you could do the same thing, or just like you could use pretty consistently against all factions. And that would include a couple of Infernal Guard Fireglaves, like one in the starting army and one in reserve. Just because they've got a lot going for them. They've got long range, they fire quickly, they do a lot of damage. They're hard to dive because of their reasonable defensive stats. And gun lines in general are just trying to do one thing and one thing only, which is to just gun everything down before it gets into combat with you. So that's a lot easier to execute as an opener, typically. Also, the lures of magic for the Chaos Dowie are all really strong. They all have their matchups where they're most effective, though. Against Norska, I would say, honestly, Fire Magic's probably strongest. If you do bring Lure of Death, then you're trying to Lord Snipe, which is honestly not a bad idea against them. Wolfert can be pretty squishy, but by that same token, Norscan players are usually pretty geared and prepared to try and avoid Spirit Leech if they've got Wolfric. They'll just hide them in the back and not bring them forward until it's time to throw lure boats down. It can be kind of hard to just like fly around over the top of the Norskins, because their horsemen are actually pretty good at shooting flyers. Like, Marauder Horsemasters especially do big damage to flying lords. I think that, like I said, Fire Magic and then probably Metal Magic are your better options. Although, Lore of Hashut might be strong here. Flames of Asgore is very good at punishing blobs of just about anything. Good at killing infantry, good at killing single entities, actually, believe it or not. The upgraded version is, at least, just because it does so much freaking damage with all the projectiles. The Vortex is what does big damage to, like, infantry and cavalry. The projectiles do damage as well, but the projectiles are really what kills single entities. And monsters infantry also. So you can just do Flames of Asgore and bring this guy on the Lamasu. Or better yet, the Bale Taurus. The Bale Taurus is really tanky and has a ton of HP. And these guys on the Tauruses can absolutely hard carry games. You land, you can punish anything that's trying to blob up on them and lock them down, like all of the Skin Wolves, any Famir that might get on top of them. If your opponent's like getting in the front line with infantry and they're over-blobbing there, you can punish. Lots of good opportunities with this guy. And honestly, I don't know how good Chaos Dowie Warriors are. You probably do want a couple. But I think maybe just some Cutthroats to round out your front line. A couple Hobgoblin Archers to also back up the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. Be way better than having a Magma Cannon. Magma Cannons do good damage. It did reasonably well that last game. It did come out 2 times, though. And they are pretty hard to save if they get jumped on, because they just get folded up. They don't have a lot of HP. Their melee defense is absolutely abysmal at 10. They die to pretty much everything. And Norska, again, has a pretty straightforward goal of just diving you and getting on your units. Trying to avoid bringing anything too squishy like the Magma Cannon, I think, is a pretty good call. I think you'd be better off with like an Iron Demon if you really want to bring a War Machine. Because these things can be pretty difficult to shut down because they got insane mass. Even Skinwolves have a hard time locking them in place. They cause terror as well, so they can tear out the Norscan front line. And breaking up infantry pushes from aggressive factions can give you a big advantage that you really can't pass up on too often. Iron Demons are pretty bad against shooting factions, but they're really good against any faction that brings infantry in large numbers, which is usually the more aggressive factions like Norska Khorne, a lot of the Chaos factions in general. That's what I think would be a little stronger. Kadai Fireborn can also be good, because they're not great against monstrous infantry, but they do have the flaming attacks and magic damage, so against Skinwolves... Where are the Norskins? Here they are. So, Skinwolves have physical resistance, so where Bull Centaurs can't circumvent that, because they don't have magic attacks, your Kadai Fireborn have it innately, and they just punch right through that Fizz Res and do the extra 20% damage because of the regeneration that Skinwolves have, and they can really punish those guys because melee defense is not the strong suit of Skinwolves. It's actually quite low. I think they'd be a little bit more consistent than your Bull Centaur renders. You do want one render in this matchup, I think, though. With the great weapons, because if there's a Mammoth, you really need these guys for the mass to be able to lock the Mammoth down. And they're still reasonably good against Trolls. And they can fight Skinwolves. It's just not the best trade for them. You just need to be a little more careful with the Bull Centaur renders in this matchup than in some of the other ones where they can be a little more independent. They're a lot more like a counter-punching unit. That you keep in the back line, and then when your opponent like sweeps in and is trying to engage, you fly in, roll up the flank, and just kind of push back any of the backline flankers and pressure units. It's a very long-winded like after-action breakdown, but pretty important because, like I said, the Chaos Dwarves are a pretty dense faction. In terms of knowledge needed to really play them effectively. So, just want to like try and point some stuff out that Freak can do next time. Would have gone a lot smoother if I didn't send Noctilus to his doom. To be fair, Noctilus dying in that game for Brosi wasn't that big of a deal. Like I said, Undead can survive it better than most factions, ironically enough. I know that doesn't play out very well in tabletop, but, you know, in the actual game, it's fine. And it was kind of like bait, essentially, for Kislev to stick in there, and you just got good counter-shooting. It's a way better trade for you overall. I don't think there's anything wrong with keeping Noctilus in that fight. It's better to not send him in to begin with and force them to dive a little bit deeper. But he's not going to escape from all of those really quick SEs forever, and so when he is actually locked in combat, leaving him there to just fight is a better call than trying to run away. Because he's slow already. He's just going to get hit for free as he's trying to escape. He'll hold a little longer if he's actually in combat. So we got Jaden Slayers and Nacho Fur here. These guys replayed in Grand Finals. And Nacho was able to take this one. I don't know how it played out in brackets, so I guess we'll see it now. But Boris Todbringer, Hammer of the Witches. We got Mortar Wagons here, which is pretty cool. A lot of Wolf Riders taking the point early. Generally speaking, the Wolf Rider melee cav, are not very good. They're cheap as hell. They're like, what, 300 gold, I think? So they're like decently effective mobile cap weight, but they don't provide a whole lot of battlefield control. And they are fairly squishy mobility. Usually the Wolf Rider Archers are a better call. The Wolf Rider archers do pretty much the exact same thing, but they're not that much more expensive at 400, and they have the bows, obviously. The bows would be really good for poking flagellants. Even against the bronze shields of the state troopers, it'd be pretty effective. It's really easy to get your value back from the bow variant of these cavalry. The melee variant typically doesn't do all that well. Very rare occasions are you going to be able to get these guys into the back line and on top of a missile unit that they're going to be able to kill before they get countercharged and crushed off. Maneuvering around, trying to get onto the flank here with all of the Wolf Rider cavalry. We got the mortars coming in from the war wagons, actually doing pretty good damage to the Savage Orcs and the Orc Boy Spears. This is something you need to be careful of. So, you might be wondering what's going on here, because you're like, oh, these are 2 infantry units. And the formation started off in a much more wide checkerboard fashion. But what's happening here is the Savage Orcs are much faster than the Orc Boys, just because they don't have any armor on. They've got 37 foot speed as opposed to 31. So now that the battle has been, it's a couple minutes in, and the formation's been moving for a little bit, they're all moving at maximum speed. So the gap that was there has been closed, and the Savage Orcs are overlapped on the Orc Boy Spears, which means the mortars getting much better opportunities to do damage. These things look like fucking balls of yarn. What the hell? Oh yeah, because I thought this was a mortar shot from the war wagons. Here's their shots. That's actually the Ragnarok flinger, which is pretty cool. Fun monster. It does pretty good damage to infantry, actually. And it's getting some pretty decent value against the flagellants, up to 200 already, and it's only fired twice, so you can sit here, value trade for a little while. The impetus is on the greenskins still, though, even though they're getting pretty cost-effective counterfire here. They've got to somehow hold on to the #1 objective, and then also figure out a way to eventually kill the Hammer of the Witches and the War Wagons, because all of this artillery is eventually going to really wear down this front line. And while the greenskins have decent cap weight, the Empire, just with sheer numbers, and then they're really hard-hitting heavy cavalry in the form of the Empire Knights, Knights of the Black Rose, and stuff like that, generally have a pretty good time of wearing down the greenskins already. And with the compounded advantage from the war wagons being here and value trading so well, the greenskins without their infantry tend to fall off pretty hard because they don't get their waws off. They don't have a lot of help for their pretty squishy cav. And the cav, the boar boys are really strong in the charge, but there's sustained grind stats are actually pretty horrible because of the really low melee defense. So they do need to cycle charge, and that can get really difficult when you don't have infantry on the field, because you don't have stuff that can run away from cavalry and then pull into. Because what happens is if you're running away from an Empire Knight, the Savage Orc Boar Boys trying to get away so they can get their charge bonus refreshed and go back in. If they're just running away from the Empire Knights in the open field, they'll get caught eventually, because they're reasonably quick at 70 speed, but they're slower than the heavy cav of the Empire. They get locked in combat, they don't have the charge bonus doing anything, and then they just get dragged down eventually. Because their leadership is much lower, generally speaking. If they have infantry, though, they don't have to just hope to God that the Empire player loses interest chasing. You can just pull through your infantry unit. The knights end up inside the infantry, and they get a little tangled up, and then you can just countercharge with your own cavalry, and it's really effective. And the greenskins do it better than a lot of other factions. Kind of funny to say, but they kind of are. They kind of are in a lot of ways like a mobile cavalry-oriented faction. You know, they're very well-rounded, truth be told. You got good, like, bow lines that you can bring with all of your Orc Arrow Boys, Night Goblins, You got reasonably decent frontline infantry with like Savage Orcs and Orc Boys who've got the same leadership as Empire State Troopers, actually. There's a lot to like with this faction. I think they're fairly beginner-friendly. They can be a little harder to play into the higher levels. Because they do have some, they do tend to have some leadership problems. And they're fairly squishy to stuff like Burning Head, and people who are very experienced with the game are going to recognize opportunities to really punish the greenskins in the areas in which they're really weak. Being a master of none type of faction does tend to mean if your opponent hyper specializes and then, or also just plays really solidly, you can fall behind pretty badly. And being forced into an advance onto the Empire's home objective here has really played into the Empire's favor. While the greenskins have not really been able to compromise many of the high-value targets. Like the War Wagons, they're still online. Both of them are very healthy. Hammer of the Witches is still chilling in the trees here. There is an opportunity to get on it right now with these tattered Boar Boys. Could do some reasonable damage to them. And the Huntsmen, they're also online. They're getting some good value. Hitting the Arachnarok Flinger. And the Flinger's been pretty lackluster after those first few shots. It's had a pretty hard time finishing anything off. It's also just very expensive. And you've also got the Great Shaman on the Spider here. These are just really vulnerable to shooting. And against the Empire, definitely not the best call. Like, they get folded up by cannons. There's the Black Lions ROR War Wagon unit that has the Hellblaster volley guns, which will just absolutely delete big stuff like this. And then there's Huntsmen and other units like that. And Nacho's just done a very good job of like bouncing around with mobility and infantry and just like stuffing up the orcs' momentum. Now the greenskins did a pretty good job of making a consolidated push, but it fell apart. Once Ulthorf Griffites came out, they lost the side fight over here with their Boar Boy Cav. And then just the sheer weight of numbers and volume of fire from the Empire was able to crush the front line, and even though the Empire's infantry is all relatively tattered, there's at least some here that they can still use to, like, roadblock for their missiles. And most importantly, of course, just the fact that the missiles are so healthy. Like, pretty much all of them are online. Like, the Huntsman here, very healthy. Another Huntsman just came out. Mortar Wagons, very healthy. They don't have tons of value, but they've done reasonably well, and they got a lot of ammo left. Hammer of the Witch is still online. And Pistoliers also coming out. Just a lot of really solid range tools that the Empire is making full use of, while the greenskins just not able to get into the backfield. And like I said, Goblin Wolf Riders, very squishy on the leadership front, man. Just running for their lives. Only have 67 value, and they're just getting run down by Pistoliers. Pistoliers aren't very good in melee combat, but if they are able to chase stuff like this down, they'll kill models running away just as good as any other cav unit can, and they're much cheaper. They're only 500 gold. One of the better skirmish cav in the game. Maybe one of the strongest, in fact. They wreck a lot of the other short-range skirmish cav, and they actually have pretty decent way to fire. They fire their volleys pretty quickly, pretty accurately as well. So even against stuff where their AP isn't very high, they can still chip away at big monsters pretty effectively. Very fun unit to use. I don't play a ton of Empire, but you know, they've been one that I've had my eye on and might start getting into, because I've been enjoying the shooting factions a little more after the most recent patch and some of the good changes. This is another thing that happens to the greenskins a lot. So, you know, they're Orc Boys here. They're pretty solid on the leadership front, but if they get overwhelmed in numbers and you've got Terror available as well as some other leadership malices you can apply, like Boris has with Blood Roar and Crush the Weak, you can just mass chain route their armies, which is really brutal, and they don't have a lot of ways to circumvent that outside of bringing Savage Orcs who have Frenzy. But even there, you know, they don't have any armor, so they can be a little squishy at times. That's another one of the big weaknesses of the Greenskins. That's something lots of people will take advantage of as well. It's just really unfortunate for them. You could bring Black Orcs, though. They're reasonably strong, but then, you know, they're very expensive. There's lots of ins and outs, of course. Generally speaking, against the Empire, I would be recommending, I think, Grom would be the better option for the Lord. You know, he's a chariot character, so he's very good at running over chaff infantry. He's fairly hard to catch, and even if he does get caught, he's got some items like the Lucky Banner, which can give him ward save. Makes him a little difficult to snipe. Of course, being a troll, or a goblin that, you know, ate troll flesh, he's got the regeneration, which is really nice for him, and keeps him alive in otherwise pretty hopeless positions for other Greenskin Lords. And yeah, I mean, the Great Shaman just hasn't gotten any value. The Flinger has done well, don't get me wrong. I think if you just bring the Flinger and then Grom, or you bring your Great Shaman on a Wolf or something, make him as cheap as possible, you'd be in a much better position, because then you can get a wider, higher quality army, and then your push into the back line of the Empire might have gone a little bit better. Because the Greenskins are doing, like, reasonably okay. It's just the fact they can't really, like, finish off a lot of these ranged tools that's left them in the dust. Because the Empire, they've traded, like, pretty much evenly in the front line. And it's really only these ranged tools that have been compounding on the advantage for the Empire. And if you kill all of the Empire's missiles, just like most other shooting factions in the game, their melee is pretty lackluster, and they can fall off really hard in the end of matches if they're relying on their melee units to either win points or to hang on to them. So really your goal is to, like, force the Empire to either, like, push up and split their army apart a little bit before you make your dive, or to just have, like, an overwhelming advantage in numbers and mobility, and then be able to just, like, dive onto them in a really consolidated push. And even if you don't, like, kill everything in their army, at least kill all the high-value stuff, like their artillery and missile units.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Because then in the late game, you can reconsolidate your forces and outgrind the state troopers pretty easily. Dang, man. 2,000 value on this guy. Gotten 200 kills. It was missing a lot of shots at one point there, but apparently it refound its accuracy somewhere along the way. It's really starting to pour it in on those flagellants. Really good burning heads from the Empire player too. Not like the biggest deal to just be breaking one Orc Boy's spear, but having them on the run off of this objective gives you more time to hang on to this. And you can do a little bit of extra damage to these guys as they're trying to run away, of course. Which can just lead you to really snowballing over the orcs here. Shaman running.
The enemy has slain
Yeah, I don't know, man. Arachnarok Spiders, the melee variants, are not very good in my opinion. They struggle so horribly against ranged factions. And they are even fairly vulnerable in prolonged combat because they have low melee defense. They work in just a handful of matchups that I've seen. I really don't think this is one of them. You're better off bringing this guy on the, whatchamacallit. On the wolf, yeah. I mean, you bring the Goblin Great Shamans for their magic more than anything. I mean, just bring Arcane Conduit and don't even try it. He's 13, yeah, 1333. And you just run in, cast Gorkle Fix-It to slow down cavalry or anything trying to push your own missiles. Or if you want to catch an Empire Knight or something with your own cav. Itchy Nuisance, good debuff, and Sneaky Stabbin' raises those stats really nicely for your, especially for your armored cav. Like the either Squig Hoppers or Orc Boys, Boar Boys. Because it raises armor-piercing weapon damage exclusively, but also raises the melee attack. And the melee attack really isn't all that great for the Greenskins mobility. It's not terrible, but either the units are like reliant on a bonus versus something specific like the Squig Hoppers are, or it's very reliant on the charge bonus, like the Orc Boar Boys are. It can make the Sneaky Stabbing can just help out the cavalry against more general targets if they just need to be winning a fight decisively. And killing stuff faster is never really a bad thing, so that's really why you want it. And then you can bring basically the same build, but mix in a little bit more units and higher quality stuff, since you're not spending another like 1,000 gold on the Spider Shrine for your Lord. But you can do Grom if you want. Grom with Lucky Banner. He's also got Language of the Boys. That is one way you can give immune to psychology to your units. And stop them from terror routing if Boris or something is nearby. I really do think this is probably the Lord to go with. Just because of the survivability, a little bit of tankiness, with the ITP imbuement. Wherever Boris ends up going, you want to send Grom to kind of mirror him. Run over infantry that's nearby and just stay next to important fights so that those units don't just end up getting terror routed away and putting you on the back foot. They're going good, man. They're going good. I'm finding lots of little things to talk about, which is always a good thing. I try not to be too critical of people's like overall decision making. I just want to point out like some of the mistakes that they are making and things to keep in mind for their factions. But generally, it's better to let people like live and learn and make their own mistakes over the course of time. I really want to like talk about the ins and outs of more like hyper-specific interactions and like faction intricacies, because I think that's information that takes a lot longer to really like come into your own on. Being able to like communicate that and give people a leg up early is just generally, you know, more helpful in my opinion. So we got Ghost King going up against Suga. Suga trying to make this SE build work. This is a matchup where it can really dominate, actually, though. Because Khorne, while they do have ITP thanks to Frenzy on just about everything, and obviously demon units don't terror route, the issue that Khorne runs into is if their Frenzy wears off, they terror route the same as every other faction. And then Khorne doesn't have as strong of shooting as a lot of other factions to punish stuff like this. They do have horsemen throwing axes. But that's really about it. So having to grind into big monster blobs like this can be really painful sometimes. And really, like, mobile builds in general can really frustrate Khorne because, honestly, Khorne's best units are their infantry. And infantry can't be everywhere at once, and they can get overwhelmed if they don't have enough, like, mobile support. And Khorne's mobile support is really strong, but also, generally speaking, pretty damn expensive. Like, Minotaurs, Skull Crushers, Their monsters are really expensive. And they are relying on stuff like flesh hounds and corn gores oftentimes to like fill in the gaps where the mobility can't quite close the gap, which can be a little bit iffy at times. Blood Reaper's moving up, Skull Taker moving up, number 1 objective held. Warhound's looking to move over to the number 3. Corn will eventually get that number 1 point, but yeah, this is what you should do here for Suga. Instead, not running in and engaging all this infantry over here, but finding what's isolated and alone, just absolutely pounding it right now. And this is why I don't recommend bringing Warhounds. These guys are 900 gold, and they're not doing much of anything right now, and they're gonna get killed by the Mordheim Beowulfs when they get here. They're also not even all that good against Horse Archers. Horse Archers can actually charge down Warhounds and win that fight pretty easily. It's really rough. And you just need stuff to stop really cheesy blobs like this as Khorne. Because being a very melee-oriented faction, if your opponent skews into bringing insanely strong melee fighters with terror and leadership debuffs, as well as some healing, if you don't have the right tools for this, it can be pretty damn difficult to contend with. It's not like this is impossible to kill. Khorne can still get out its Minotaurs and other tools. They can always just maneuver their infantry over and try and hang on to these points just because they got more cap weight available on the field, but losing 2 hounds and taking a bunch of damage on these Marauders for no gain, really rough. I mean, if you want to look at this from an objective standpoint, all of these units, the hounds, this Marauder, that's 1,300 gold. That's really not getting anything accomplished. You're not holding the point back here. You didn't really get the back cap, and now you're going to lose these hounds, which is 900. You can just cut all these guys. Find a way to skim 50 extra gold and get a Minotaur, which I really think is kind of a necessity for Khorne to start with in a lot of matchups. And Minotaurs can get shot to death by Kislev. But, you know, just because Kislev can bring builds like what Suga has here, I think having a Minotaur in the opening, just in case, is a pretty good idea. That way we've got some mass and a little bit of deterrent. A little bit of a deterrent for these big monsters, just like rampaging through your infantry. The Chaos Warriors, they're strong, dude. They'll hold for a little while, but they don't want to be here. You should get all of these heroes into this combat right now, actually. Sending them all the way over here is actually the absolute last thing you want to do. You need something that can do real damage to these units. Really what the Khorne players should be doing, take 2 of these Chaos Warriors and start trotting them this way. And if your opponent starts bringing out, like, shooting or just a bunch of mobility to really, like, try and punish them, just, like, sit here in the open field and just occupy space, and then push up some stuff to support them without, like, fully overextending them into a position where they cannot, hold. Corn Gores coming in. Now, Corn Gores are really good against these targets, but what needs to happen here, instead of piling straight into the fight over the top of those Chaos Warriors that were already engaged, you go around the sides. Because you need to get, like, full surrounds. Otherwise, these monsters are just going to walk away from you. And you don't really want to let that happen. You want to try and make that as hard as possible. So get the Corn Gores around the flank, get your heroes and everything piled into combat just to try and stop all this stuff up, and still need mass out, man. You have to have mass. You can't just do infantry. The big monsters, they just walk away from infantry if it's something like Corn Gores. If you have Corn Gores and then Blood Beasts or Minotaurs or Flesh Hounds. Flesh Hounds are pretty good mass, so they can help lock down big monsters like this too. That's where you can really start to see Corn Gores just get absolutely ridiculous amounts of value. Suga's making a big mistake by sitting in here. This is not something that Suga is being forced to do. This is a little bit of an unforced error, and you should definitely avoid this as Kislev. Like, know your opponent's counter units and how to either avoid them or deal with them effectively. Because this has really let Ghost King get back into this game. And if you lose the Monster Core with this build, and as few units as you've got available for Kislev with this particular type of build, that's how you lose games. Because you're going for pure value trading with these big SE squads. And you're hoping that you can, like, break down your opponent's infantry just by, you know, like, running over them with the big monsters and then bringing stuff in to, like, either chase them off or to finish them as they're routing or whatever. And if you lose these guys, you don't have the terror and the like, decisive engagement advantage like you once did. Good charges with the Griffin Legion. Pretty solid micro on these guys. You know, they have Glorious Charge, so they get double duration on the charge bonus. They've got all the monsters on top of them. The abilities have been used very well from Kislev. Like, they have been popping Howl of the Great Beast very consistently, which is a must if you're going to bring the Incarnate Elemental. That is one of its better tools. Furies, they are on top of the Horse Archers, which is unfortunate, but one Fury did go down back here without doing nearly as much as it otherwise could have. This is a good catch, though. Fleshhounds wreck stuff like Mordheim Beowulfs, War Alliance of Trace, units of that type, and it's going to do reasonable damage to the Frostworm. As they surround it and are able to attack it on its unprotected rear, so to speak, their decent weapon strength is going to wear this thing out pretty quickly. They may, if there was some more stuff over here, they would struggle to finish it. But really, you know, like I said, the best thing that Khorne could do to guarantee the kill here, and in a really timely manner, is have a Khorne Gore to run in and support the Fleshhounds. That way your opponent has to, like, try and run away. The Fleshhound's mass can frustrate that and stop it up, and you can get free attacks in with your Fleshies. And then if your opponent can't escape and the Khorne Gores get on it, that's a free kill. It's really rough for people going into Khorne who are not, like, hyper aware of how strong that particular combo is. It's one of your better, like, cheaper ways to bring out numbers, as well as a variety of specialized units who can really compound on like, getting a decisive value trading advantage for you. Ghost King is probably going to win this game. Kislev's just made a few too many mistakes. These monsters have been left in prolonged grinds against Khorne Gores for way too long. And Kastalton, he's also getting worn out here. He's used all his Solyax by now. Honestly, what you should do is bring in another Patriarch out of reserve to help Kastalton out. Because then you get 3 more Solyax Lullabies, and on a Patriarch, you can unsummon Patriarchs, unlike your Lords, where you can't unsummon Kastalton and bring in more heals. And with the 2 healers, and, like, consistent coverage on the monsters, you'll easily heal cap them with the 6 Solyax you've got available for you. Yeah, the Griffin Legion, they've value traded reasonably well. A lot of the Kislevite units really aren't doing poorly. It's just that they're not, like I said, their monsters are just not getting decisive enough value in engagements to really carry this game for Kislev. And all the Khorne Gores just doing really nicely, man. But Khorne Gores can only be as good as your opponent's either misplaying into them or as good as your ability to utilize mass is. You know, like I said with the Fleshhounds, blocking up retreats with their high mass. Stuff like that. Griffin Legion trying to escape. They're pretty trapped up here. They're taking a lot of damage. The Blood Reapers have done pretty reasonably. Not a ton of value on them. They've also used their healing items, but they're still here. And they are basically full health, so they have quite a bit left to give. They'll do pretty well against the Watchmen in the Night. Watchmen in the Night can do good damage to SEs, but the Blood Reapers give it right back in return, and they're actually really good at clearing out armored infantry. They do a lot of damage with their 375 weapon strength. They can get Hellblade up pretty quickly, actually. They've got really good animation sets, and their attack intervals are really low. So they can really pile in. They're just solid all-round foot characters, dude. Some of the more deceptively difficult targets in the game to snipe. Because they only have 4,000 health at base, but the Bloody Shackle basically means they've got 5,800 in reality because of how many, or how much healing they get from that item. It basically healing caps them. They're like, I think, 6 or 7% off their healing cap after they use Bloody Shackle, which is kind of insane. There's really not anything else in the game quite like this item. There's Troll Guts and Fleshy Abundance, which are close. Overcast Troll Guts actually does hit your healing cap as the Ogres. But Fleshy Abundance isn't even as good as Bloody Shackle is. Because Fleshy Abundance has, I think, 20-second duration on it. So it's only like a 36% heal. Which is still damn good. And you can overcast Fleshy, obviously, but just for single target healing. That's one of the more powerful choices in the game. It's really made those Blood Reapers a lot more of a viable option. And them fighting with Skulltaker can be really nice, because Skulltaker also buffs everything, thanks to Totem and Revel in Slaughter. It doesn't look like he has Revel in Slaughter here. No Revel in Slaughter, I think, is a big mistake. Like, truth be told, Totem of Endless Bloodletting is nice, and anything that gives extra leadership and melee attack for any faction is good. But the reason you bring Revel in Slaughter also is because it's another 8 melee attack, but also another 8 leadership. So, Skulltaker, because of those double buffs that he can just throw down, as well as being insanely durable, thanks to his like solid stats, and Cloak of Skulls and debuffs with Bloody Onslaught, he's good at fighting big stuff, and he can also really shut down single entity goon squads, like what Kislev was trying to do here. So I would recommend Revel in Slaughter always. Always, always, always. Never leave home without it. Bloody Onslaught's a really nice debuff, but I would arguably say that it's better to cut this than cut Revel in Slaughter as an ability. Because Revel is always active. He doesn't even need to be in melee combat, but just getting the plus 16 melee attack anywhere that Skulltaker is kind of crazy. You like stack all of those buffs on top of one another, and you'll see it very much in practice, just how quickly Khorne will shred literally anything that Skulltaker's like blob is fighting. Watchmen of the Night getting charged down. I have really enjoyed the uses on the Tor's Battle Hymn. They really have actually helped a lot of the Kislevite units out in the value trade game. It's kind of keeping them in this in some ways. But Kosti being so low on HP, this is why you bring Ursun's Ward with him. Ursun's Ward gives him a 0.4 heal percent per second when he's below 25% HP. And yeah, you can just use Solyax to heal him up. When you run out and you don't have Ursun's Ward, when he gets low like this, he's just really vulnerable to being sniped. And while Kislev does have good leadership and has stuff like Buyer Blood, you can always break Kislevite units' leaderships and proc Buyer Blood pretty early when their lords are dead, because they actually don't have really insane leadership amounts. Like, Kossars and Armored Kossars only have 60 and 65 leadership respectively. Without the Lord, obviously, you lose a lot of leadership at base. You can run in, break the leadership, run away while Buyer Blood is active, and then just run back in and break the leadership again and send them routing all the same. It just makes it, you know, a little bit more of a laborious process for breaking Kislev down. But it is a very viable strategy. There's really no reason not to do so. Skull Taker moving in, just running around. Castalton just breaks here. That's brutal. He probably rallies. So what Khorne needed to do there, so this is a moment, this is a learning moment. These Furies are going to do nothing to the Frostworm, at least not good enough damage for 2 of them to be just sacked here. Castalton's routing, gotta pay attention to stuff like that when your opponent's Lord is low, because chasing Lords off is really awesome. Just send one of the Furies to go chase Castalton down. You can just fly after him and he'll still keep routing. And just pull the other Fury away. There's no reason for the Furies to be fighting the Worm alone over here. Because while they are, like, hitting against this thing pretty consistently, it's got pretty high armor values. And the AP damage on Furies is okay at 12, but they are just not great at grinding out value this way. There's better things that they need to be focusing on. Like, anytime, like, things in the woods come in and engage on infantry, Furies should be rear charging them. If there are horse archers on the field, Furies should be threatening dives on them or actually diving them, depending on what the situation is. Things like that. Grinding against SEs is usually a huge waste of time for Furies. Good rear charge from Suga there, but, you know, losing out on the objectives as badly as he was. Game is over. Khorne takes the game. Pretty nicely played. You know, a win is a win. Just a few things to lock in on, I think, would help out Khorne immensely. Keep these hounds out of the openers. You're better off. You should just bring a like 2 throwing axes if you really want some early cap weight. But Khorne honestly doesn't need early cap weight in a lot of matchups, especially against ranged factions like Kislev. Honestly, oftentimes I find that just bringing like a lot of heavily armored infantry and just pushing like one solid wall right into your opponent's front line is oftentimes enough to overwhelm them. And hounds don't really facilitate that very well. If you really want hounds, you can bring 1 or 2 in reserve. That way they can rush in and chase down routing units, because they're 450. And they can do that reasonably well. And then in the late game, they can be cap weight, because they don't have to contend with nearly as many units on the field that can just ice them early. Because these guys just have terrible leadership. They just run. The second they take any serious amount of damage, and they're usually a waste of money, in my opinion. And Khorne just wants to, like, get big value trades with mass infantry and their pretty, like, solid mobility. Max Chaos Warriors, it's not a bad idea. Warrior walls can work for Khorne, but the faction that I think is really the best at it is Slaanesh, and Khorne is, Khorne can run into some problems trying to do this, because they can't force engagements like Slaanesh can. The typical, like, route I go with whenever I'm making a build as Khorne, I do like Chaos Warriors, but I generally try to bring, like, 2 or 3 of them at max. Because for 800 gold, not being ITP, if they do get terror routed, or there's a bunch of leadership malices being applied to them and they start running away, they just get killed, and they don't get a lot of value. They can be a little risky because they're so slow. You can bring 4 Marauders for the price of 2 Chaos Warriors, and Marauders of Khorne are actually pretty insane. They've got decent leadership at 60, with the buffs from Skull Taker, from Revel in Slaughter, and Totem of Endless Bloodletting on his throne. They get up to, like, what? They get 10 from Frenzy. They get 60 melee attack on a 400 gold unit. Marauders with Skull Taker can uptrade like crazy. It is really insane what they can do. And I find them to be a little bit more consistent at value trading, whereas the Chaos Warriors, the way I think of them and the way I use them is you have a couple of them, and you use these guys just to hold points. The Marauders you can use a little more aggressively, just because they move faster, and you can support them pretty easily with all your Fleshhounds and your Furies and your Minotaurs or big monsters or whatever you're bringing. And the Marauders can like actually keep up a little bit better with those units, and be a better tar pit for you. Chaos Warriors want to like actually just grind against your opponent, and they can actually do that if they're on objectives and they're just being really solid cap weight. It's really hard to ignore if they're sitting there. And they're all with the silver shields and 110 armor. They're actually kind of hard to shoot off points too. That's how I use them. You've got better options for like killing enemy infantry, like Bloodletters. Bloodletters are actually pretty incredible. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Put that on your bingo card for today's stream. Or take a shot every time I say that. Bloodletters are the best baseline demonic infantry in the game. They're way better than Demonettes. Demonettes can get their value back, but Bloodletters are a lot easier to use and get value with. Bloodletters just run in and they just get on top of something and they never relent. They rip them to shreds. Any infantry unit outside of stuff like Ironbreakers and like Marauder Champions, kind of stuff that has like really insane melee defense up in the like the 50s or higher, Bloodletters are going to kill that. And they can trade into chaff really effectively too because of their weapon strength and AP, and then the bonus obviously. So they're really good all-rounders at doing the anti-infantry game. Corngores, all of the Corngores in that build we just saw got crazy high value because they were fighting SCs all game, and Suga just kind of let the SCs fight on top of the Corngores all game. Generally, though, 2 or 3 Corngores is more than enough. Because you do need to bring your mass, and you bring a little bit of swarming, you know, and I do really like the Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes. You don't need that many of them. Usually, 2 or 3 is the best go-to, in my opinion. I tend to find that Khorne performs best when they've got a variety of tools in their army, so that they can kind of like reach into the toolbox and pull the right thing out at the right time against the right faction. You can do plenty of other like styles and strategies than what I'm suggesting though with Khorne. Just because you've got pretty high leadership on everything, you've got lots of ITP at base thanks to the Frenzy and stuff. And this is a really good faction to start off with, to just learn the ins and outs of how to take melee engagements and really prosper in those kind of scenarios. Alright. We got High Elf Skaven here. I don't think we watched Popflux play on Saturday. Might have been one of the only people we didn't get a replay for in time. See how they do here. It's okay, Suga. Just whenever you've got those SE squads, the best thing that you can do is to just micro them aggressively away from anything that can actually do significant damage to them. Staying and fighting on Chaos Warriors of Khorne, that's perfectly fine. But once those Corngores come out, and they're like swarming onto your position where the SCs are focused, just immediately move somewhere else, and just keep like dragging the Khorne army around by the nose. If you've constantly got the Blood God running after you, you're doing something right, because you can really pull them into some really ugly engagements by forcing their units to constantly be maneuvering around. Yeah. Warp-Black Jezzails, very good against other shooting factions. They can get so much value, man. They're 1,000 gold. Their missiles hurt like a mother. They fire reasonably quick with a lot of range. Got a lot of ammo. Lots of potential in these guys. I would say, for Baby Punter, this is way too many weapon teams. This is a classic pitfall. On ladder and against people who are a little too reckless and don't understand some of the more intricate, like, tactical, like, some of the more intricate tactical decision-making that they need to utilize to win against setups like this. You can win games, sure, but all it takes to shut this stuff down is just, like, a handful of, like, skirmish cav units, like Illyrian Reavers, followed up by a solid infantry push to engage your front line, and these weapon teams will just melt. I mean, they're so squishy when they get engaged in melee. You gotta be really careful with your balance on how many of the weapon teams you have, and then how many, like, infantry units Skaven have. Because Skaven infantry are gonna rout eventually, just because they're, you know, pretty low quality. They don't have a lot of leadership either. You generally want a lot of clan rats and spears and Skaven slaves and stuff just to facilitate one or two weapon teams to get really good early value, and then have, you know, like a couple more weapon teams in reserve that you bring out when you really need them. The High Elves are being really polite by sitting back right now. What the High Elves need to be doing, because they're making big mistakes here also. For one, they shouldn't be blobbing all their stuff up like this. This is way too close together as a formation. This is why spacing is so important. These units need to be a lot more spread out. That way, there's not so much collateral fire from the Poison Wind Mortars or Avalanche Mortars or even Jezzail shots, because Jezzails, the missiles, they actually do, like, pierce through individual units. They don't pierce through a bunch of stuff. They don't go through a whole formation, but, like, one or two models, yeah. And if you've got your units too tightly packed like this, even if Jezzails overshoot or miss one of the units that they're aiming at, they might hit others, just because they're all so close together. It's best to avoid that. And you also just need to be, like, moving up. Like, immediately. Don't sit and just let the Skaven shoot at you right now. You've got a decent amount of infantry. You've got your archers here who can poke down clan rats and stuff. You want to use the spears to actually try and get around the flank. That way you can threaten the weapon teams without having to engage the Skaven clan rats and stuff, who you don't really want to be fighting to begin with. I mean, you can also use Tyrion to get in here and do damage. Tyrion's, like, tanky enough, and it's really hard to snipe. So if you can actually use him to take risky dives, as opposed to a lot of lords. When your opponent doesn't have anything out that can really threaten him either. In this matchup, the things that Tyrion cannot win against would be, like, double Packmaster, double Chieftain Bonebreakers, Mutant Rat Ogres are the most meta single-entity monsters for the Skaven, and they're really good against Tyrion also. As long as he stays away from stuff like that, he'll be fine. If he's just running in and fighting on top of weapon teams, doing a bunch of damage that way, that's a really good trade for him. And it's really hard to peel Tyrion off, because he's fairly small on the horse. And he's very good at killing models on the Poison Wind Mortars and stuff, which is the most important aspect of it, because if you do a bunch of HP damage to shooting units, but you don't kill the models, then you've basically done nothing. You'll have gotten a lot of value without actually getting any real impact accomplished. Illyrian Reavers coming in, you gotta be very careful of this. You can't just let them blunder into melee units in the front line. Now, micro them around a little bit more carefully than that. You know, the Skaven have done a pretty good... They don't have a lot of infantry units, which is what I'm most worried about, but they've done a fairly good job of positioning the infantry they do have to actually block up charges pretty effectively, but you do see a little bit of a gap here, and that's a really good micro. Pop Flux just gets right through there with the Rangers into the weapon teams. But the other side of the Skaven formation with all this shooting is free. One Giselle is going to go down mostly to friendly fire, actually. But the Rangers struggling a little bit to get all the way through. Oh, and Vermintide being the spell choice. I see what's... Okay, I see the strategy here. Actually, maybe this could work. So that's why there's not all that many clan rats, because they're going to be using Vermintide and the dreaded 13th as buffering. I actually kind of like that. Okay, maybe that strategy can work. Because it is actually making it really difficult for the Rangers to chase really deep into the back line here. You see quite a few of the models are like stuck up back here. They are escaping for the most part just because their 40-foot speed is way quicker than the Skaven units. You know, they're able to mostly outpace them. Archers, the Archers just really struggling. They're doing okay damage, but Skaven weapon teams do have reasonable armor values. And they can be a little difficult to hit for a lot of factions, because the models are fairly small, so the arrows... High Elf Archers are fairly accurate, but they do miss plenty of shots, and against smaller targets like this, they're being even more ineffective than they otherwise sometimes end up being. So, Skaven are looking in a pretty good spot here. They are losing a lot of stuff out here on their home objective, so the High Elves could just jump back over here and take this position again. Got some Skaven slaves back here, some poison mortars. They did kill a ranger, another ranger coming in. We'll see how that holds up. Tyrion grinds through a clan rat unit. I'm pretty sure I saw Sunfang being used, which is really good against chaff. Does a lot of damage to get against unarmored stuff, and that's a really good final transmutation. Nailing the Greyseer, doing a ton of damage to this poor little Raki lord here. These guys have really low leadership, and they have pretty poor HP pool at 3600, so final transmutation, just 2 of those against this guy will pretty much kill him, and the Skaven are awful without their lords. Other factions are pretty bad. Like, there's lots... You generally don't want to lose your Lord and Dump. If the Skaven, it's an absolute cannot lose. If you bring a cheap Lord like this, I recommend putting a Chieftain in the woods somewhere and just having the Power Grab ability on him. That way, if you lose your Lord, instead of losing leadership, you actually gain leadership, because Power Grab gives you a +8 when the Chieftain becomes the Lord in the army. Which is pretty cool. Back when you could unsummon lords, it was an incredibly popular strategy to actually bring a Skaven slave as your lord, and then you had a chieftain in the starting army, and you unsummon the Skaven slave, and that made the chieftain the lord immediately at the start of the battle, and then Skaven actually had pretty crazy high leadership for all their units. The +8 got their clan rats up to a point where they were... pretty obnoxiously durable for the cost. It was very similar to what was going on with Pigback Riders last patch, where it made this, unit where they're balanced around the fact that they have low leadership way too durable, and made the Skaven a top-tier faction for a while. They were really nasty. Skaven are in a pretty good spot. They're not top-tier, but they're probably one of the better mid-tier factions. They are very difficult to learn, though, just because the low leadership and hyper-specialization of their weapon teams does mean that there's a lot of growing pains. And then, of course, squishy lords always a little difficult for newer players who are like learning the pace of engagements and how to keep lords alive. But they're fun if you stick with them. they can definitely do really well for you. Pop Flux has a lead here in terms of the value. Does have the triple cap. I'm pretty impressed by the fact that the Skaven have kept so many of these weapon teams alive. But despite all of that, they still aren't winning the game because tickets are the goal, right? Like, you win on objectives more often than not. Value only means so much. If you're not also winning on tickets, then a value lead means nothing to you. And being the Skaven and trying to come back from behind is never really a good position to be in, because they're very, very bad at recontesting objectives. Like a lot of shooting factions are, but they're arguably a little bit worse than Empire and the High Elves are. Wood Elves, another one that can recontest better than most. Skaven's low leadership is the big sticking point, but they got bodies. If they can get bodies up on points, they can take it. Clan Rats do have full cap weight, but oftentimes what happens is Skaven, if they don't get points early and then they lose their weapon teams, or if they get pushed back a bunch, them trying to get back in position, they overextend their infantry, who then get killed, and then if there are weapon teams left, kind of like what's happening now, the weapon teams are way too exposed, and they can't just push up onto points and take them away, because they don't have a lot of cap weight to begin with. Well, actually, they do have full cap weight. Never mind. They've got full cap weight, but, you know, since they're so squishy and they have bad stats, if they get charged down by enemy infantry or cav, they die. And then the cap weight means nothing. So there's a lot of little, things you have to be careful of as the Skaven. You can't just, like, run in and expect your opponent to just, like, fumble games away. And Pop Flux has definitely made some mistakes here, but is doing a pretty good job of just staying persistent with this game, not giving up. Like, when you see a whole bunch of Deathglow Bombardiers running in, this is one of those big mistakes that I'm talking about. Don't just leave these guys here. Just pull them back. Like, you've got this whole objective zone to work with. It's better to let the Skaven on and give up some ground and just slow the cap down. You got a big lead anyways. Than to just let your spearmen just get absolutely obliterated by the death globes.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
Because you can always pull off the point and then send your stuff around the flanks to put pressure on the Skaven. Maybe pull them off the point as well. And then you use your mobility just to, like, run down the weapon teams, and you'll eventually compromise them. But High Elf's going to take the win here. Very, very cagey play. Able to do just enough to be able to punish the Skaven and keep them pushed back. And the Skaven, just, yeah, too thin at the front line. I like the idea behind the summons, but just not having enough bodies to reliably, like, sit on the objectives and hold out. Having to give up all this ground at the beginning meant that they just weren't able to, like, actually get up here in the late game to hang on to this point. And they've been playing this back objective, like, all game, and it has not been working out at all. Like, they just keep throwing units up here, and they just keep getting killed. Way better idea is to throw a couple Clan Rats over there, just to force your opponent to bring in more expensive summons, and then pull back into the trees, and if your opponent overextends into the trees, then you can swarm with your numbers, and then the High Elf mobility is not going to be nearly as effective in the trees as they would be in open ground. Also, another thing, Storm Vermin shields are a bad unit. Like, they're actually kind of terrible. They're really expensive, and they have no uptrade potential. And they're not really even good at holding points. All of the things that I said about Chaos Warriors of Khorne, about how they're slow and can be pretty vulnerable because of that, is also true of Storm Vermin with shields. They're a little bit quicker. Like, 38 speed is nice and all, but the issue is that they lose a little bit because of strength in numbers, but they also don't have 110 armor. They've got worse leadership, and they only have a bronze shield instead of a silver. I never see them do well. I've done a lot of tests with them. They're probably the worst heavy infantry unit in the game, and that's by a pretty huge margin. You're paying 100 gold more for the halberds, who have the same armor values. They don't have a shield either, but they've got AP, and they've got an insane bonus versus large. These guys have real uptrade potential. The sword and shield doesn't. I discourage actively. It's one of the few units I actively discourage people from using, because I promise you, and you will save yourself a lot of pain learning just how awful they are. They don't win against pretty much anything. And they're 950 gold. Corn Warriors are 800 gold, and they're already coming with some serious drawbacks. So Storm Vermin tack on 150 more for some extra speed, and that's about it. I mean, and that's just not enough to really make them a good unit. So look elsewhere. If Storm Vermin were 800 gold, then they would be a solid unit, but at 950, they're way overcosted for what they can do value trade-wise. Against Wood Elves, they actually lose to Mass Dryads. Dryads for the Wood Elves can pretty capably handle a Storm Vermin shield. They've got really high weapon strength. They lose out a little bit because of the armor that Storm Vermin with shields have. But Dryads don't really need to engage the Storm Vermin even because they're faster. And they can get around the flank, but they've also got Fizz Res. And even if the Storm Vermin beat Dryads in a one-on-one, this is a 550 gold unit. You can bring 2 Dryads out for every Storm Vermin, basically. You know, it's a little bit off on the math, you know, but damn near 2 for 1. You'll just get swarmed by the Wood Elves. Wood Elves actually don't want to even play a missile line against the Skaven. Wood Elves are actually much better at rushing the Skaven down than the other way around. So honestly, you'll see a lot of Dryads and War Dancers in that matchup, and the Wood Elves have lots of good cavalry and mobility. They'll just rush you down with all of their better melee units. And if they kill your weapon teams, you're basically screwed. Because the Skaven Jazales and other weapon teams are very good at countering the Glade Guard lines and Way Watchers and stuff. So, I would say you probably don't want a bunch of Storm Vermin shields against the Wood Elves even. Like, they may be alright. I haven't tested them a ton against Wood Elf units, but the Wood Elves are actually really good at melee combat. And what few missile pieces they might have will be able to punch through the Storm Vermin's shields pretty capably. Like, just some Glade Guards with Starfire Shafts will hard counter those guys, so I'd be very careful about that matchup. Alright. Alright, let's see what the High Elves got against the Ogre Kingdoms. I don't know why this is saying it's out of date. Hopefully this replay's not broken. We'll get into it. If it starts looking real funky, we'll just exit out. It's usually pretty easy to tell if it's a bugged replay or not. Very interesting Ogre Kingdoms army. Pretty thin on the Noblar numbers. No caster. This is the Ogre Paymaster. With a bunch of Iron Guts. I mean, all of these units for the Ogre Kingdoms can work, but typically you do kind of need Noblars as the Ogre Kingdoms. Like, yeah, your Crushers and your Iron Guts and Dual Weapon Bulls and all that are really strong and can do a lot of good work. They've still got the same issues that all Monstrous Infantry have, which is just that You know, they've got a bunch of HP, sure, but their unit numbers are really small, so if they get surrounded by spears, it doesn't matter how much armor you've got, it doesn't matter how good your stats are. It's like a medieval knight being stabbed to death by a bunch of peasants with pointy sticks. There's a reason that spears have been a terror and a weapon that has been used throughout human history. It's just an intuitive thing. You know, you want to keep the big, scary thing as far away from you as possible, while you can also still do damage to them. And it evens out the, it evens that fight out a lot. So Ogre Kingdoms need the Noblars, because Noblars run in, and they soak up some early damage, and then the Ogre Bulls and stuff can run in and fight on top of the Noblar units, and then they can really value trade nicely, even into spears and stuff. So they're kind of a must-have, in my opinion. 2 is not enough. You need like 3 or 4 at least in your starting army.
You have the foe's victory point.
Lots of higher level players do like Noblar Kingdom builds, where they just bring shit tons of Noblars and then bring the bulls in reserve, and that is actually a really good way to play the Ogre Kingdom, so I don't think you have to do it that way. That does bring some risks into your Ogre Kingdom builds, and I think the Ogre Kingdoms can actually play fairly balanced builds and do really well. But you have to support your Noblars. These guys have really poor leadership. Like, really what needed to happen here is Noblars with the Ogre Paymaster and 2 Iron Guts run in together, and they all engage these Rangers and the Spearmen. Ogre Paymaster can use the Cash Cascade, and then his passive Encourage to keep the Noblars in the fight for a lot longer than they might otherwise want to stay in. And then your Iron Guts just bash the Rangers and the Spearmen into smithereens, basically. But Mafia Pig is getting some decent engagements onto the Archers over here, like doing a good job of compromising the 2 units over there. This is not a good fight, though. Like, you can see these Iron Guts are kind of trading pretty poorly over here. This is a 500 gold unit against an 1100 gold unit. And this is why you need the Noblars. For exactly this kind of scenario. Spearmen can outtrade the Iron Guts, despite the Iron Guts being anti-infantry. It's only a +5. And just the fact that the spears are fighting very small number of the Iron Guts, they're poking them down a lot more effectively than if the Noblars were here. He would be buffering out a lot of this damage, and then the Iron Guts would be in a much better shape for the next fight that they need to go into. Because, you know, they've got a long way to go to get their value back, and they're down to less than half health against 1 Spearman. It's pretty brutal for them right now. And Tabitha's starting to get a pretty nice value lead. Ogre Paymasters are also kind of a terrible Lord option. Cash Cascade is just not that good. It doesn't give enough buffs. And the +8 melee attack he gives passively is okay. But it doesn't give extra leadership, and it's just, it's lackluster. It's lackluster. This guy just doesn't buff enough. And he's very squishy. He's only got 40 armor. He doesn't have a ton of HP. And you have to bring in a caster if you want the magic, because he doesn't have magic of his own. Slaughtermasters and Golg are really the only thing the Ogre Kingdoms can do Lord-wise, you know? The Paymaster and Scrag tend to be kind of bad. Scrag, because he's kind of slow and ponderous. Oh, Greasus also. Greasus is another lord that gives buffs, and the buffs just aren't good enough. And the Slaughtermasters just solid melee combatants. They've got really good lures of magic, and it's all wrapped up in one convenient package for you, which means that you can bring more Noblars and Lead Belchers and Thunder Tusks and other stuff that you would want in the opening. Paymasters just give you, like, negative momentum. I wish they were better. I'd really like to see them get buffed. As it stands, they're pretty haggard. You got better options. Just bring the better options. Plus, this guy doesn't have any passive healing. Slaughtermasters have an item that passively heals them. The Bloody Cleaver or something like that. I'll check it in a little bit. But it keeps them pretty durable. Whereas this guy has all the other drawbacks that the Slaughtermaster has without the passive heal. Ogre's just in a full route. Tabith took a lot of damage on the front line. Lost quite a few units, but just did a really good job of hanging in, scrapping, and was able to keep enough archers online, as well as some infantry available, to be able to just, like, slowly up-trade against the ogres. Oof. High Mage also pretty good option here. I don't know about using Arcane and Forging against the Ogre Kingdoms because of the heals they have available. It is fairly effective. I think the spell probably does need a little bit more of a buff. Like, even more of an increase to cooldowns. Like, 60 seconds on cooldowns. And I think it'd be really strong. But as it is, it's like a double strength Spirit Leech with a little bit of an effect on the pacing of your opponent's ability usage. In Dom, that's not really all that great. Like, in land battles, it's alright. It's not even all that strong there either, though. Apotheosis and Tempest isn't really all that useful against the Ogre Kingdoms. Maybe just to stop Blood Vultures from terrorizing you. Probably just Apotheosis here is all you really need. Just heals to counteract the Ogre Kingdoms and their insane durability. Like, using Apotheosis on the Fireborn right now would be really nice. They've taken a reasonable amount of damage. They got most of their models left. It'd be pretty good. Phoenix Guard hanging in. Ogres just pushed way off the points. Tabith being a little too aggressive, maybe. Going up into the midfield here. Does take down the Thunder Tusk. Oh, look at that. It's really cool. I didn't know it froze. Looks so sad, honestly. Looks like it's having a... Oh my god, it's kind of horrifying. Terrifying face that it's making as it's dying. Lead Belcher's doing a ton of damage to the Iron... or the Fireborn here. These guys did get their value back, though, which is nice. Just need more Noblars, man. They're very important. When you look at them on paper, you're like, why would I ever bring this unit? But they facilitate a lot of really good trades for the Ogre Kingdoms. And, you know, the last thing your opponent wants to do is have to engage a 200 gold shithouse unit that then has a, you know, much more powerful unit sitting in the middle of it and just, like, absolutely shredding through you. The Iron Guts, they got good value. I think a couple of these got summoned in again, though. Not super effective. And the Crushers did not get nearly enough value. This is an 1800 gold unit. Not that great. Lead Belchers are fine. Just need bodies. Bodies, man. That's what you really need. I'd bring pretty much the same build. It could work, but without the Crusher in the army. Because those guys can come in reserve. I think that would be a little bit more momentum for the Ogre Kingdoms. Because they can push more aggressively, and you need the magic. Ogre Kingdoms are not very good without their mages. You can bring any of the lures. You do build a little differently around them, of course. Typically, if you do, like, Lore of the Great Maw, all you're bringing is Troll Guts, and you're just trying to, like, heal cap your Stonehorns and Thunder Tusks and stuff like that. You can do Beast Magic, And you can do your Flocks of Doom, Pan's Impenetrable Pelt's kind of nice. Yeah, the Bloody Cleaver is the passive heal for the Slaughtermaster as well. You got good debuffs with Belly Slapper, and you've got more Winds of Magic potential with extra ingredients. Ogre Kingdoms are one of the best spellcasting factions in the game by quite a long shot over most other factions just because of this item. Recharges in melee. You get an extra, what? That's 4 Winds of Magic or 5? 5 Winds of Magic per use. I mean, over the course of a game, you can get like you can get 2 or 3 extra Flock of Dooms if you're just proccing this every time you can. And you're already incentivized to get these guys into melee because of the debuff and the heal in melee combat. As long as you don't leave them completely unsupported, these dudes will pretty much never let you down. They're damn good. You can do Heaven's Magic too. If you're going into a faction that your Rhaenans can really punish blobs with. Colin of Cassandora, kind of the same deal. Harmonic Convergence is nice also. You can buff up your Noblards, make them a little harder to kill. Or just use them on your Ogre Bulls. Buff up their stats, combat potential. But typically, your best bet is Beast Magic and Great Maw Magic. Death Magic and Heavens are a little more situational, but still really strong lures. Just depends on what you're trying to do and what factions you're going into. Stay away from the Ogre Paymaster. Stinky, awful lord. Grease's stinky, awful lord. Scrag is better than some, but not all that good either. Buffing Gorgers is really not all that impactful. Like, you can bring him. Blood Gruel, extra ingredients, Troll Guts, and Cauldron if you really want it, I guess. Scrag is just a little gimmicky is this problem. And because he's got that Cauldron that he's hauling around, he's actually, he turns a lot slower and is a lot less maneuverable than the Slaughtermaster and stuff like that. Golg is your combat lord, basically. He's very good at that. He's pretty difficult to kill because he's got a heal for himself. And then he's also got this good poke at range, thanks to Deadeye. Tyrants have fallen off since Gold came around, but they were pretty strong. Has some funky abilities that actually do some reasonable damage, and then is just fairly durable and a good combat character. But of course, you got your boy here. Alright, let's see what Rika's got going on here. We got the Blood Dragon Lord. I'm pretty sure this guy's on the Hellsteed. I did watch a little bit of the opening of this one before the stream started, just because I was kind of curious. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the Blood Dragon Lords on the Hellsteeds are pretty strong. They've got crazy high melee attack. Melee defense is not amazing. But they do have a Helm of Discord, sort of anti-heroes, heart piercing. Actually becomes a really gnarly Lord Sniper with all of those buffs and debuffs going off at once. So, Slan Mage Priest may not be infantry sized, but Blood Dragon Vampire Lord definitely a threat to take this guy down. 1 Solar Engine, 1 Rev Crystal, Umbral Tide, Ancient Salamander, a couple Chameleon Skinks, Javelins, and the Legion of Chaqua. Pretty small Lizardman army, but honestly not too bad. I do think you probably need, I think you probably just need more infantry against the undead, though. The Umbral Tide are an auto-include, but there are some things that the vampire counts can do to shut these guys down. Vampire counts love bringing Manfred and Fate of Buna, and Buna one-shots Salamander hunting packs on leadership and most of their HP. All you need is Fate of Buna and one Fellbat to shut these guys down. I typically recommend keeping them in reserve also, because they're quick, so they can get up to the front line and impact the engagements pretty early, even if they're not in your starting army. And they're really here to shoot the corpse carts. That's the Necromancers. They're on the Unholy Lodestone carts, which I do like. I think it's honestly not a bad way to bring your corpse carts in, and also get the extra magic from Forbidden Rod. And you just want to use the you want to use them to like punish the Cryptors and the corpse carts mostly. Black Coach took a bunch of damage from the Solar Engine, or what the hell hit it? How's it lost this much HP? My god. Okay. Umbral Tide. Oh, the Chameleon Skinks were shooting it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it was. They do a decent amount of damage to it. Trying to push through the front line. Zombies. This is a summon. Locking down some of the Umbral Tide here. They're having a hard time getting away. Feral Cold Ones, some good mass that's available for you. 700 mass is pretty damn high for a 32 entity unit. They can lock a lot of stuff down and keep it from getting into your back line. The vampires are just kind of getting to move up onto the point for free. There's not a lot to punish them. I just realized that we're on the wrong Bordello landing also. This Bordello landing map, honestly, probably more advantaged for the vampire counts than the Total Tavern one. Because this one has a pretty gnarly hill they have to climb up. And it can be a little hard for units to like shoot onto reverse slopes for whatever reason. It's better than it was last patch, but still be a little inaccurate. There's also all these trees here. God, I mean, the lizards just don't have a lot of stuff for the point. They gave it up a little too easily, I think. That's just my opinion. We'll see how it plays out over the course of the long game. But, I honestly would have really preferred to just see, like some, Skink Cohort Javelins up here. With the Chameleon Skinks behind them. Because all those infantry units would be able to outcap the skeleton warriors and the zombies that we're seeing from the undead here. And it would take a long time for the vampire counts to take that middle point away if there were more infantry able to actually just sit on there and hold for a little while. There are Source Warriors coming out now, but we do have a problem developing over here for the Lizardmen. The Chameleon Skinks, they did get spotted. They were trying to dive a little too greedily and deeply here. And the Direwolves here just absolutely ripping them to shreds, man. Just brutality. Fully dead also. Like, no chance that they rally. Direwolves get around the problems that other Hound units do because they've actually got better leadership than your standard Hound units. And since they're undead, they are crumbling rather than routing. So, Direwolves I love. I think they're an amazing unit. Well, actually, that's the Dire Pack we were looking at. They have better leadership than your standard ones, but the regular Direwolves have only 3 less leadership, and again, they don't rout, which is the most important part of that equation, so they have a little bit of an easier time to value trade, and with the mobility and speed they've got, can be really nasty. Vampire counts should not be advancing right now, honestly. There's not a lot they can do about factions building up on them. They should just be building up their own units for the critical fight, and trying to preserve as much of their chaff as possible. Like, keep some units up in the tree lines here, but other than that, just keep your units alive and well here on the point. We do have Blood Knights coming in. We got some Crypt Ghouls running out. Dire Pack and the other Dire Wolf going to get another Chameleon Skink kill. That's a big mistake by the Lizards. Chameleon Skinks are really bad in melee combat, and they're very squishy. They've got next to no HP. And they're pretty expensive at $650 for a skirmish unit. Really need to get your value out of them to have a really, really good time as the Lizzies. Just keep them back behind your front line. They're good enough skirmishers and accurate enough that they can fire in on stuff that you've got engaged in the front line. Really, those Chameleon Skinks should be here to poke down Vargeist as well as Crypt Ghouls and Crypt Horrors that are trying to push around the flanks. They're a really good anti-dive unit because of the poison, reasonable speed, and good missiles. Colossodon Hunters out. We do get some Croxagores, and the Saurus are folding into combat now. And doing reasonably well. They'll be able to beat all of the zombies, a lot of the other tools in here. Vampire counts, the Saurus and the Skink cap weight, as well as combat potential against the zombies, with healing magic available and just other really good options, does make this pretty challenging for the Vampire counts usually. It's a tough matchup. Not where you want to go with the Dire Pack. The Dire Pack should be attacking the Colossodon Hunters who are over here, attacking your Lord also. It'll give your Lord a little buffering, as well as the Dire Pack being an anti-large unit. They'll absolutely obliterate the Colossodon Hunters. Lord does escape. You get Vargeist and Fellbats diving in. Not a bad idea, but again, the Dire Pack would be much better because they actually have an anti-large bonus. They'll hit the Colossodon Hunters a lot more consistently because of that extra 14 melee attack they get since they're fighting the appropriate target. And the Colossodon Hunters only have 32 melee defense, so not very stalwart in that regard. The Vargeists are the ones doing the real damage here. The Fellbats really didn't do anything. Poor Slan here, getting attacked. You know, a little bit vulnerable right now with the Vargeist and the Blood Dragon Lord here. That's a really good zombie summon, too. This is why the vampire counts are so damn strong, dude. Like, they can really compound on just, like, 1 or 2 engagements going well for them, as well as just being fairly durable because of, you know, their own passive healing and durability with all the bodies that they can bring. As long as they're able to get some decisive engagements out on the flanks and be able to surround the rest of the Lizard army here, I do believe that they will be winning this game. They've got a lot of appropriate counters in the field. This is not a good spot, though, for Blood Knights. This is a big mistake. Blood Knights versus Legion of Chaqua. Now, normally Blood Knights don't mind fighting infantry, but the Legion are an amazing spear unit. They got a big bonus versus large. They got a lot of weapon strength with decent AP, and they're actually really crushing through the Blood Knights right now. Where the Blood Knights, honestly, the Crypt Ghouls should be over here, and the Blood Knights should be over here with the Black Coach, because the Black Coach can run over infantry, and the Blood Knights can go flatten the Chameleon Skinks and stuff, and then also kill Ripperdactyls. Lizards are probably going to win this engagement over here, just because the Ripperdactyls are getting a really good rear charge on 2 pretty squishy infantry units, and don't have anything to threaten them. Colossadon Hunters, they also survived and did get healed up. I think they got a regrowth and some Earthblood. And they've got 6 models left. They're actually maybe going to be able to kill the Vargeist in a minute here. Laning back on the ground, fighting some zombies and stuff down here. Skeleton Warriors. And they get another regrowth. Gonna heal cap them for sure. Lizards with the Pakopok cohort and Feral Cold Ones. Crushing through the Black Knights, and the cavalry play for the Undead has not been it. It has definitely been the thing that's holding them back the most. Now they lose the middle objective, and with all the heals from the Life Mage, typically, if you're this close in value with the vampire counts, you very well might be losing a game, but since the Lizards also have crazy heal potential with their Earthbloods, regrowths, and then also the Rev Crystals, they're very, very advantaged here. I've got a lot of very healthy Saurus. That is never a good sign for the Undead. Oh my goodness. 2,000 value on the Legion of Chaqua. 800 on this Saurus Warrior. This Saurus Warrior over here, 196 kills and not even 400 value. Undead moment. That's how you know you're fighting zombies and chaff mostly. They got a lot of health left and a decent number of models. They got a long way to go still. Ripperdactyls actually did end up losing the combat. It looks like the Crypt Ghouls were just barely able to save themselves there. Maybe the Direwolves helped out a little bit. Looks like they're rallying back to finish these Croxagors up from being over here. Are there any dead doggos over here? Doing some battlefield sleuthing, basically. You got the Black Coach that died over here. It probably got killed by the Chameleon Skinks. They've got pretty good value. They're still fairly healthy also. Yeah, I don't know. We'll get away from battlefield sleuthing too much. The Lizards have basically got this game. They just need their back point. And that's it. They don't need a triple cap. They could totally go for one once they recap their back point. It's just a Skeleton Warrior over here. This is where a Javelin cohort would be really strong. Because they can get over here, throw all their ammo in, and then cap away from whatever remains of that Skeleton Warrior. Colossadon Hunters surviving, getting 2,300 value. It's really nice stuff, dude. And the Undead just not able to make it happen. The Blood Dragon Vampire Lord got some solid value, but hasn't really been able to finish anything off. And being on the Hellsteed and running into a lot of armor and also just some reasonably decent infantry just hasn't been able to carry the game, you know. Dragons are generally what you want to go with when you're bringing the Blood Dragon Lord. I don't hate them on the Hellsteed because they can do pretty well, but just not able to find a good enough engagement to really make it happen this time around. And the dragons with all the AP and like really high armor-piercing weapon strength, like you can use the same items and stuff as on the Hellsteed to a little bit more consistent effect. Ouchies. So Colossadon Hunters and these Ripperdactyls look like they're finally going to be going down. But dude, the Cold-Blooded coming in and keeping these dudes in the fight until they're literally on death's bed. But the Rev Crystal heal also healing them up. Oh my god, and they actually are going to get the kill on the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord before they go down. Give these guys a freaking medal, dude. Ripperdactyls for the win today. That one didn't get a ton of value. Only 900. 3,100 on the Colossodon Hunters, though, is pretty insane. Really good heals. Good job of keeping them alive despite the damage they took early. And the Pocketpot cohort also got 2,100 value. Not enough to kill the Saurus Shields. And not enough for the Rev Crystals either. Lizards do just have a really good matchup against the Vampire Counts. I mean, honestly, can probably bring some even more crazy builds and win. Life Magic, probably the most consistent, but I've won this matchup against a really strong player, bringing Lord Croak and just blowing up all the zombies in the Graveguard, because Vampire Counts are actually so slow that they can't get away from the Deliverance of Itza. It's pretty funny. I mean, you can really kind of throw stuff at the wall. Vampire Counts can win this matchup, but it is a little foreboding for them. I have not seen them win this matchup in a little while now. This game, just re-solidifying all of the...
I knew it.
All of the same thoughts that I already had about why it's not a particularly good matchup here for these guys. $1,100 on the Black Coach. Halberds with 1,300 value. There was some reasonably good value trading from the Undead, but they did lose their corpse carts to the Umbral Tide fairly early. Can't really afford to let that happen against a faction like the Lizards. Not the most avoidable thing in the world. It's kind of hard to protect against the hunting packs, truth be told. That's why you see Buna so much, is because it's so good at killing this particular type of unit, and the Salamander hunting packs are kind of a carry in this matchup, so you do have to game plan for them. Maybe with just more, maybe with a little bit better micro on the units that were pressuring into the back line, it would have been doable. Because you have these Black Knights that just didn't get any value. And the Blood Knights kind of got YOLO'd into the front line a little bit too hard. Avoiding those errors, and I think you'd be in a pretty good spot. We did not watch this one. So we got Tommy versus Foreskin. You know, typical Louis. He's bringing Beloved Son, Ladies Champion, Blessing. Those are both bound to him already. Very strong heals. Believe he had not just the, what is it, the debuff. I can't remember what it's called. Crest of Corone or something like that. But he also had, no, there's the Lion's Crest and then the Sword of Corone. Okay. So this lowers the melee defense and armor of everything around him. Really strong for decisive engagements with either like Hippogriffs or Pegasus Knights, or even just with your standard cavalry. The Lion's Shield gives missile resistance and spell resistance. Which is pretty nice. It can definitely help him in some matchups. I don't know if it's really necessary here. The missiles for Chaos are decent. Marauder Horsemen do pretty good damage, but they're short range. And Bretonia can outrange those guys with their own like arrows, the Peasant Bowmen specifically, who have 160 range, which is kind of insane.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Moving up, Men-at-Arms, some foot squires. Foot squires are actually pretty decent. Probably need something back here, just in case the Warriors of Chaos get over here. This is one thing, you know, Bretonia, Skaven, there's a couple factions where if your opponent does not protect their back point well enough, you can immediately jump on them. You got Burning Head here. Honestly, sending Archeon over here with the halberds, I think, and just absolutely roasty toasty spell casting on the men-at-arms would win you this objective pretty hard, and it'd be pretty hard to push you off of this because you got all the foot squires and stuff over here, and the peasant bowmen take a long time to shoot down halberds with good armor values. That's honestly what I would be thinking about doing as the Warriors of Chaos here. Yeah, pulling back the horsemen is a good idea. Just ceding this objective entirely. But getting up over here is actually a really good idea. You've got some... So, okay. I'm going to give you a full breakdown of how to make a push on your opponent's home objective here. It's not usually something I would recommend. Typically not for newer players either, because it's pretty execution dependent. Halberds go in. Warriors move up to the midfield here. And they position here. Because they can either support if your opponent keeps committing stuff over here. They can roadblock. Or if your opponent, like, just literally repositions this entire formation, you can pull back a little bit and make your opponent think that you're just going to, like, cede this objective here, which is what you'll do eventually. But what you're going to do is you then send the Chaos Warriors to rotate around to get back on that middle objective, and you start to consolidate there. And, you know, that forces Bretonia to, like, really think about how they're going to respond to you. Instead of just, like, trying to build up a bunch and rushing in here, it's going to be a little bit risky of an engagement. There's a lot of bodies here. And Bretonia will be building up their knights behind all of that. Really good Burning Head, though. Very good opening. It hits one peasant, roasts a few of those squires, gets a little damage on these guys as well. You can see how much damage it can do even with like 70 armor on those dudes. There's a reason Burning Head is a favorite and has been basically since the inception of the Total Warhammer series. It's just super consistent. It does wobble a little bit as it's passing through. It's not like a straight line wind spell. It does actually have a randomized arc to the direction it moves in, but it's a little less terrible than standard vortexes, so you can get pretty reliable casts on if you know what you're doing. Just using the Chaos Warriors to engage, the Soul of Damnation doing what it's supposed to do, which is to just absolutely hammer the backlines, missile units, and then wearing down foot squires and stuff, which it did do a little bit of that earlier. Got some respectable damage. Lewin trying to land on the cannon and does the weird funky landing nonsense. Doesn't actually get any attacks in on the poor soul here. Archeon, the horseman, and the severed claw over here now. Not really much of an opportunity to dive. Honestly, charging these marauders not the worst idea in the world. Yeah, honestly, I would do that. Like, charge these guys and then pull out. And then try to get some rear charges on this other fight over here. Just get some damage. Force your opponent to, you know, potentially leave stuff here, and then, you know, make use of that speed to get across the field, because there's a lot of armored warriors over here. Halberds, Chaos Warriors, you've lost a men-at-arms, not that big of a deal, but your foot squires, this one's pretty beat up already. The Chaos Warriors can help finish these guys off, and you just aren't going to win with all of what you've got here. They do need a little bit of assistance to finish off the more heavily armored targets. Still holding on to the point, though. Like, Bretonia is doing nice in that respect. And they do charge in on the Marauders, but they do stick around a little too long. Where'd the Hellstriders come from? Hellstriders are so goddamn fast. I think they were, like, over here or something. Like, right off the screen while I was talking about this. They get a really good charge onto the questing knights, and these guys do get broken en route. You just charge in and then immediately leave. You do not try to grind out any value on the Marauders. You just want to, like, lower their HP, break them down a little bit. The more important fight is over on the objective you've already got. Trying to, like, fight and grind value on your opponent's back point isn't really what you want to go for. You just want to make them think that you might be interested in pushing this point or value trading a little bit back here more than you really are. You could also send the men-at-arms forward if you really wanted to. It's not like they're good enough cap weight to be able to hold this back point by themselves anyways. Like, they've only got 4 in total with the 2 of them here. Again, all that needs to come over here is 1 infantry unit to start capping this away from Bretonia. And offense is the best defense sometimes. These guys are 250 gold. Sending them up to distract your opponent really isn't that big of an issue. Bretonia really needs some frickin' help in the infantry front. Like, their cavalry is very good. And Bretonia's win rate has jumped up quite a bit because of all the buffs they got to their mobility. I'm not 100% sold on them, though, as being much better than they were last season. I think their win total's a little inflated by Inticity when he was doing his challenge trying to win the tournaments. Guys like that. I don't think they're very beginner-friendly. They're another one that I would try and avoid. Really, the reason... Like, their cavalry and everything, it's really good to practice, to get good with cycle charging and stuff, but their cap weight is so horrible. I mean, bad cap weight across the board, basically. If you're relying on foot squires as your cap weight, that's pretty expensive cap weight, and they're not really all that strong of a unit to begin with. I don't know. I don't know, maybe I'm underestimating them. I just think that despite the mobility buff to their cavalry and stuff, nothing else really changed for the Bretonians. They're still pretty easily abusable as long as you don't just really take risky, messy engagements and get locked down on their men-at-arms and stuff a whole bunch. The Warriors of Chaos have got the value lead here. They've got a lot of unengaged units, though. Your opponent's not pushing your back point here right now. The Halberds are protecting the Soul of Damnation, which is good, but the Horsemen should come over and start to try and help cap the #1 objective again. These are, the Rotting Riders coming in. They're going to finish up this Foot Squire unit. The other Foot Squires have gone down. Didn't do all that well either. Neither of them really paying for themselves, but Hippogriff Knights looking pretty juicy. Hello. Gotta immediately move over here. You're winning, yes, but that can all go away pretty quickly with just a few misplays. Losing the Soul of Damnation would be a pretty huge one. There's nothing else really to protect them back here, and the regrowth on the Hippogriff Knights is awesome. Finally moving the Halberds. The Halberds needed to move before anything else because, you know, they're the last thing to get here because they're so slow. And you want to, the way the Soul of Damnation works, it can shoot out of infantry units. So you can actually position the unit in like a box around the soul to really fully protect the crew. That would have been the best thing to do with those halberds at the time. Because you're probably going to lose this very expensive artillery piece now. Good focus fire, though. Actually really punishing the Hippogriff Knights now for landing in here. Which is really awesome. Exactly what you need to do here. Another Questing Knight coming forward. I am very scared for these Bretonian Questing Knights. They're also going to get pin cushioned. Like, armor can only save you so much. And the 7 AP that these missiles have make them just very deceptively strong against knight-type units. Taking down a couple of them at the head of the formation here. This is a horse having a huge-ass javelin sticking out of its head, and it's still hanging in there. Yeah, I didn't hear no bell. I'm okay. Burning Head missing a little bit. That's one of those instances where the weird wobbling and inaccuracy did play a role. I would say here probably would have been a better cast. Just because these two bowmen are already kind of bunched up. And then the angle might have been a little bit more likely to hit this peasant bowman. I do understand casting it here, though. It just took an awful path. I mean, like, immediately curved out of the peasant bowman. Ooh, the slaughter guard come up. Wow. Love the slaughter guard, man. They're a good unit. They're very strong. I mean, chosen halberds are already pretty decent. These guys get extra armor. They've got the spell resist, and you can't debuff their melee attack. So they don't even lose melee attack when they get tired. They're a disgustingly good unit, actually. There are definitely matchups where they're very vulnerable. They can get shot to death by missiles here, but, you know, peasant bowmen are going to take a while to accomplish that, even if you're sundering the armor on the slaughter guard and stuff. And committing too hard to a bow line as Bretonnia has its own risks, because you can get pushed down. But it's been a pretty good battle between these two players. I do think the Warriors of Chaos are going to win. They've taken the number 1, and now they've actually pushed Bretonnia off the point. And they've got some very durable units over here. The Slaughter Guard are still very healthy, and they've already gotten their value back. The Soul of Damnation actually survived. Oh my god. Wow. So those Hippogriffs weren't able to finish the job. And it's back to shooting. It's got 2100 value. There's been some pretty good micro on it, switching targets, which is pretty important. Oh, and another Burning Head coming down. Ouch. Oh, man, those poor Spearmen at Arms got roasted. The Beast Slayers with Stone doing their best, and the other Spearmen at Arms over here also getting nailed. How much value do we have on Archeon? 3,500. Wow, dude. I mean, it looks like he's been fighting Lumen a bunch, too. Lumen did break, so he's lost the Ladies' Champion and Blessing. Oh, no. Oh, no, he has lost it. Okay, yeah, because it's uses. It's not active up here in the tooltip. That sucks, dude. That's really painful. You really can't afford to lose these imbuements on him. They do a lot of heavy lifting for keeping Lumen in the battle, oftentimes. Yeah, just not... the king of Bretonnia, just not a match for the Everchosen, apparently. Archeon's just strong as hell, dude, and he's got all his buffs, pretty much, so... even more exceptional than he otherwise already is. Severed Claw with reasonable value. The Slaughter Guard just hanging out. What does Bretonnia need to do here? Not lose their knights on the back point for sure. Like, that questing knight loss early was really bad. If it had been over here hammering the Chaos Warriors that were engaged on the men-at-arms and the footmen, I think Bretonnia would have been a little bit better off. Well, they would have for sure been better off than losing him back here. We got Mounted Yeoman coming in. The Soul of Damnation, if you can kill it, it's great to dive it, but if you can't kill it and it escapes and then it comes back and gets the rest of its value and ammo used up, that's just putting yourself in a hole. And I think that's really been the tail of the tape so far this game. As Bretonnia's just not really been able to find anywhere to get good value trades, while the Warriors are just teeing off and causing so many problems for the Bretonnians and their leadership. Those men-at-arms are also way too bunched up. You cannot stack your infantry up like this, because Soul of Damnation just fired a couple volleys off and killed 2 entire units. Definitely need to swap targets, though. You can just pound the rest of these men-at-arms. Bretonia's going to take this game, but it was decently played by Bretonia. Just a few mistakes to clean up, and I think they'd be in a winning position, probably. It's just really important to maximize value on your knights. You know? The Hippogriffs did pretty well. Not being able to finish the Soul of Damnation was a big problem. This is way too much infantry in reserve. I would go so far as to say you don't want any infantry in reserve as Bretonia, outside of maybe a foot squire. And the archers. The archers and the foot squire, the beast slayers, are fine. Everything else, I think you need to get rid of. Including the Grail Relique. And you just need more knights, dude. Like some Knights Errant, the Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis, Knights of the Realm. All of those would be really good. You've got to be able to contend with the Chaos mobility. And the Hellstriders just got so much value. I mean, 1,000, 1,600. Rotting Riders were doing pretty well. The Slaughter Guard and the Severed Claw, you just kind of have to work around. If you just had, like, one more Knight of the Realm and maybe another Questing Knight, you would have been in a pretty good spot. The Knights of the Realm just out-trade the Hellstriders all day. Such an easy fight for Knights of the Realm. And the Questing Knights, if you can double them up and surround the Rotting Riders, they can easily take those guys down. And then you've got your Hippogriff Knights, who can also do lots of cycle charging. Good attempt, though. Very well played for a very new Bretonian player. Because Forskin, I've seen play Skaven more than any other faction. Oh, hold on. Let me catch up on the chat real quick. I'm getting a little too ahead of myself. I just get sucked into the replays really hard sometimes. I'll pause it when I get in, and I'll come answer y'all's questions. Come on, game. There we go. Okay. Thank you for taking the time to coach. Absolutely, of course. I love casting the new player replays. I learn a lot from watching these, actually. It gives me a lot of good material for to take into my own games. Because I see people make some pretty sick plays with some really off-meta stuff that I don't necessarily think to test, you know? Completely new to domination. Couple of questions. One, when to take RORs instead of more units. So the RORs that you want to take are the RORs that have unique abilities, rather than just ones that have like better stats. I'll show you some of the RORs that I think are worth bringing. And most of the RORs in the game right now do have a niche in at least 1 or 2 matchups. So usually, the short answer is you bring the RORs in the matchups that they're good in. Because there are a couple. It's just figuring out which ones that they're better in. Generally, you want more units instead of more expensive units, because cost efficiency is a big part of domination mode. I mean, it's important in Conquest and Land Battle, but just because you can summon units in so many times, you get so many opportunities for those units to trade, you want them to be very good at getting value consistently. So, the RORs can be better at that. Sometimes they're worse at it. It's a when and where kind of situation. And where can you see cap weight? Can Can you see it outside of battle? No. For whatever reason, CA does not let you see cap weight outside of games. Generally speaking, though, anything that has the expendable trait is 2 cap weight. It'll show up on that will show up on the unit cards. Everything else is 5, pretty much. Infantry are 5 cap weight. Expendable infantry are 2 cap weight. So, Skaven slaves, for example. Skaven slaves, zombies, skeleton warriors for the Tomb Kings and for the vampire counts, they all have 2 cap weight. There are some factions and units that you think would be expendable that actually have full cap weight. For example, zombie deckhand mobs for the Vampire Coast have full cap weight, despite being 250 gold. And clan rats have full cap weight for the Skaven. Noblars are expendable with 2 cap weight. That's about it. Pretty much everything else is pretty standardized. Like, all cavalry are 4 cap weight. Except for, although, now that I say that, expendable horses, like, peasant horsemen, and maybe mounted yeomen have 2 cap weight as well. But that's very few and far between. Most cav have 4 cap weight, and then all monstrous infantry outside of the Ogre Kingdoms have 3 cap weight. Ogre Kingdom bulls, they all have 5 cap weight, since they're like the mainline infantry, so to speak. What else? Oh, single entities have 3 cap weight as well. That's your quick and easy breakdown for cap weight. Good enough Burning Head. Probably wanted to wait a little bit longer. Typically Burning Head in the early game is not a great idea, because you can eat a lot of fire on the way in, especially on like this squishy Archmage. Don't really want that to happen. It's much better to hit already engaged enemy infantry, because they're going to be more tightly bunched. You're guaranteed to get a lot more damage on the initial cast, and then you might just get lucky if you angle it properly to hit other units in the front line. That does come with some risks. You can hit your own units, and that sucks because it does just as much damage to you as it does to your opponent, so there are some things you need to be careful of. But if you want guaranteed value, Burning Head in the front line is the best way to go about it. And waiting until the front line has joined in combat is another really good way to guarantee value. Because your opponent's going to be microing a whole bunch of stuff. They might not be paying attention to you nailing your backline with Burning Head at that point. In the early game, people are really looking out for a lot of stuff. Really, what you want to do in the early game of battles is look for opportunities to outposition your opponent. So, like, what the lizards are trying to do was send the red-crested skinks onto this back point and start capping that away, because the infantry formation was moving up to the middle so hard. They didn't really have anything back here to defend, but Tabith responded with some chariots, and the chariots are just wrecking these red-crested skinks right now. There's some war lions coming in too. Lyrian Reaver archers moving around the side. There was a good ruination of cities on that spearman, but it didn't hit anything else, unfortunately. I mean, that's like pretty decent value for ruination. You just more than anything hope that it gets better angles than what you got there. I don't have a big problem with using it the way that the lizard player did here. Maybe a little bit more cautious next time, though. A little more sparing. Rangers, you just don't do this with Rangers, man. They got 30 armor. They don't have a lot of HP. If you want to chase Chameleon Skinks, then you send a spear forward, because spears at least have the shield. Rangers are just getting ruined here for an absolutely zero gain. Yeah, the Chameleon Skinks are kind of pushed back, but they're getting just ass loads of value anyways on a pretty good target for them. And you're better off having those guys available to kill the skink cohorts that might come out. Because spears can catch arrows and the little javelins all day. They're not very good in infantry fights. They hold for a long time thanks to their melee defense, but their killing power is atrocious. That's why the Rangers are, even if the Rangers aren't like a great unit, that's why they're pretty important for the High Elves, because they are one of the few units that can cost-effectively trade in the melee grind. Burning Head does miss here. Very unfortunate. All the other replays I saw from Tabith this tournament, there was some really good uses of the spellcasting. The Bowfire is doing some pretty reasonable damage. But it's not winning the game for the High Elves right now, and these Saurus Spears have gotten a lot of value, man. Just getting a lot of value in on the White Lions of Trace here. And the Lion Chariot also struggling into those spears and getting locked down by the Coldwind Spear Riders. Big loss of momentum for the High Elves now. You cannot really afford to misplay with these expensive units like this. When you see your opponent bringing out Coldwind Spear Riders, that's when you need to bring up the Fireborn. And I honestly don't know if Burning Head is the right spell to be bringing in this matchup. Yeah, you do want to try and kill skinks and stuff as much as possible. And they're fairly squishy to the Burning Heads. But, lizards have a lot of really strong mobility. And your mobility is at a distinct disadvantage. And I think having heals is a little bit better for you, because your mobility can break down their infantry really well. You can see good shock damage from the Illyrian Reavers right here. And the Burning Heads, against all these fast infantry who can reposition pretty, what's the word? I don't remember. Anyways, these skinks are fast, so if your opponent sees the Burning Head coming in, all they have to do is just move out of the way. And they're quick enough to be able to do it and avoid the worst of the damage for the most part. Getting punished really badly by Mazda Mundi as well. His banishments have been really strong. And the Ruination of Cities, I'm not sure where the second one went down, but I think it also got some pretty good value, because that's a lot of kills for old Mazda here. The number 2 has been taken. Number 3 is taken, and High Elves pretty pinned up on this number 1 objective, with a lot of units going down in big numbers here. Tabith kind of got outpositioned in this match, I cannot lie. Overextended with the Rangers really badly. Same with the Horse Archers. There's no reason to be going back here with your Cav unsupported. You already had the 2 objectives that you needed. Your Horse Archers should have stayed back here and made sure to fend off the skinks here. And also be able to help countershoot the Coldwind Spear Riders as they're trying to get on top of the Chariots and the War Lions. War Lions cannot be sent into spears. The War Lions honestly should have been over here on the number 1. And then you can like rotate a spear unit or 2 over. With the Archers supporting over here as well. And the War Lions and the Spearmen should be enough to deal with Chameleon Skinks and Red-Crested Skinks aplenty. Fireborn chilling in the trees here. Definitely need them active. This game's kind of over. The Lizards just got a really solid early engagement. And punished the High Elves for their poor positioning. And now they have a huge mobility advantage, which is almost always a death sentence for just about every faction. There's just too much here to come back from. It happens, though. It is what it is. Burning Headcaster is not the call. Bring a Life Mage. IMO. Bring a Life Mage and a Dragon, also. Because the Archmage on the Dragon is pretty durable. Sun Dragons have quite a bit of armor. And they can go and fight the Slayan a little bit, or Mazdamundi. I mean, Mazdamundi was the Lord choice in that match, so would be able to do some damage to the big boy himself. But you can also use the Archmage to go attack the Bastiladons a little bit. Just need to be very careful not to get totally locked down by Cold One Riders and whatnot. There's really nothing that I hated here. You had the Towns of Torquilita. They're a good unit. I like them. You can combo them with a Fireborn, though, which is a really strong one, too. And against the Lizards, I would basically say that the Fireborn are just immediately, always, and forever going to be your first summon. I can't think of a scenario where if you're bringing them, they're not going to be your first summon out, because they're so powerful and so important for you to have out on the field for battlefield control and DPS against large targets. And then you can just drop the Earthbloods and some regrowths on them. And that's all you really do. You just do that all game and you profit. What do you do with the last 1,200 gold here? Honestly, a Bolt Thrower might not be a bad idea against the Lizards. I mean, the light armor is not all that important. It's just a little extra to keep him a little healthier. And you can just do this, bring your Bolt Throwers who can poke down the big monsters and maybe force your opponent to try and dive you. Because you have to pull the Lizards out of position. Otherwise, they get to sit back against you and just poke away at you. Because Lizards are very good. Despite being at a ranged disadvantage, quote-unquote, they're actually very good at sitting back and being able to force people forward vis-a-vis their solar engines, which your opponent was doing really well with. They're just really long-range, hit fairly hard, and have a lot of debilitating debuffs that they imbue. The Reaver Archers are really nice. A couple Reaver Cav, a couple Silver Helms. Probably don't need that many War Lions. I would go with like a maximum of 2. A White Lion wouldn't be bad, and then maybe another Ranger. Hiles are just hampered by the fact that they're high cost, with low HP, which means their units are so squishy, which is what makes them so hard. But they're still a solid faction. You just have to play very cautiously and carefully with them. You cannot overextend with your units as the High Elves, because they will get wrecked because of the low HP totals. It is really brutal to lose out that way. And then, you know, the Life Magic does a really good job of keeping that relatively low HP nice and high, and then it helps with Martial Prowess. Which is your, like, very powerful passive ability that you have on, like, all of your units for the most part. The Lion Chariot's not bad. If you want to bring a Lion Chariot, then you can do something like this. Maybe you don't need the White Lions at that point. And you can just bring another Silver Helm. Because you still got one here. You've got some more AP with the Chariots. And these are really good against Saurus. You exclusively use the War Lions and the Chariots to rush up, fight on top of a Spearman, and help them against a Saurus Warrior. Otherwise, you should be using your mobility to try and break units like that down. You very rarely want to take 1v1s against the Lizards as the as the elves. Your units are just a little too squishy for all that. And you wanna just win the mobility game. Like, the Fireborn are very good at taking down Coldwind Spear Riders as long as they don't get overwhelmed. And your Silver Helms, like I said, are very good at cleaning up skinks. They can do reasonably well in the charge against the Spear Riders. And as long as Martial Prowess is active, they've got much better stats, so they can hang in for a little while until some peel comes in. The Bolt Thrower is also good at poking down the Spear Riders. And that's really where I would focus in on. And then your Life Mage can go in and terror out the Coldwind Riders as well. Basically, it's just survive the Lizardmen's early advance of infantry and make sure that you kill their mobility and have a mobility advantage. That way in the late game, you can just, like, massacre their skink spam. Because your infantry are not going to be able to win the trades over time against the lizards. It's really here is where you're going to have the most success, and you need a good spread of units to be able to pull it off. Yeah, this is the one we just did. Nurgle Skaven coming in. How could the Lizard player protect his red-crested skinks better from those chariots? Mass Coldwind Spear Riders. You know, the Coldwind Spear Riders came in and killed those chariots. That's all he needed to do. Sometimes you just lose units. You can't save everything. You can't play perfectly all the time. It's literally impossible. There's too much shit going on in these games to be able to do it perfectly. When I'm harping on people's mistakes, it's usually just a mistake that happens just as a result of like what's going on in the battlefield and just like the natural pressure of the game. Like, there's gonna be holes in your formation at all times. There's always going to be somewhere that you're going to recognize, oh, there's an opportunity. The reason that I cover mistakes and try to harp on them, I want to get people out of the habit of making really big errors in what they're doing, like overextension. Like we saw in that last game, that's the easiest, most avoidable mistake. Never ever overextend. Recognizing when you're overextending can be a different question, but generally speaking, infantry without shields just going after missile units, never do that. You know, make sure that you've got decently spaced formations with a lot of battlefield coverage, especially if you're a missile faction. That way you can protect them with as few units as possible, but also still have those units be in position to move back and fold into a protective like peel formation if the missile units get jumped on by something. Like, say a Fury lands on an archer unit, maybe you don't have any cav to countercharge, so you just need to send a spear over there and try and pull the archer through and forward. It can be a little risky doing that, but it's better than nothing. Then you can always retreat the missile unit back a little bit. Stuff like that. But losing a unit's not that big of a deal. Levis saved himself because that Sora's Spear started pushing up. And I think Tabith thought he could do the same thing to the Sora's Spears that he did to the Red-Crested Skinks, which was just swarm the infantry. But the Coldwind Spear Rider came up and helped the Sora's Spears by locking down the high-mass units, keeping them locked in combat against that spear, and then they both up-traded. And then they got a big advantage on this side of the field. And then the Lizards, you saw, rallied up the Red-Crested Skinks and had Mazdamundi and stuff over here. Capped this point, and then the High Elves are just stuck on their back point over here. You can flip battlefields with home objectives with good positioning. Levis did a really good job that last game of doing it. It's generally a pretty hard thing to do to push home objectives, but if you see opportunities and you know how to capitalize on mistakes with your opponent's positioning like that, you can easily win games and pull your opponent apart at the seams by getting up on their home objectives. It's just a matter of when, where, why, and how. So we got Nurgle Furies coming up. We got Forsaken hiding in the trees, which is a good spot for them to be on this side of the battlefield, away from the Avalanche Mortars. You know, it's shooting Nurglings right now, which isn't that big of a deal for Nurgle. You got some Nurglings getting a little antsy over here. Yeah, I mean, you just gotta check your opponent's, arcs of fire. So you see the warp fire throwers are getting orders to go shoot these Nurglings. Your opponent has a missile piece right here that you want to get on, right? Like, the Avalanche Mortars have no protection either, which is a big mistake. Needs to be a, Clan Rat or something, like, near them at least. Oh, wait, no, this is Baby Punter. He's doing the summon stuff. So they're going to try and summon things to save the Avalanche Mortars when they get jumped on. But you want to push the Nurglings onto the Avalanche Mortars and avoid damage from the Warp Fire Throwers. Just press spacebar and it'll show you firing arcs that are on the field. This is really valuable information. Like, these Nurglings could be advancing. All they need to do is just skirt around and up through the middle here. They took too tight of a path around against the Skaven formation. So they got nailed pretty badly by the Warp Fire Throwers. These Nurglings are doing what they should be doing. This is very good micro from Broccoli Girl here. And it's actually pulling the Warp Fire Throwers out of position. Now, this is something you got to be careful of when you're playing missile factions, is over pursuing with your missile pieces and getting them pulled out of the main formation. And you see here, the Furies not diving in one by one. They did get hit by a Warp Storm Scroll, but there was no Howling Warp Gale, so they were able to go in together. Now, if your opponent is playing with the Gracier of Ruin, they get Howling Warp Gale, which is an AoE snare on flying units. If that happens, then Broccoli Fangirl would have wanted the Furies to be much more spaced out and all flying in at the same time, but the end result is the same either way. You want to dive with multiple Furies onto the weapon teams. And the way that you want to land on them is you want one Fury unit to land from the front, and then the other one flies over the top and lands on the rear of the unit. That way they're sandwiched in, they can't go anywhere. And the mortars are expensive and fragile enough that if you sack 2 Furies to kill the Avalanche Mortars, that's a big win for you. A big, big win. You can see one Fury unit landing alone. It's still doing some damage, but it is getting wasted by this Warp Fire Thrower. There's Halberds and stuff in here doing some damage. But this is, again, this is the risk of going with too many weapon teams. Nurgle just had lots of infantry, and they recognized their opportunity here, and they've really pushed the Skaven into their own tree line. And this is a good shooting map, but your units start in the trees. And missiles cannot really shoot through dense forest cover very well at all. Which really sucks. You'd have to get all the way out of the forest before you can fire in. So Nurgle is doing a very good job of recognizing where they can be aggressive and just taking full advantage. They're doing a good job of keeping units unengaged, but still in position to keep units like pressed out of capping the objectives. You got one unit here, so if your opponent tries to recap this behind you with your units off the point, then you can keep this held down with the Marauders, and then have the other... Oh my god, okay, I'm fumbling my words. Hold on. Give me a sec. I need to reconnect with myself for a sec. And then I can get back into what I'm trying to describe. Okay. So Nurgle is using their Forsaken, which are the faster, more damage-dealing infantry units, to be aggressive, doing exactly what they're designed to do. They're killing the clan rats. They've got them routing, actually, right now, which is really nice. the Marauders are hanging out in this back point. This is 5 cap weight here. Skaven are going to have to bring in multiple clan rats to retake this point. The Marauders can just come up here and block this whole point and Vanguard off if necessary. The other side of the formation, which has Skaven units available to recontest onto their home objectives, are being boxed out by other Marauder units who are in position to where if you engage all 3 of these units, there's nothing to defend the weapon team, and there's some Plague Toads already out here on the field getting into the rear line to then swallow this little mini box that the Skaven have available. And the dive is on. Like, there's enough units here to engage everything, and you can see Nurgle just flying around, like shutting down all the weapon teams now. Furies need to stay on the Avalanche Mortars. You gotta kill these things. There's 7 models left. That's actually quite a few. Killing them is very important. You can't leave them to do anything to crush your formations, because 7 of these guys can still get some really insane value if they're allowed to shoot for any period of time. They do rally, and this is where the Skaven should be focusing their micro-attention. Well, I don't have a ton of great targets now, because everything's so, like, engaged in the front line. There's not a lot of blobs either that Nurgle is developing. They've got good surrounds. The Skaven units are all routing, or they're really tied up with a lot of Nurgle units mixed into the middle of them. They are pushing back these Forsaken. That's really nice. But the Cultists and Festus are in here. Festus is healing with the Elixirs, doing good work. The Storm Vermin are shut down by the Forsaken. Marauders pushing up to finish off the Warp Grinders as well. And the Skaven are rallying in the forest here. Got some Warp Fire Throwers. And they've got a value lead, but I think that's a little deceptive. Because Nurgle has got a massive rout coming in here on just a ton of Skaven units. It's mostly Skaven Slaves and some Clan Rats. But there are the Warp Fire Throwers and the Avalanche Mortars here, and that is just a lot of value that's running off the field rather than being, like, outright killed. And this is one of the reasons why the Skaven are pretty hard for newer players, is a lot of factions, if their units lose, like, half their HP but then rally, they're still pretty usable. For Skaven, especially for Clan Rats and their Skaven Slaves, you basically have to unsummon them, because they can't get any value at that point, because they're just going to run in, and their leadership is just going to break, and they're going to run and rout all over again and send even more units into flight because of the way the morale penalties work. When you see friends routing, you get a -6 debuff to your leadership. If they're expendable, you don't care. You can see Skaven Slaves, since they're expendable. If a Clan Rat sees a Skaven Slave running away, they don't care, but other Skaven Slaves do, and they will start running. It's just the low leadership being a big problem. And they're getting hit by friendly fire, which really sucks. Still a value lead for the Skaven. A lot of that damage is on Festus, though, I think. Festus is very alive. He is going to be healing himself. He's got a lot of room on that healing cap also. This is a scenario where the value is totally deceiving currently. Yeah, the Skaven have had some good engagements. They are starting to push back out, but they've been triple capped for a long time. Nurgle has a big force left on the field on the #1 objective here. They don't have to hold the #3. They've done enough damage in the backline here with killing a lot of the weapon teams that whatever they can salvage now, they can just pull out, go to their back objective, and they can just get forces up here to delay the Skaven trying to recontest onto the points, and they can just jump on the isolated units as they're advancing. And the Skaven don't have enough weapon teams to punish anymore. They've got 1 Warp Fire Thrower, and that's like it. And you know, Warp Fire Throwers, they're not a terrible unit, but I think throwing 4 of them out onto the field is a little hopeful, because they're way too short range for all that nonsense. And you can see they just get melted here by Furies. The Chaos factions are arguably the worst matchups for the Skaven, pretty much across the board. The only Chaos faction that Skaven can do reasonably well into consistently, I think, is Khorne, ironically enough. But ever since Khorngors got added and some of the Omens of Destruction DLC units got added in, it's a lot better for Khorne than it used to be. Being overwhelmed like this as the Skaven is just the end of the road, oftentimes. There's not a lot you can do about it, though. You just get in, you hope that your opponent makes mistakes that you can capitalize on, and try and keep weapon teams around so you can counterpunch in the mid-game, because all the magic damage that demons have gets around a lot of your Eshin Triads and Death Runners. Physical resistance, so you can't really bring them. They've got Furies, so that they can just punish your weapon teams like nobody's business. It's pretty grueling. Skaven are trying to get on the back point here. We got Plague Ogres, and we got the Hero Core here, though. And yeah, the Skaven, you know, good recognition from Baby Punter, knowing that that's going to be a losing fight and trying to retreat. Warp Grinders do get off the Seismic Snare and the Warp Quake, so big punishing damage on these Furies right now. Can't really be too upset with that. I mean, that's a 650 gold unit you just killed in like a couple seconds, honestly. Is that a Plague Claw Catapult? What the hell's going on in here? Someone was shooting these guys, right? Am I crazy? Am I just seeing things? Oh, yeah, there are Plague Claw Catapults up in here. Okay. They're in the trees. They're having a pretty hard time shooting out, though. I mean, Jesus, dude. They're, like, all the way in here. Wow, they've used, like, all their ammo, and I just realized that they're out here on the field. Owie, dude. Can't do this. You can't summon artillery in tree lines. You have to bring them in from this side of the battlefield where it's open at least. We'll just fast forward through the rest of this. It's pretty much over. Skaven, again, close in value, but definitely not close in tickets. And realistically, not all that advantaged in any reasonable way. The Poison Wind Mortars are coming out, but, you know, like, missile units being summoned in the late game is almost never going to work out. Because, you know, they can't get up on points and just cap things away and survive. And they rely on trading at a very long distance over an extended period of time that you just don't have when you're down this badly. But, I mean, credit to Baby Punter for not getting completely wiped there. I was a little afraid of that, as Nurgle was getting up in over here. Was able to mostly recontest back out onto the field, but just doesn't have enough time to get anything done. Alright, one sec, guys. I'll be right back.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
damage. Oh, whoops. I'm sorry, I realized I muted myself. That's my bad. Lamau. Okay. Now that I've unmuted myself, so the Tomb Kings are doing a very good job of staying together. Like, they've got their units very well spaced out in the back line so that they're not all getting shut down when they do get jumped on. High Queen Khalida actually has good enough stats to fight Tyrion in melee, and she's been doing a really good job of that. She's just deterring him from getting on top of the Bone Giant and the Chosen of the Gods, both of which have done reasonably well. I'm kind of surprised the Bone Giant's actually been hitting stuff. Maybe the chevrons are part of the reason why. Don't want to hyper-focus Tyrion, though. What I was just saying is the Bone Giant and the Chosen need to shoot the Fireborn immediately. And that, as good as Fate of Buna is at killing stuff like your Illyrian Reavers, much better target over here, which is what you should be prioritizing. Death Magic is nice, but you don't want to just bring it as a one-size-fits-all, because it has gotten a lot of nerfs over time. Fate of Buna is still really strong. It's just very hyper-specialized now. Super expensive. It's a really good counter for elite stuff. But you run out of Winds of Magic pretty quickly, proccing it all the time. Khalida's starting to get manhandled by Tyrion. You know, he's a great duelist, and he's got the heal. Khalida doesn't have any, which is one of her weaknesses. The frontline fight's actually going in favor of the Tomb Kings now. I really wasn't expecting that. I thought their spearmen would be able to hold a lot better. But this Ushabti summon has been really clutch, doing a lot of damage, and then just the numbers here has really worn down the High Elves. And I guess, man, the bonus versus infantry just enough to get through the poor spearmen who've just all gone down like a sack of potatoes. These guys just have terrible damage potential. And the HP's really low, too. High Elves just need milk. They're fine for the most part, but there's a lot of vulnerabilities to them. And that's never really been adequately addressed by CA. Decent Sunfang there, crumbles out the Blessed Legion and hits the Tomb Guard, does some decent damage to him. Rallying Illyrian Reavers here, but Nehekar Horsemen find them, shutting them down pretty hard. The mobility game does tend to favor not High Elves, but Tomb Kings in this matchup. Outside of the Fireborn and Silverhelms, Illyrian Reavers really don't do too hot against the Tomb Kings. You can bring a few of them. I wouldn't rely on them as your main cavalry force, just because the Bone Boy cavalry have good enough sustained stats that they can usually just grind the Illyrian Reavers into dust eventually. They've got, you know, fairly similar HP pools. Actually have more HP, especially for the Nehekara Horsemen, which is really rough. Fireborn did get hit by one Fate of Buna. Had a little bit of a proc on the heal magic. They really need a regrowth. They've got less than half health, but most of their models, if they got one now, they could potentially get back into this game if they kill the Bone Giant. Tyrion is being run off here. He heal capped. Oh no, don't leave him. Nehekara Horseman need to chase him off here. Khalida barely alive, but she did squeak away. She's got 2,200 value. Archers coming down. Bone Giant staying alive in the pocket here. Halberds do need to rush over to help out, at the very least, to push the Fireborn away from the big Bone Giant. We do have a bunch more spears and infantry coming up. And the Tomb Card are looking, you know, or the Tomb Kings are looking a little more vulnerable here now. Just with the reinforcement waves, you know. Skeleton Warriors are not a very good unit. They tend to trade very poorly. They're just very low quality. It's really just a battle of the wet noodles in this matchup, and whoever wins the ranged and mobility game typically wins this matchup, and I think the Tomb Kings are probably going to be doing that. They've killed most of the High Elf cavalry. They chased off Tyrion, which is nice. See leadership problems becoming an issue. Are there enough missiles and cap weight to keep this in the favor of the Tomb Kings, though? Khalida got friendly fired there by the Bone Giant, actually, which really sucks. But the Tomb, or the Fireborn being pushed back by the Tomb Princess here on her big old snake, riding around, silver surfing through the sands. Need to save the #1 objective here. You got a lot of infantry on this back point. Lots of skeletons. Some Tomb Guard. The Tomb Guard are the ones you need to go for the #1 objective over here. They can actually push that. And then you can just leave all of these spears back here. And if your opponent tries to push up with all this infantry to get on the point, you just fight them like right here, or just like right off the objective, so they can't get on it and get that cap weight. Bone Giant in the late game, not a great shot. Still has decent value. I mean, almost 2,000 now. It did hit the Phoenix Guard pretty badly just a minute ago. Definitely needs to turn its attention back to those Phoenix Guard. That's the much higher priority target. Illyrian Reavers just aren't going to do that much damage to all of these, skeletons and whatnot. With some really good cycle charging, they could, but Phoenix Guard are a much scarier threat. Pops Purple Sun of Xerius here. It's a decent spell. Fate of Buna is more consistent, though. I mean, if you've got Fate of Buna, it's almost always better to cast it. It's really good against these infantry type of targets as well as cavalry. The only thing it's not good against is monstrous infantry and lords. It would have done a lot more damage to these Phoenix Guard. I thought that's what the game plan was, with the Bone Giant shooting at other targets, having already done a bunch of damage to these dudes, but Tomb Guard moving over, Rangers chilling, Nekar Horsemen running down the Illyrian Reavers. They can kill this archer unit and then go cycle charge the Rangers with the Nekar Warriors fixing the Rangers in place. Should be really nice. Skeleton Archers really punishing these poor Rangers for pushing through. This is too many unengaged units. You either need to push up onto this point or reroute all these units. Because the Tomb Kings can't send all these units in to cap this away from you. All you need to hold this back point is one Spearman and then, like, a Tattered Ranger. Because you're actually going to be able to outcap the Skeleton Spears at that point. Because they have such bad cap weight. And all these units need to go hold this middle point, because you're almost at triple cap range to beat the Tomb Kings on points. And you're at a value disadvantage. You really need to be making sure that you're focusing in on holding this objective. Letting the Tomb Kings cap this with all of these infantry units just sitting back here is painful. It's a big unforced error that needs to be avoided at all costs. Tomb Guard get hit by the Sunfang. Tyrion gets back in here and is killing the Lich Priest. Khalida is very much on death's bed here. And not going to be able to do a whole lot into the late game. She might start crumbling out here. It's possible. Nekar Warriors and the Horsemen do save her bacon, though. They will be taking down those Rangers. The Tomb Kings do get this point. Is it a triple cap? It is. It is a triple cap. Hiles just need to sit back here now. So, I mean, I guess I was wrong. Now they're making a mistake by advancing over here. If they just stayed back here, they'd be okay. They've got Illyrian Reavers over here. They got Rangers moving up onto the point. They might be able to recap this, actually. I think that the Tomb Kings have a small value lead, but it's not overwhelming enough. And they don't have any late game shooting to punish any of the units here. Their cavalry is done fairly well, but these units are kind of being sacrificed right now. It's just a lot of cap weight that's eventually going to get up on this point here. A little unfortunate, but I mean, like, the High Elves moved 2 units off and they're capping that point, and they're still going to be able to hold this back point with what they have here. I got War Lions coming out. You can go over here or over here. Capwaight's flipping. Yeah, the Tomb Kings just don't have the sauce here at the end. Bone Giant was cheeky, but ultimately not nearly good enough. 2100 ain't bad, but these things are kind of expensive. 1500 with only 600 up trade. Leaves a lot to be desired, in my opinion. We do get the double cap there, and that is going to be a win for the High Elves, who did a pretty good job of just trading as evenly as possible and outcapping the Tomb Kings. Oftentimes, this is how the Tomb Kings are losing.
I knew it.
Is just not being able to decisively win on the battlefield, which they kind of need to do. Archers needed to play a little closer to the rest of the formation because they were way out in the middle of nowhere and getting run over by horsemen, which I think is what was giving the Tomb Kings a lot better value up at the top there than they really were actually accomplishing on the field. Tomb Scorpions are kind of bad. I think maybe a Tomb Scorpion against something like the Greenskins wouldn't be terrible for the Terror. Against the High Elves, who are high leadership, you're not going to get any Terror routes anytime soon. Ushopti, Melee Shopti would have been way better here, I think. You would have definitely got more than 200 value. This thing was a huge waste of money, unfortunately. Tomb Kings just really, honestly, can't afford to trade poorly. They have to get a value lead if they're going to win a game. The Chosen of the Gods didn't get that much value. They were shooting at a lot of vaguely inefficient targets. I mean, the Archers early wasn't a bad idea, just to break them down a little bit, but they needed to swap over to something a little bit more high value. I've seen a lot of people bringing these guys in reserve lately, instead of bringing them in the opener. That's really where they can shine, because they're really only here to kill high-value stuff. If they're firing against chaff, that's honestly a huge waste. It's kind of the same deal with the Bone Giant, although it did get a little bit more value. I don't know, man. Tomb Kings are one of those factions where I've played them a fair amount, but I just don't feel all that qualified to give advice on them in general, and for whatever reason I just always seem to find just falling short in these objective based games. That cap weight being so poor on all their infantry is just hell on earth for them. Let's see what they can do in this matchup against the Dark Elves. Screaming Skull Catapults, Chosen of the Gods, 3 Horsemen, couple Tomb Guard. I do like the Tomb Guard. They're a strong unit, much better at holding points than all of the other options for the Tomb Kings. Whether that's going to be enough, I have no idea. Yeah, the strategic depth is absolutely insane. And you're welcome. You're welcome, freak. Anytime, man. I love demystifying the multiplayer scene. It's a lot more straightforward than you would think. It's more intimidating than it looks. Once you have the base of knowledge, you're pretty set, and there's nothing that can take that away from you, you know? Except time and, you know, your memory, I guess. There's, like, a lot of, honestly, this game is a lot of rock, paper, scissors type of, scenarios. But it's, like, a bunch of different little rock, paper, scissors matchups playing out on a chessboard, if that makes any sense. Like, imagine if you were playing chess, but every time that you had pieces next to one another, you just tried to RPS your opponent. And you can interchange them at will. Harpies. Lots of Harpies against the Tomb Kings. I think this might be a matchup where the Harpies can do some work. Typically, though, you just want to, like, kill the skeletons as quickly as possible. And have some mobility or a strong character to occupy the shooting of the Tomb Kings. Screaming Skull catapults really aren't that dangerous. They're pretty inaccurate at times. I like to mix in one in some matchups, especially against boxier factions. Like against Cathay and the Dowie, I think Screaming Skull catapults can do pretty well. But against an aggressive faction like the Dark Elves, I'm not a huge fan. Maybe it'll work out. We do have Dark Riders and some Cold One Knights going through the forest. Pont's doing a really good job of gearing up over here. I still don't know how to pronounce the Pont's full name, but Pont did send me a lot of really cool info on like the linguistic history of Slavic languages in a DM recently, which was really cool. I really appreciate that, by the way. I did major in history, so that's the kind of stuff that I live for. That's another thing that I've been wanting to maybe dip my toes into on YouTube. It's a little bit more intimidating, though, than just casting replays and stuff. And history channels tend to get the ban hammer from YouTube, which is very depressing. Anyways, back to the game. We got the War Hydra in here. This is like the Pont special. It's actually pretty strong. Pont does a very good job of keeping these things alive into the late game. And they either end up getting a lot of value just by, like, breath attacking stuff, or just fighting in melee, or it soaks up a ton of damage and is a really good distraction, while the rest of the Dark Elf forces get in here and do pretty good damage to the rest of the enemy's force. Dark Riders, unfortunately, breaking here. Really sad situation for them. Damage by artillery, frightened, attacked in flank under missile fire, friends routing. Just everything in the world going wrong in their opinion. But the Cold One Knights are being much braver about it. They're sticking in and fighting. More Dark Riders coming in. The Harpies also running for the hills. Damn, dude. All of the shooting for the Tomb Kings is pretty much free right now, but the infantry fight's going pretty poorly for them. All the skeleton spears are being ground down. The Tomb Guard are hanging in pretty well, though. Some of the Dread Spears being punished by the Screaming Skull catapults. And the Harpies look like they're coming back in to recontest. One Harpy landing on the skeleton archers just to finish them off. Not a bad idea. You still need something on the Chosen of the Gods here. And the Cold One Knights get absolutely shot to pieces. Bows over here helping out. Chosen the Gods helping as well with that. Regular Shopti Great Bow also here. And Ark in the Black is actually putting the moves on the poor Supreme Sorceress here. So, the Black Dragons are... they're really strong. You can't leave them in sustained combat, though, even though they've got reasonably good melee stats. Really what you want to do with the Supreme Sorceress is fly around, drop burning heads, wait for opportunities where you see isolated units, and then dive bomb with the dragon with some mobility support. That's how you can get good value out of these things. This is a big loss for Pont. It's gotten good value, but Arkin's like right there with the Lord, and this is a way more expensive monster. With the Opal Amulet, Fireball, Kindle Flame, and Burning Head, I think this is a 2,600 gold caster on the dragon. They get pretty pricey, man. And losing your Lord early in Domination mode is almost always a death sentence. There's a lot of, like, low leadership units out here for the Dark Elves as well, like all these Harpies. The Dark Riders don't have amazing leadership at base. The infantry are fairly okay. I mean, 66 is pretty reasonable, but they are being cushioned by Murderous Prowess in winning combat right now. Once that wears off, if they start taking a bunch more damage, they will probably fold up pretty fast. Ushabti Summon coming in here needs to get into combat. There's a lot of healthy Dark Elf infantry, though. But I think just with having saved enough of these missiles, they'll be able to counterfire all of the remaining Dark Elves into oblivion. I'm just going to call this person Apostrophe. I don't know what else to call him. So Apostrophe has done a very good job of defending the backfield for the most part. The Ushabti Greatbows are, you know, on death's bed. Same with the Chosen of the Gods. They didn't get great value, but punished all of the Dark Elves' mobility. And with just infantry being available on the field and the War Hydra, provided there are reasonably good engagements in the late game here, I don't envision this being a tremendously difficult comeback. Just doesn't want to get too far behind on the tickets. Again, Tomb Kings, just so bad at recontesting objectives with all their bad cap weight. I would actually leave the Skeleton Horse Archers in the field, even though they're out of ammo and they're not great in melee combat. This is 4 cap weight, damn near 4 cap weight. They're a little damaged. 4 with full health, as you can see on this one. That's more than all of your infantry that you've got out on the field right now. All of these skeletons are at 2. You need every single body that you can throw up on these points for cap weight, and you can always rear charge with the horse archers. Or chase around the repeater crossbows, because, you know, repeater crossbows don't have 360 shooting. They hit hard as hell, but they can't fire while moving. So if you're running them down with your own horse archers who are out of ammo, that's a great situation for you. You know, you want the ammo. I understand unsummoning them, but I think in the scenario that we're seeing right here, this is not the time and place to unsummon. Tomb Scorpion coming out. Need to kill these Dread Spears, because they're just chilling. Don't want to send your infantry all the way over there, though. So now Hakara Warriors need to go to the point. And I think, I don't know what the situation is looking like for reinforcements, but I don't think you need any more Skeleton Spears in the field. I would just be banking up for solid, durable cap weight like Tomb Guard. Because summoning in all these Skeleton Spears isn't going to get you anywhere. Because there's a lot of Black Art Corsairs in the field, and if they get engaged on your Skellies, they're just going to grind through them all. Black Art Corsairs are one of the best chaff killers in the game. They're very strong in melee combat. They're 650 gold. Pretty, I mean, they're like a mid-tier infantry unit, but they just hold for days with their solid leadership and armor. And with the decent weapon strength, they just make it happen. Any day and every day of the week. Arcan running around, War Hydra, still hasn't gotten a lot of value. This is definitely one of the less impactful performances I've seen from it in one of Pont's builds. Does still have, yeah, it gets its last use of another, oh, that's its first use of another takes its place. Passive regeneration getting it to the healing cap pretty fast. Could be fighting this Tomb Scorpion. In fact, really should be right now. That's definitely its most important fight. And the Black Art Corsairs really should be pushing forward to try and shut down the archers. Dragon character comes back out here. Some harpies in the woods. Got a lot of repeater crossbows. Repeater crossbows don't have a lot to do, truth be told. They could shoot the Nakara Warriors or the Kefir Guard if they want to. But shooting Skelly Spears and trying to shoot the Horsemen, probably not the best time in the world. Now they get some good volleys. Here they go. Now they're hitting the Tomb Scorpion. Got the War Hydra fighting it now. It's starting to rack up some real value. Should be able to finish that beastie off. I don't understand why the Tomb Scorpion sucks so bad. There was a time where it was a mainstay in Warhammer 2, but it's really seemed to just like kind of have fallen off a cliff in the interim. Maybe its charge attacks are what you're supposed to be using it for. It's still got pretty disruptive animations. It just, I think it's just been power crept. It doesn't have a ton of HP. Its stats are pretty mediocre. The bonus versus infantry is nice, but maybe not enough. Maybe it needs more armor also. It's only got 90 armor. The terror is really the only thing it has going for it. 1100 on the War Hydra now. Getting poked by archers. This point is getting flipped by the Tomb Kings now. And the Dark Elves really need some more infantry out. It's a good Burning Head. It's going to hit the Kefir Guard. Does hit them. Does some pretty reasonable damage here. Nothing too crazy, but they are, you know, weak to fire damage, so they took 20% extra poke there. And the Supreme Sorceress does have some noxious breaths she could use to chip those guys down. The Great Bows are contributing a little bit of damage here, which is nice. Yeah, just full fire on this dragon is the high priority right now. Archers crumbling out, probably not going to be around for more than another like 10, 20 seconds. Especially with the Harpies landing on them, that is going to be the end of those guys. Kefir Guard, Arkin, Spears, trying to hold off the cap weight of the Black Ark Corsairs. Trying to keep Arkin alive as well with the Supreme Sorceress of Fire on top of him. Decent Fate of Buna. As good a target as any that's available right now. Although maybe just saving up Wom and just using Spirit Leech for the rest of this game on the Supreme Sorceress would be the better call. Kinda hard to say. The Repeater Crossbow Cav really haven't been all that strong. They haven't done a whole lot, to be quite honest. Very disappointed by their performance this game. Burning Head, it's a funky little bounce. Gonna go through the Tomb Guard. I think the Tomb Kings might be able to take this game. If they just hold on to this. Are they triple cap range? It's damn close. Oh my god. Fireball coming down, hitting Arkin, chipping a couple hundred HP off of this bad boy. The Supreme Sorceress, 3,000 value, doing really well this second time around. First time a little lackluster, but well on her way to paying for herself both times over, despite the initial poor performance. I mean, Spirit Leech in the War Hydra, sure. It doesn't have any more space on its heal cap, and it's a pretty low leadership monster. I mean, what's going to kill the Supreme Sorceress here, is my question. If you're not going to do it by using Arkin Spirit Leeches, are you going to shoot her to death? Because your shooting is all gone now. There isn't a single bow unit on the field. Well, except for these guys who just got summoned in. They're a million miles away, though. Dark Elves gonna take this game, I think. They're in a fairly strong position. Not out of the woods yet. They need a cap. They could get up on this back point now. There's nothing over here. Like, they force the Nakara Warriors back as well. I don't know, though. It's gonna be a tight one. We'll have to see. Tomb Kings still have a long way to go. If they lose the caps for any period of time and get double capped, it could fall apart on them in a heartbeat. And the Tomb Guard over here are struggling a little bit. They're getting charged down by Cold One Knights. The Kefir Guard have also basically been killed off by now. They didn't get a lot of value either. Just getting Burning Headed. Fighting Black Ark Corsairs is also not really their cup of tea, and the Dread Knights have been holding in here really well. Another good tool for grinding all these guys down. Ah, sneaky horseman play on the back point here. Probably need another unit up on the point to stop this cap from coming in for the Tomb Kings. That might definitely be one way that they could win this match. Cold Ones have ground down all the infantry, but there's still stuff on the other side of the point here. War Hydra dies as well. That's 3 cap weight gone. Arkin crumbles out, though, and dies. Brutal loss for the Tomb Kings. That might free the War Hydra up to rally. Although maybe it's too close to the Spearmen. We'll see. The Dread Knights and the Cold One Knights are going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting on that middle objective. And we've got a cap on the back point here. I think it's going to happen because the second Nekara Horseman, with some spears getting over here, finally putting some pressure on the home objective of the Dark Elves and actually pulling enough away from the middle to hold on to this point. And a triple cap coming in for the Tomb Kings. Oh my god. Wild stuff, dude. Supreme Sorceress, also probably out of magic now. A lot of that chaff clear no longer available. It's going to be a rough one for the Dark Elves. Are they going to be able to get it in time? Triple caps are brutal. I mean, they catch up on you real quick. A lot faster than you might initially give them credit for. You think that one extra ticket can't make a difference, but it does. It is a compounding interest that you do not want to experience. And just doing a good job of bringing up a Horseman cap weight onto the point and just locking this down for ages. Scourge Chariot back there. Could be unsummoned. Could be sent back in. It's got all 4 models. It could go run over these Spearmen and just do something. I don't know. Better than leaving it back there unengaged entirely. Cold One Knights, looking to run over some spears. The point gets recapped by the Dark Elves, but look at that, dude. Tomb Kings hanging on to that middle point still with the double cap and the ticket lead now. And they're going to be walking away with this dub here. I think even if the Dark Elves get this point, they're not going to have time to get the back point. There's nothing over here. Yeah, 800 tickets. I don't know if you've got Dark Riders available, but I'd be spam clicking the portrait right now if I did. Takes 20 seconds to cap though. And don't even have enough time to get this middle point back. Really well played by the Tomb Kings at getting around that bad cap weight at the end here. Hanging on for a really close win. Arkin the Black walking away with the dub. 2,800 on him. Pretty damn solid. He's fairly expensive. He's almost 2,000. I think he is 2,000 gold with his Beta Buna and Spirit Leech spell kit. I don't think he had the summons ability. It's not all that good, anyways. Yeah, none of the items. Let me go take a look real quick. I've been seeing people bring stuff other than Cetra lately, which is nice. He's, up to this point, kind of been the only Lord that people have been bringing. So yeah, 1,700 here. And if you bring the Tomb Plate, he's 1995. Very cool. Very good year. That was a year after I was born. People have been bringing Kotzap a little bit. I think Arkin's going to become a lot more meta now. Oh, the Liber Mortis. I really would recommend bringing the Liber Mortis, now that I'm thinking about it. Fizzres on all your boys is pretty damn good. Oh, I did already have it factored in. Okay. Well, no worries then. It gives extra leadership and 40% physical resistance in our aura. 15 seconds might not seem like a lot, but that's plenty of time for a decisive engagement to go down. And Tomb Kings are kind of all about that. And surviving those kind of dives. We'll see about it. You can always bring a Kemrian War Sphinx if you really want one. It just seems like people have really figured out how to counter the Cetra Kitty Cat builds. And that can be a little brutal. We did see Minnie bringing Harry in another Undead game from Saturday, but played yet another Vampire Counts player. Why wouldn't you bring him after the performance in that first game? Up on Frud Plain. Drud Plain. Dried Floodplain here. Fire Sorcerer, Sigvald, Harry, Marauders, Halberds, Horsemen. Pretty much the core that you want to bring against the Vampire Counts on a regular basis. Been loving the Black Coach play from people. I've been seeing it in not every game from Vampire Count players, but damn near. And I really appreciate that CA finally gave this thing just a couple buffs that have tipped it over the edge into, like, you know, strong territory. Very capable unit. Especially once it gets the buffs, and those charge up pretty quick since it's just based on entity deaths now. You can actually use it in your blobs early. In the early game, keep it in your blob, where the zombies and skeleton warriors are all dying around it, and then send it out once it's got all of its buffs to really start to run things over, and then it's a lot tankier and a lot less likely to get killed early. Vampire Dragon Lord, or not Dragon Lord, but the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, chilling here on the Hell Steed, actually. Same spell kit and abilities and items that we saw earlier. Being pushed back by the Horsemen. Definitely don't want to just stick around and get poked. Pulling back. Taking a big volley there, though. About 500 damage on the Black Coach. It can just pull back to the Necromancers and the Corpse Carts and heal if it wants to. Wouldn't be a bad idea right now. You generally want it to be as healthy as possible in the early game so it can really take over in the late game. I do like it starting out early. You can bring it in reserve, but I think just getting it charged up as quickly as possible is a pretty high priority and usually ends up paying off in the long term. Necromancers getting some extra whom with their Forbidden Rods. Not just sitting in the corner and jorking it, actually putting their money where their mouth is and getting up in the front line here. With their, you know, human backpacks. It's pretty disgusting. Do you think they hollow those guys out and, like, stuff Necromancer supplies in there? That's what I would do if I were a Necromancer. And I had, like, a torso line around. You know? I mean, it looks pretty fashionable. That's all I'm saying. You know, go pick that up at the Gap. Head off to school, Necromancer School, and be the coolest kid on the block.
This is the greatest trade. You'll see, the gods will reward us.
I better hope the gods reward you. I mean, you're fighting zombies, bro. I don't know what you think you're going to be getting from a bunch of stinky zombies in terms of the gods' favor and rewards. Yeah, there goes the tear route and a proper route from the Tithe there. Very unfortunate for the undead. You gotta love Harry, man. Removing the undead attribute is pretty ridiculous. It's punishing a lot of the Vampire Count units. He pops his Explosion, as well the Herald of Hammer... the Hammer of Herald, or whatever the hell it's called. Hammer of Harry. There you go. I'm starting to get loopy here. I need to go get a snack, I think, after this one. But, lots of fire going down on the Graveguard Halberds, and the Vampire Counts just don't have a way to get on top of these Horsemen, who are just poking away from safety. And the heroes are just routing the Vampire Counts off of this objective and locking it down. Losing the top points slowly but surely, not that big of an issue, though. There's not a lot of damage dealers in this Vampire Count army. I think maybe the Necromancers and the Corpse Cart are just too expensive. You really need some Crypt Horrors if you're going up against Chaos. And against Herald the Hammer, man, what do you do? You just gotta avoid him, I think. Like, every objective that he's on, you just go elsewhere. Otherwise, you just end up in the situation where your chaff doesn't hang in. gets slapped up, and even these Cryptors are going to be terror routing in a minute here. Big debuffs going down on Sigvald. Does activate Silver Slash in response. Not going to get a whole lot out of that. Still has the Auric Armor, though, and it's just juicy, man. Like, the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord just is not able to cut through the armor on these characters. Harry's got, like, 120 or whatever. Yeah, and then Sigvald's not far behind him. And Sigvald, since he's got Perfect Vigor, never loses any armor. Because you actually lose armor as your units tire out, which, you know, a lot of people knew before. I really appreciate the tooltip update so that they show the effects of Vigor. It's been really nice. It's been very edifying. Beautiful burning heads, too, man. Tommy obviously just has it on lock as to what needs to be done against the undead, because has just dominated in both of the matchups that we've seen. How's that Fire Sorcerer? Doesn't have a lot of kills, but damage value-wise, doing pretty solid for roasting down a bunch of crappy zombies and stuff. This would be another really good spot for one. Just to clean this up on the edge of the point. And then maybe you can recontest up here. Although you should cast it this way. Because this way you'll hit your own stuff. Cast it through here, you might get lucky and hit some other vampire count units on the high ground there. Crypt Ghouls coming up. Just no damage dealers, man. Not enough, at least. Hounds v Direwolves. Definitely going to be Direwolf favored. I mean, they take some reasonable damage. And the Hounds hang in a lot longer than I thought they would. But, you know, they do eventually lose. Dire Pack going to be able to move somewhere else on the field, but not going to be able to hang out here much longer. The Forsaken make their appearance, and they absolutely shred Direwolves, thanks to their armor and weapon strength. Decent melee attack. Very, very good unit for the Warriors of Chaos. Especially strong after their HP increase. Because they used to be at 7,200, which is pretty low. Made them very flimsy. But at 8,000, they don't have like an insane amount of HP, but they just feel a lot more consistent without like breaking the bank and tipping this faction into, you know, OP territory or anything. So I would like to see an HP increase for the high elves. In elves in general, I think all of the elf factions could use like another 400 HP on pretty much everything. Harry's just chilling in here. 1,100 on him, 800 on Sigvald, and about 800 on the Fire Sorcerer. Cryptors got 600 value, just not enough, man. Skeleton Warriors getting roasted. Crypt Ghouls also getting cooked. Another Forsaken coming out, and Warriors of Chaos got this one, for sure. They're going to take these points back, and they'll end up with a triple cap by the end of this game, for sure, I think. Oh, this Forsaken actually did get cleaned up over here. Like, you know, solid surrounds and micro pulled that off pretty nicely, and the Cryptors helping out some there. Even if they don't get the triple cap, the Warriors of Chaos have got this. They got the double cap here. There's, like, no real punching power for the vampire counts. Although, Warriors of Chaos are a little thin. They do have the Severed Claw coming up. This point's being taken glacially slow. And they are hanging on to the number one. Okay. Oh, no, but disaster here. Just as I was starting to think maybe there was an outside chance for the vampire counts, their lord decides he's going to get a little frisky with our boy here. Sigvald just beating his brakes off. 2,400 value on Sigvald. How much on Harry here? 1,200. So Sigvald basically soloed the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord there, which... ouch. Absolutely brutal for the undead. Down he goes, plummeting to his doom. Can vampires break their back? Is it possible? Somebody let me know. I don't know how the physiology of a vampire functions, essentially. Black Coach running over stuff on the high ground. I think this might be a new one, though. Pretty sure the other one died, and this is the resummon. Because it's got 140 kills, but doesn't have all of its abilities charged. With 140, everything would be full effect by now, otherwise. Yeah, and Sigvald, the Rotting Riders, also coming out here. They got 3,300 value. I'm sure they also put in some good damage on the Lord for the vampire counts. Fire Sorcerer with 1,000 value. Vargulf, just not able to get it done. Vargulfs are solid, but they really do need to come in together in a pack. Be like a hunter-killer type of duo. Otherwise, they're a little lackluster, I find. Alright, let me go juice my brain back up, because I swear to God, I'm about to lose it. Give me 1 sec, I'm gonna get some water, guys. I also need my fan. It's finally getting warm up here in Michigan. It's been a long time coming. It actually snowed the other day. I just moved up here like a year ago. Last year it did not snow at all while I was here, pretty much. And I was here in like the middle of February. You know, so like at the end of winter. Didn't snow once. This year it snowed like damn near every day February, which was insane. But I think it's finally hitting the point where we're getting proper summer weather. Or at the very least, proper spring weather. Summer we still got some time on. Where I'm from in Alabama, though, it'd be... what? It's probably like 80 degrees down in Birmingham. I do not miss the heat there. It is fucking vile. It's like living inside of a fucking soup can. Oh, that's in the microwave. That's how I always thought of it. Okay, so we got Fabrosi and Corsair here. This is a really bad matchup for the Skaven. They don't have a lot of tools for fighting the undead. Silostra alone basically hard counters everything that the Skaven can throw out. She's so tanky. She does so much damage, and her Lore of Magic is very well tuned for clearing out chaff and also disrupting backlines with the Damn Knights Errant and the Rotting Promethean summon. I am very afeared for the Raki here.
Destroy!
Yeah, that's right. Get him. She gonna sing for us? Nah. She looks cool though. Tide Call, Fog of the Damned. No summon. That's fine though. I mean, the -8 leadership is pretty punishing for the Skaven. Lowering melee attack also doesn't hurt. And then Tide Call, of course, can like punish all of these clan rats and other stuff. Insanely wide opening. I mean, not Certainly not what I would be going for as the Skaven, although maybe this will work to their advantage a little bit. I mean, it might, just because typically the Skaven, when they try to just poke away at the front line, just get outshot by the long range of handguns and stuff, but it's mostly bomber mobs. And surrounding a formation to get after bomber mobs is a good idea, too. So if you let bomber mobs throw all their volleys off, they just get disgusting value. They'll kill your entire front line, basically. Morngulls really shouldn't be out here getting poked like this. They're losing a lot of HP. I mean, good grief. About 3,000 HP lost on this Morngul. And this is why you can't trust value meters. I mean, the Skaven have taken, like, no damage. I mean, almost literally none. Their Eshin Sorcerer took a little bit of damage here. Probably overcasting a Warp Star or something. The Morngulls are basically, like, half health. It's an 850 gold unit. Scurvy Dogs, a 500 gold unit, lost about a third of their health. And, Corsair's 139 value. What? It doesn't make any sense. Make it make sense. Somebody please. Do the maths. It's a conspiracy, folks. Teethbreaker's opening up on the Scurvy Dogs and doing a lot of damage to them right now. Really need something to get in and save these guys, or they're going to get punished really badly. Ah, Vela's Shadow's being used. Tricky. Forgot about this. Okay, Corsair has actually really figured out, like, a good use case for the overcasted Veil. Like, locking monstrous infantry in place is actually kind of huge. And being able to, like, shoot them down with the Teethbreakers is pretty nice, but micros the Teethbreakers back, so it doesn't get a lot of punish on those Morngulls. Does get Clan Rats in, though. Herein is the issue, though. Celastra rocking up. She drops a Fog of the Damned here, or anything like that, and these rats are probably going to be running for the hills in a minute. Song of Enthrallment used instead, and the Rattling Gun's doing some pretty decent damage to her. There we go. Terror Rats going down on the Clan Rats, running for their lives. Morngulls definitely should get one up in the trees here. They'll lose stats, but better to be in here than not, with how much Rattling Gun fire is coming their way. Pushing into the back line very aggressively. Probably should have rallied up a little more in the way of dive before going in over here. Big flank coming in. Lots of Clan Rats and some Skaven Slaves. They don't have any points, though. In Vampire Coast against the Skaven, typically you can recontest late against vampires against the coast if all they have is melee left, but it's not really what's going on here. A lot of the weapon teams are dead. There's one Rattling Gun left. Veil of Shadows just isn't cutting it. It's not doing enough. It's a cool spell, but you really need your shooting to, like, capitalize on that. Otherwise, it's just kind of a waste of magic. Like, these units, they're disrupted, but to what purpose? This will wear off, and then they'll just get in here and start killing stuff here now. Pit Fighters fighting against the Morngulls and the Deckhand Mob in a one-on-one against either of these units. The Rat Ogres would be doing pretty well. But having to fight them by themselves, and both of the units here are stacked on top of one another. Fight's going very heavily against them, which is pretty brutal for the Skaven. And I think this might be another instance for the Skaven. The shooting just wasn't enough. The spells are interesting, but not enough follow-up on them. And the Master Assassin just not impactful enough. I don't know what the hell needs to be done for Skaven Lords, but they all seem a little lackluster outside of Ikit. Skrulk is too squishy. Master Assassin just doesn't seem to do enough damage. He's like basically a foot character sniper. Maybe he's just really niche. I'm just never impressed by him. And, you know, the other lores of magic are also kind of mediocre. I'm intrigued. I'm curious to see if Veil of Shadows might be usable with just a little bit more like utilization of good focus fire as you're staggering enemy units. It might still be a little bit too difficult to get used out of. What the hell is this sacred banner? Oh, Master Assassin has a leadership debuff and an aura. Looming Dread is a good debuff. Rival Hide Talisman is not very strong. It's just one use. I don't think it's decisive enough to be worth bringing. And the Skaven's push on the number 1 gets held off as well. Or not the Skaven, the Vampire Coast. Or yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. The Skaven indeed. Oh my goodness. I swear, wow, the Damn Knight's Aaron only being summoned out now. Vampire Coast cleaning up here. Skaven are getting back on the number 1. Did a good job of like reconstituting some kind of force to like recontest here. On Skaven taking this point too. Oh no, is Corsair gonna get back in this game? Wow, Fabrosi, I think maybe Fabrosi just ran out of
The enemy
steam.
has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
And, I mean, the Bombers, they honestly... How much value? They really didn't get a lot of value. Oh, man. Ouch. Depth Guard are coming up. Maybe... Oh, man. Maybe with this slow faction trying to play all 3 points... really biting Fabrosi in the ass now. Doesn't have a lot of terror on the field. There's some Sirens. Celastra is very healthy, which is nice. There's not a lot to punish her.
One of your units
Skaven
has been
are running over
destroyed.
here. We've got Deckhand mobs in. Veil of Shadows going down once more. Again, though, no real follow-up. Like Clock Catapult missing every shot somehow. Amazing. Excellent work, guys. I just don't like artillery in the late game. Like, all of that momentum, you just got a triple cap, you know? These catapults are not doing anything for you right now. If you want to use catapults, they're good in the early game when your opponent's formation is, you know, a lot more concentrated. And your units aren't also engaged in combats. That's where Plague Claw catapults can do well. Because they can force your opponent to push up and make mistakes, potentially. In the late game, like this, especially when you're this far down on tickets, I think that there's better things to do with your time. And better summons to throw out. Okay, so we got Sirens and Mournguls here, and the Skaven are going to have a pretty rough time taking the number 3. The number 2 might be doable. I mean, the Vampire Coast still doesn't have a lot out on the field. They're baking up quite a few supplies, which I do think is fine. They've got time to work with. And I mean, it is triple cap territory also. I would definitely be thinking about trying to at least be able to keep the Skaven units occupied over here, though. They might not need to. Maybe just forming the Death Blob here is the right call. Because it just seems to be going so well. All the terror available here, I think might just be too much for the Skaven. And it might have been a little too late for them to get that double cap. And they weren't able to hang on to the number 3. Fabrosi did a really good job of not panicking and then rallied up onto the objective here. Just being able to hang on to it will get the win here. That's really all you need, right? Plague Claw Catapult still firing away. There's not a lot of high value targets for these things, right? That's another issue. Bringing them in as your first 2 summons to hammer down the bomber mobs might be good. In fact, I think that'd be really good use of your time as the Skaven. Because then, you know, by the, like, 7 or 8 minute mark, these things will have used, like, all their ammo, and then you can unsummon them. You'll get a nice little rebate on gold, and you can just push up hordes of cap weight or hard-hitting units, depending on what you need. Doomflayers did solid. Not a bad performance from them. Master Assassin still hanging in here. Excuse me. Just constantly trying to summon out these weapon teams in the late game and keep them safe. I'm just not quite able to.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Yeah, there we go. Rattling guns opening up on the Sirenians. Oh yeah, the Teeth Breakers have magic attacks. Forgot about that. They just massacred that Siren unit. Jesus. Another Veil of Shadows. I'm not gonna lie. I think the Veil of Shadows is cool, but I've yet to see it be genuinely impactful. My bounty for you, Corsair, is to make this particular Lord and Hero combo actually work. As it stands, I just don't think this is as good as just bringing, like, Ikit or something like that. Like a Grey Seer on the Bell for the leadership. Especially against the undead, I don't think that Banner is doing enough work. The leadership debuff that the assassin has. I think that the Bell giving more leadership to your clan rats would be a lot stronger. Because they'd be running a lot less. Maybe some Gutter Runner Slingers wouldn't be a bad idea either. Because that very traditionally has been one of the bigger issues for the Vampire Coast, is just like mass archers and units of that type. You could do Night Runner Slings if you wanted, but I honestly really like Gutter Runner Slings. Because they got a little bit better damage output. They fire really quick. They got good range. They got a little extra ammo. The melee stats aren't that good. Extra leadership is nice. It's really the stalk and the fact that they've got a -10 debuff to speed when stuff's trying to close in on them that I really like. And the Physres doesn't hurt either. Makes them a little bit less likely to get gunned down by missile units that have similar amounts of range. And against a low armor faction like the Vampire Coast, I think they can do really well. You could do Jezzails, but with all the Scurvy Dogs and Fellbats that can get on top of them, I think it's a little risky. Also, Mournghouls can shut down weapon teams pretty hard by creeping up on them. The Gutter Runners, just because they survive longer, because they got more HP, I think, are the way to go. And that's just my 2 cents. I still think the matchup is pretty brutal for the Skaven. We're gonna get back in here, finally. Okay, this is not gonna be the funnest thing to spectate, guys, but, you know, you gotta learn these, matchups somehow, right? So, we'll get in here and we'll watch the, we'll watch the blobbiest of blobs ever, probably. Kotzep, yeah, Kotzep and Arkin getting sniped is just classic behavior from them.
Battle means death. Death means decay. Decay feeds disease. Disease is bloody.
Alright, hell yeah, Kuga. Not the most rah-rah speech of all time, but I mean, I can get with it. I can dig it. Alright, bud. Do your thing. Vlad von Karstein and one White King. No two White Kings. Kind of sad, you know. Vampire Counts really love to do their buddy squads. Like double Vargulf, double White King, double Necromancer. Feels wrong just bringing one of these guys, but hey, why not? Doesn't have Scab Scrape. That is an immediate, like, epic fail. Scab Scrape is so good. It's good against anything that's low armor, and Nurgle has a lot of low armor units. Now, they can bring Chaos Warriors that it wouldn't really do a whole lot against, but I think it's better to have it than to not, personally. It's 150 gold. It's not that much of an investment, and it gives a really nice spike to the power that White Kings have at clearing out chaff. Double Unholy Lodestone, though. Obviously very reasonably strong combo. It's going to counteract a lot of the Mortis Engineering from Kugath. But the Mortis Engine is still strong enough that it will bypass the healing still and do a little bit of damage. It's just a bit less effective. Definitely need a Mortis Engine out. Oh, the other White King got forgotten. Oh, no. No, Zord, not like this. Please. Alright, so Nurgle gets the number 1 and 2. Trying to think how the counts can take this. What they should do. Leave 2 spears here and here, some zombies here, 1 corpse cart, and 1 halberd, just as a nice big blob on that point. Everything else goes to the middle to try and take that away from Nurgle. Nurgle is honestly doesn't have much on the field. I mean, you know, some Forsaken, Nurglings, a couple horsemen. It's going to be very hard for them to kill all of the bodies that the Vampire Counts are throwing in. Nurgle does have a pretty good matchup here, just because their Mortis Engine is so strong. And they've got good heals themselves. They can usually grind through the Vampire Counts. It's not easy. Where is the Mortis Engine? You have to bring a Mortis Engine against the Vampire faction, or the Chaos factions. Because they have a hard time killing them with their range. And a Mortis Engine will just guarantee you a win on any point, as long as it doesn't die. Like, your opponent's not going to want to fight there. They'll do everything in their power to try and avoid you. Not how you want to use your spearmen. Luckily, Broccoli Girl kind of left the horsemen to get poked down here. Either that or, like, one model got stuck on these guys as they ran past, and now they're here forever. Definitely need to get them away. Just leaving them on the edge of the point is where they're better used, in my opinion. They'll buffer those horsemen off the point. And if they want to get in on there, you can always just rotate around if you have to, and whatnot. Vlad in the pit here, fighting the cultists, doing some good damage. Nothing crazy, but, you know, he's hiding in the bush. Channeling his inner Viet Cong, I guess. You know? Very respectable. You wouldn't have thought that Vlad would resort to guerrilla tactics, but here we are. Zombies piled in, skeletons, and the Graveguard Halberds in combat, too. Corpse carts, getting healing to everything? For the most part. The Graveguard are outside the heals, which really needs to change. Definitely need those extra stats, as well as the passive healing from the Unholy Lodestone. That's one of the big things that you gotta watch out for as the vampire counts. Oh my god, that Blight Boil! Brutal! Holy! It one-shot that skeleton spear. Almost half health off that one. Skeleton Warrior's dead. Some of the halberds are crumbling out pretty badly too. Also, because they're outside of the heals, they're getting punished really badly by Kugath's Mortis Engine. Look at the value, dude. This is not uncommon for Nurgle into vampire counts. This is honestly pretty low, truth be told. The most value that I have ever seen on one unit was in a matchup against the vampire counts, and it was an exalted great unclean one. That got 9,000 value, I think, by the end of the game. It was a razor close game between the vampire counts and Nurgle. It was crazy, crazy close. Vampire counts are not dead here, but they've lost a lot of important units. Those Graveguard going down as hard as they did, not something that they're going to be able to persevere through for too long. And you don't have a Mortis Engine. You need the Mortis Engines because the Mortis Engine has its own heal. The Reliquary Corruption that stacks on top of the Unholy Lodestone. So all of your units get 0.1 heal per second. Stacked with like Invo and all of the passives from the other lores of magic and regeneration, all the other sources of healing, you just get so much value by using that. And these Blight Boils have been pretty vicious, dude. I mean, over and over. Not doing nearly as much damage to the Graveguard as to the spears or anything, but the radius on that has been really quite punishing. This might be the one matchup where it's worth bringing. Kugath 2700 here. Yeah. Vampire counts. They've got the number 3 and the number 2. It's really close still. Just kill the corpse cart here, and I think you're fine. Come on. Do something. Don't just leave the Sternsman here to get punished. Can't really afford to let your unit get wrecked like that, and definitely don't want to send it into Kugath. Kugath needs to be in combat here. His Mortis Engine is being sorely missed. It's just so powerful and important. Even against SEs. Doesn't do a ton of damage, but, you know, Pestilent Decay, it does stack a small tick of HP to be chipped off of single entities, which can really add up over the course of a long game. Yeah, there you go. It's hitting a lot of stuff, too, still. You have Vlad here being hit by it. White King as well. Vlad does have the Karstein Ring. It's a good item. Makes Vlad basically impossible to kill. If you just pop this on cooldown or whenever there's a big guy coming in to land on him, but I don't know, man. Vlad's usually tanky enough that he doesn't need it necessarily. And it is 200 gold. There's a lot of other stuff that you could be spending 200 gold on as the vampire counts. That's 2 more zombies. You know, most of the cost of a skeleton warrior. And getting, like, upgrades on units is always a good idea. Like, the difference between a, having, like, a Cryptar or a Vargeist can be a big deal, depending on what matchup you're in. Frolickers Bubonic stopping up a lot of momentum here, and another filthy Blight Boil going down. Big damage on some more spears, and just everything in this blob, and Stream of Corruption coming down too. Filthy stuff, man. Yeah, Kugath with 5,000 value. Will he break the record He's got a little
One
bit of a
your
ways to
units
go.
has been destroyed.
And now he's like outside. If he gets up over here, he could conceivably grind out another like 2,000 or 3,000. He's just gonna sit back though. I mean, Nurgle's got the points pretty much. They didn't even lose this top point. Oh, almost got taken by the Vampire Counts. Furies and the Plague Toads holding up here. They'll be able to kill the Direwolves. The Direwolves might flip that point, though. But just sitting on the middle objective, eventually they're going to wear out one of these two positions. The Vampires just don't have really anywhere they can go safely. Throwing axes, nailing them, pulling out the Plague Toads is just a good idea. Nurglings grinding away here. One last Invo going down. The other White King finally waddled out from the back of the map. Forgetting about that guy really is pretty unfortunate. You know, they're not bad at, like, chipping away at big SCs like Kugath. I mean, it's not the best fight in the world for them, but they're not useless in those kind of fights, and they do have magical attacks. Little gut boogers being thrown in by Kugath. Yeah, man, those are doing a lot of damage. Just killing tons of Graveguard. It's got a pretty big explosion radius on it seems. Up to almost 7,000 Plague Ogres chilling. We're just like fast forwarding through this because there's really nothing going on. Vampire Counts are just stuck down here in a big blob and getting bombarded to pieces. Yeah, 7,000 value from Kugath, dude. Oof. Like I said, believe it or not, an average Nurgle performance against the Vampire Counts with the Guos. Cast Beastman versus Coast on the second map? I don't think so. Got you against Levis here. I don't know if I got that one. Send it to me if you want me to show it off. I'm not remembering casting anything against the Vampire Coast. At least not Beastman-wise. That's honestly not a bad matchup for the Beastmen. Beastmen do have a lot of ITP as well, just like Khorne does, thanks to the fact that they've got Primal Fury. So until that wears off, they're not really punished by fear. So they do pretty well. Okay, thank you, Bobby. Alright, so Sepulchral Stalker's moving up. We got Kotep here. Grand Hierophant hanging out, doing his thing, being a bony boy. He's got a very cool, I don't know what you call it, a frock. Looks more like a skirt, but he looks absolutely amazing with it on, truth be told. You know, 1,000 years old and killing it? Yes, please. Mounted Yeoman archers rolling around here. They took the number 3. We got Alberic flying in the sky. Henri flying around with him. You don't see Henri Le Massif very often, but he's still pretty powerful. The issue is that he's just not nearly as cost-effective as the Green Knight is. But maybe he'll get... maybe he's still worth it in some matchups. I think the Green Knight is... Well, actually... Henri might be better here because of the risk that the Sphinx of Uskef represents, as well as the Sepulchral Stalkers with their magic damage. That might be, this might be a situation in matchup where Henri could be better. Just period. Horse archers getting poked. Peasant mobs moving up. Henri, Alberic. Killing the Sepulchral Stalkers pretty nicely. The Screaming Skull Catapults are gonna just wreak havoc on the Bretonnian front line. They have very poor leadership already, and the minus 18 from being damaged by artillery and the take cover effect is gonna be a lot for them to persevere through. I mean, you can see how bad their leadership is right now. I mean, they might be running for the hills immediately. I think this is probably a matchup Bretonnia is not going to do too well in on a regular basis if they bring a lot of peasants. I think you probably just want to bring lots of archers and mounted yeomen, as well as knights, because you can get around the bad cap weight that your faction has, because Tomb Kings have even worse cap weight. What is going on with this freaking catapult, dude? Oh my god, 2 chevrons makes it that accurate? I've never seen a Screaming Skull catapult hit so consistently. Dude. Alright, so, I mean, chevrons are usually just actually not good on most units. But on artillery, I'm starting to feel like maybe it's an auto-include on some of them. Because, dude... It can't miss. Missed there. Finally. On a unit that's out of range, technically. Hits the peasant bows. Boom. Oh my god. It's almost 100 kills after 6 volleys. Way better than it normally does, so. You gotta love to see it. Apostrophe getting some decent value that way, but not doing too hot elsewhere. The Sepulchral Stalkers, I'm sure you saw, got picked apart, being all alone out here. Royal Hippogriff Knights out and available. Kotzep and a bunch of bows are really all that the Tomb Kings have. Oh, they got the Ushapsi Great Bows here. They're not doing too hot, and they're about to get jumped on by an awful lot of really dangerous units. Usirian's going down on the Peggies. Not that big of a deal for him, since the damage profile is for 25 entities or more. It's going to do half damage to the Pegasus Knights. Still doing pretty good damage, though. Bows also shooting at them, though, are contributing some pretty substantial value. And even though the Ushapti don't have amazing stats in melee, I mean, they can still do some reasonable damage. And the Pegasus Knights just go running for the hills. God, dude, Pegasus Knights. What is wrong with y'all? The standard Pegasus Knights I don't see do well very often. Royal Pegasus Knights do seem to be pretty cost effective. I don't know why it is that the slight increase to stats helps them out so much. But Royal Pegasus Knights do have magic damage also. And I think they've also got a, whatchamacallit, Blessing of the Lady. Which gives them the ward save. Royal Hippos did pretty decently. They did kill their Ushapti. Basically. It's back here, crumbling. It'll be gone in a minute. The other Ushapti Greatbow only lost 1 model. It's just back online, opening fire, but it doesn't have a lot of good targets. There's really nothing important to shoot at right now. Where are the Hippogriffs? Oh, one of the Hippogriffs is slow getting off the ground. They've taken a lot of damage, but they're still alive. Now, Henri just doing his thing over here. You know, large and in charge against all these skeletons who are not going to do a whole lot of damage to him. He's just way too durable for all that. He'll be tar pitted for a century back there, but honestly not that big of a deal. Acropolis Knights getting poked down by bows. You can't really afford that. Peasant Bowmen aren't an amazing unit, but cheap archers with weight of fire, even without a ton of AP, can do reasonably well for you. Tomb Kings barely ahead. Questing Knights back here. Ushapti Great Bows. Get a couple shots off, but then get collapsed on by the remaining Royal Hippogriff Knights. Although Carrion come in, and just look at the way to fire, man. This is really good archer play. Punishing these deep dives to try and get the Ushabti Great Bows. You need more support for this.
Take it back.
Just fight in the front line early. Get those Pegasus Knights out, get the Questing Knights out, and the Hippogriff Knights out, and just dive all in one go. And you have to shut down both the Great Bows, as well as also some of these archers, because the concentrated fire from the archers has really been screwing Bretonnia up. And the Questing Knights just kind of got forgotten about here. It happens, but on a faction like Bretonnia, you really can't afford to let it happen. You know what I mean? You gotta play pretty perfectly with this faction. Beautiful charge, though. I mean, took half the HP off the Skelly Archers here. And just going right through them, going right back downhill, and they hit the Skeleton Spears also really, really hard. Send them flying back. Crumbling them. Really, now that you're paying attention to them, actually doing some pretty good damage. It's going to be hard to get their value back, though. It's just a lot here, and again, they are still alone, you know? There's not anything to stop all of the other bows from focusing them. And I am feared that they will just get dragged down now that they're stuck in melee combat here, which does look like it's going to be happening. Pegasus Knights killing the last of the Ushabti Great Bows. Henri did squeak away from the fight in the woods here. Got on the Ushabti there as well. Did some appreciable damage. Alberic fighting. Doing what he can to keep this number 2 objective secure. Very close game. It's going to be a long grind, I think. Tomb Kings are losing their bows, but the bows did use most of their ammo. There's only a few volleys left on a couple of these. Pretty much all doubling their value. Amazing. This one didn't, but that's okay. All 3 of the other archers kind of carrying. Screaming Skull Catapult rocks up into the woods. After the early volleys, really hasn't gotten a lot done since then. Probably because it's been creeping forward because it wasn't given a new order. And it wasn't put in guard mode, so it just kind of ended up out of position, and now it's got to be run all the way back. Pretty unfortunate. Tomb Kings should be okay, though. They do have some decent infantry in this fight now. Some Nakara Warriors in here, Tomb Guard. Also some Skeleton Spears. Battle Pilgrims are a pretty good target, very low HP. Bronze Shield mitigates a decent amount of missile fire, but not nearly enough. I think the Tomb Kings, maybe Melee Shopti would have been a good call. Man, I don't know what it is, dude. I mean, Tomb Kings are not a beginner-unfriendly faction. I mean, there's a lot of things about them that can be a little bit difficult to play around, like their bad cap weight, but generally speaking, they usually have been pretty damn good for beginners to start off with. But I've been seeing in these new player tournaments, it just seems like a lot of people are like very well attuned to countering the typical Tomb Kings builds and units. But I don't know. Maybe it's just not good enough focus fire with the Ushabti Great Bows and stuff. That's been letting a lot of people down. And as good as Skeleton Archers are, they don't really do anything when they're out of ammo. Unsummoning them, you don't get a lot of gold back. I don't even think you get half your money back for unsummoning them.
Take it back.
Necropolis Knights in a fight versus Peggy Knights. Necropolis Knights are decent, but against all this anti-large that Bretonnia has available to them on a lot of their units, I don't know how good they are going to do consistently. Maybe if you bring a couple of them out, they're solid. Or maybe a Necropolis Knight with a Necrotect to heal them can be good. I actually think that's a pretty good idea. Necrotect heals are pretty substantial. It's like, it's what, 16% of the HP on a unit? And you get 2 heals, so 32% heals on Necropolis Knights, who are pretty chunky. With a reasonable number of models. Could be really strong. Battle Pilgrims just holding the line here, dude. Nekar Warriors ground out. The Tomb Guard have done well, but they're fighting infantry, which is not really their cup of tea, considering they're a halberd unit. Their melee attack is horrendous. Bretonia's just denying the Tomb Kings a lot of good opportunities to like value trade up. At least they have so far. It's been an incredibly close game in the value. And just like reading the battlefield, it's been pretty even. The Tomb Kings are getting a little momentum on the points, finally. It's been a long time coming. They are losing the number 3, though, in exchange for the number 2. It is still within range of them if they hold a double cap. Men-at-Arms, Peasant Mobs. This should be pretty easy to push if you really wanted to. Henri getting pushed back. Ushabti Greatbows. I just don't know what this Ushabti Greatbow's been up to. Hello? They need orders. They need to be doing stuff. They've been very inactive. And like I said, you can't really afford that for the Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings have to play from an advantaged position. Or they can really start to fall apart. Because their units in a one-on-one fight are pretty poor. And Alberic just fighting out here against the Sepulchral Stalkers, doing big damage to them. The life magic with the regrowths have been pretty solid. They did use a couple on the Hippogriff Knights who got okay value. Alberic here, with 3,000 and almost healing capped, has probably gotten the majority of the regrowths. And, you know, just solid performance from him overall. Beast Slayers of Bastogne up on the number 3 now. Okay, with the Beast Slayers here, what you want to do, in my opinion, leave 1 Men-at-Arms and take the Peasant Mob and the other Men-at-Arms and send them to the number 2. Just to take that point, because I don't think it's triple cap range yet. Getting another one of these points back would definitely give you the win here. It's really close, though, on the tickets. The Sepulchral Stalkers just keep getting fumbled, man. They're not good in melee. Absolutely terrible in melee. They have no melee attack to speak of. Their bonus is seriously mediocre. I mean, 18 is fine. It's not enough to make up for that bad melee attack, though. It's really the shooting from Sepulchral Stalkers that gets them lots of value. I just haven't been seeing enough of that. Bretonia getting up on the number 1 objective here, outpositioning the Tomb Kings. Questing Knights. Come on, leave the Matted Yeoman on here. Good job. There we go. Okay, Bretonia's definitely going to win this game. Unless the Tomb Kings get all 3 points now. They might have won it anyways, even without this second point, but like I said, it would have been really damn close. Anything within like 50 tickets is not worth playing around with, and you're better off just trying to scrap a triple cap anyways, just in case. Because if it's that close, pressure on any points is gonna require a response from your opponent, no matter what the situation is. So you can sometimes get situations where your opponent has to summon something out, and it might not be the best option available, because their, you know, reinforcement pool could be in, you know, some kind of whack state.
I knew it.
And then you can, like, capitalize by either killing that unit, or delaying them, or, you know, just leaving. If it's like an infantry unit, just walking away. Some of these maps have really wide reinforcement point differences. And if you summon something on one end of the map and try to walk it onto the other, it is going to take ages. Like Scalandir's Cave, is gargantuan. If you summon something out in the wrong spot at the wrong time, you are never going to get it where you need it to go if you need to reroute it. It's wild. Tried Floodplain's a little less foreboding, but definitely no slouch. Kotep died at some point, and I have no idea when. He's so squishy that he's a huge risk against factions that can bring decent duelist-type characters. Especially Bretonia, where even like a basic paladin will just absolutely smack him into dust, you know. He is a mummy after all, you know. He may be a little fleshier than some of the other settings. But, you know. Nobody likes to have all the goose beaten out of them. Oh yeah, let me get that replay real quick. Beastman versus Norska. I might have done the Beastman versus Norska on Saturday, but I'll check it out again, just in case. While we're loading in here, I'm going to start getting those downloads in my folder. So you got Skull Taker here, the double Blood Reaper. Definitely a favorite of Ghost King here. I do like the double Blood Reaper, but there's a time and a place for the characters. There are definitely factions that can deal with them pretty effectively, and there's also matchups where I don't think that they're very impactful. I think that against Tomb Kings, they need to be on the Juggernauts, or you don't bring them at all. Because if they get fought by these Cimmerian War Sphinxes, these things just beat them to pieces. I mean, they really do a number on the poor Blood Reapers, because their animations knock the Blood Reapers over a lot. It can make it very hard for them to fight back effectively. If they're on the Blood Reapers, though, they're actually a fairly effective counter to the War Sphinxes. Shots from the Chosen of the Gods coming in. Not that big of a deal that the Marauders are getting shot. By the time they kill these Marauders, they'll have used a lot of their ammo up. And Chosen of the Gods, they're very disruptive to formations with the airburst mortars, or the shots, I guess. But they need to swap targets consistently. Because they knock models over so much and disrupt the formation so badly, oftentimes their follow-up shots are hitting units that are like in the back of the formation, and the damage is a lot less concentrated on the follow-up, which is not great. So good micro is pretty required on those guys. Cetra running over the Marauders. Marauders hate fighting Cetra. He terrifies them so easily. Their leadership just folds up like nobody's business against the Tomb Kings. They got half their HP and they're running for their lives from this frickin' War Sphinx, dude. Oh my god, come on. Come on, guys. Get in there. This is why Skull Taker needs to be by his units and have Revel in Slaughter. Because all that extra leadership would definitely be mitigating some of the terror routes here. He is getting on Cetra, doing a little damage there. As long as he's not getting hit by Sepulchral Stalkers and Chosen of the Gods, he'll be fine. He'll grind out a lot of value against infantry. He can do reasonably good damage to Cetra as well. Another reason you give him Revel in Slaughter, this is the last time I bring this freaking ability up, is it gets his melee attack up to 61, and this guy's got 510 weapon strength at base, which is kind of crazy. That's a lot of weapon strength for a freaking Chariot character. Got a lot of freaking melee attack too. And the War Shrine, or the Blood Throne, yeah, the Blood Throne is what they're called. They hit very consistently, unlike a lot of chariots where the animations and the splash attack, like hitboxes are on like the sides of the chariot. Some of them even have hitboxes on the back for some reason. Don't ask me why. Razor Gore chariots have one. The Blood Throne actually has most of its hitboxes on the front. I guess thanks to those blood letters that are riding on it. You can see they're swinging their great swords there. So you hit pretty effectively against single entities. That's why Skull Taker is actually deceptively good at dueling. And with the fact that he can debuff you even more with Bloody Onslaught, he's just stupidly solid in matchups like this where your opponent has big single entities. He runs over infantry, he gets lots of value that way. He gets up Cloak of Skulls, and he's much harder to kill with shooting. Just really the only good way to deal with him at times. He can be very frustrating. Valkia is a little bit better, just because she's cheaper and, you know, she's honestly a better duelist overall. But she has plenty of problems that Skull Taker doesn't, so it's kind of a give and take. Oftentimes, if people prepared for Valkia, Skull Taker is going to feast. And if people over-prepared for Skull Taker, it's Valkia who's going to have the advantage. So, being able to mix and match between the two of them is really nice. Just having two viable lords for Khorne has made them a much better faction, you know? It used to just be that you saw Valkia every freaking game, and you never saw anything else, and Khorne struggled once people figured out how to deal with her effectively. But now you can't just, like, hard counter the Lord. And, honestly, I've found that, some of the other Lord options, honestly, aren't all that bad. I used to not really like Skarbrand, but I've really come to love him in quite a few matchups now. And then I also think that Arbol is decent into a few. Like, especially Bretonnia. I think Arbal's actually a pretty good option. He just does a lot of freaking damage with his explosion ability to cavalry. And then being able to snipe something in a matchup where your opponent has access to a lot of healing when it gets below 20%, like a Hippogriff or a Grail Knight or something like that. Even if you use it on a questing knight. That can be really punishing. It can be pretty nice. You can bring him against Tomb Kings as well. Arbal's not bad here either. Anytime there's big single entities that need to be executed, that's when he can really shine. The War Sphinxes, man, they are just so nasty. They're expensive, but boy oh boy, is this just brutal. Just constantly terror routing your stuff, and Khorne just hates being disrupted like this. You know, typically they stand and fight pretty well, but once that frenzy wears off, man, they're just as vulnerable as every other faction to the terror routes. And you just hate to see it. Chaos Warrior Halberd's holding in pretty well. Chosen of the Gods, diving them like this is just not a good idea. For precisely this reason. Furies can do damage to them. It takes a long time to finish them off, though, and then Chariots and some Spears come in, and they're just, like, murderizing these poor Furies, whose leadership is just so squishy. And they're, you know, 650 gold, man. You really got to get good value out of them for it to be worth summoning in. Oh, nice Sword of Khorne coming down. Big damage to the Nekar Warriors and the Tomb Guard. Skeleton Chariots, kind of being handled by the Flesh Hounds, but they're actually crumbling out now, which is really rough. The Blood Reapers are just not doing enough. They just can't maneuver around the battlefield the way they need to, honestly. They've still got their Bloody Shackles here. Not really a good sign for them. And, you know, Ristu is doing a great job of just ignoring those guys. You don't need to fight them, right? If you get a good opportunity to kill them, yeah, you can take it, but just staying away from them and avoiding their damage potential is definitely a really strong way to counterfoot characters like this. They've done reasonably well in the combats they have been in. This is why I like them on the Juggernauts. If they were on the Juggernaut, they could just chase Cetra off basically off the map. I mean, they'll just be on his ass all game. You know? Your opponent's going to have to do a lot of microing to try and protect Cetra. And it means Skulltaker can be a little bit more free to deal with the other Sphinx, or, you know, even one-on-one against Cetra. And then buffing more stuff. So having to carry the game on his back. Because, you know, he's a good fighter. He's very durable. He's hard to snipe. And can go from wire to wire for sure, but he is expensive. And if he's constantly running around the battlefield and not really able to set anywhere and really turn the tide of a fight, that's pretty brutal. Hounds coming out. Don't need the Hounds. Saw a lot of Corngors early, too. Corngors are great. They're vulnerable to shooting of any kind, though, and their leadership's not that great to survive against terror-causing units. I really would have liked to see the Blood Beasts earlier for the mass. That way you can actually stop Cetra in his tracks and corral him a little bit. Khorne's somehow still in this game. Despite not killing Cetra early, he's been worn down pretty badly. And the Cimmerian War Sphinx up here is being taken offline. These Warhounds gonna get rolled up by the chariots. Just a lot of chaff coming in for the Tomb Kings. Khorne doesn't mind that all that much, though. You know, like, their standard Marauders massively out-trade Skeleton Warriors. And a standard, a Marauder of Khorne actually does reasonably well into Nakar Warriors. It's a pretty even trade, all things considered. Like, the Nakar Warriors barely went out, but they're basically dead by the point that they've won the combat. And they're 125 gold more than Marauder. War Sphinx alive, barely. Cetra alive, looking much better. And cheeky stuff, dude. Getting up on this point as the Blood Reapers are fighting off of it. They do get back on the point. Starting to flip that cap weight back. War Sphinx running in. I'd pop the Bloody Shackle here. It'll keep these guys from potentially crumbling out at an inopportune moment. And this Blood Reaper's getting bullied right now. Oh my god. No! No, 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 no! Come on. Bloody Shackle. You gotta keep an eye on these guys. See, like, avoiding them for a long time, but then finding a good opportunity to engage and doing really, really solid damage to this guy. Does pop Bloody Shackle. Oh, and Relentless Rage being used also to keep him alive. The other Blood Reaper did use Bloody Shackle. You can see how quickly it heals them up, dude. You know, not the most efficient use, but keeping him alive is the most important thing. And this dude gonna get up to, what, 1500 after that blow? Yeah, there we go. Oh no, starts to crumble. Not demonic instability, dude. That sucks. So not gonna be able to keep this Blood Reaper alive. It happens. It's unfortunate, but it happens. Cetra's crumbling, though, which is really nice for Khorne. Without him on the field to terror route everything, the one-on-one fights should swing in the Blood God's favor. So even though they've been struggling a lot, the game is so incredibly even still. And this is where Khorne can really come in, and if they play their cards right, take over the game. They're really strong in late-game situations. Lots of crumbling skeletons, dude. And that's going to charge up the Khorne army abilities also. It's going to be pretty brutal. Oh, Cetra rallies! Oh, what a troll. He's got 200 HP, man. Fury's coming in and being sent after him. Not where I would send him. He's at the back of the map. Try and kill the other units that are on the field for the Tomb Kings. You don't need to finish Cetra necessarily. Like I've said, undead can survive their lords dying fairly well, just because crumbling's not that punishing. You just need the caps, and you got 2 caps here. Just hold on to those. Do not move off of these objectives. Just keep summon one more infantry unit would be nice, like a marauder. Or maybe nah, you don't have a lot of supplies. I'd just save up for flesh hounds.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Because the flesh hounds will be really good mass to keep melee Shop T, and I mean Cetra's not very active, but if the Cimmerian War Sphinx were to come back in, the flesh hounds could be good enough mass to lock that thing down. And like I said, be really good for stopping you Shop T from just like running in and out of combat, cycle charging your Corngors. Chosen of the Gods, plinking away, not being very accurate right now though. They missed quite a few shots there, and the Blood Reaper just hanging in there. 850 gold, got up to 1,000 value. The Tomb Kings, I mean, maybe it was really just that engagement onto the Blood Reapers that really went against them. They didn't kill them. They took a bunch of damage. Look at Skull Taker over here, 2,400 value too, man. Grinding down these Tomb Guard and Nakara warriors by his lonesome. 340 freaking kills. Full health, thanks to Gore Feast. That immune to flanking, big boost to his survivability. Something that you absolutely cannot turn your nose up at. It's one of the best items that he's got. Any faction, this is good for. Because of the immunity to flanking. It's arguably maybe even better for fights against melee factions, because it gives him the melee defense, full radius around him instead of just defending his front, which makes him really hard to poke down when it comes to the like spear units being on top of him. Doesn't give him like full immunity, obviously. He can still be handled by stuff that has high enough melee attack. But against Chaff, he just becomes a nightmare. They literally cannot deal with him, and his heals are pretty strong in sustained combat. And since he doesn't lose any melee attack, he's always hitting at max efficiency. He is just he's a real jerk, dude. And Khorne is going to grind this game out at the end. Tomb Kings honestly did not really play it poorly at any point. They did very solid work. They just couldn't finish Khorne off at any point. They couldn't develop an overwhelming lead. They didn't kill Skull Taker, and then they made the mistake of engaging the Blood Reapers in the mid-game. Or really the early-late game, I guess, is what I would call it by the point we saw that engagement. These Blood Reapers, just finally being able to fight the big SCs, got some pretty effective value, and were able to put the finishing touches on the one War Sphinx, and then Cetra afterwards. Almost got killed. And then he just wasn't able to contribute at the end there. Crazy stuff, dude. Really nicely played by Ghost King. Needs to use these Blood Beasts more. Blood Beasts are very good to bring in the early game. They're just a really solid unit. They hit very hard against Ushapti. They massacre Skeleton Horse Archers and then also Skeleton Horsemen. Reasonably good against Ushapti. They can also stop chariots from just running you over. Those chariots were pretty effective for the Tomb Kings. Just staying persistent, dude. Just sticking with it, not giving up at any point. Is kind of what got Khorne the dub here. They didn't do anything too crazy. They just utilized their high leadership and staying power to like maximize their chances at the end there. Did I watch this one? If I can't remember, we'll just rewatch it no matter what. We'll see how it goes. Oh yeah. Oh, I gotta refresh the replays folder. I'll do that eventually. Alright. Kislev moving up. War Boss advancing forward. I think we have seen this one. On Saturday. The River Troll. Yeah. Yeah, we definitely saw this one already. Alright, no offense, but I think I am going to back out. If you want to see this one, you can check it out on the VOD from Saturday. It's in the mix somewhere. I think it's towards the end, because this was round 4. I'm losing steam, so I want to try and get through the rest of the replays that we've got here. Where'd those Beastman Norska replays go? Hello? They're in my folder. Why are they not showing up? Hello? Alright, give me a sec. Baffling. Absolutely baffling. Give me a sec. I'm gonna see if I can... I'm gonna re-download these replays. I don't know why they're not popping up in here. Download, download. I don't know why. Can you resend me the replays, Bobby? I don't know why they're showing up. Alright, sorry about that, guys. I'm trying to figure out why these two freaking replays don't want to show up in my replay folder. I've not ever really had this problem before. It's bizarre. I don't think I can worry about it right now. Bobby, you may need to resend them to me, and then I may need to do some finagling with the files themselves to get them to show up, and then I can maybe do some separate videos on them. If I can, I will try and cast them. I don't know if it's going to happen today, because I have no idea what the issue is. We got the Fire Sorcerer on the Velociraptor chilling in the woods here. Scourge Runner Chariots with the very, very famous War Hydra now. Rocking up in here. It's such a cool monster, man. Chill of Sontar is really fun, too. Pont, if you ever want to play around with it, it's honestly pretty awesome. Having Frostbite on the Hydras makes them a little bit harder to avoid. I think it's pretty solid. If you're going to bring one at least, I would recommend trying the Chill of Sontar out. The extra leadership is definitely pretty nice for these things. So the Scourge Runners are poking away at Boris here. He's taken a reasonable amount of damage. Certainly not too shabby for the Dark Elves. It's going to be a lot to try and like outright kill him. But he is pretty annoying and does need to be dealt with in some regard. So I don't hate the focus fire on him early. Just to keep him honest, because his debuffs are pretty nasty. Although he doesn't have Crush the Weak, he's just got the Blood Roar here. And the Midland Runefang, honestly, the Dark Elves should be pretty thankful for that. Because the extra -4 leadership that he imbues onto units can really mess with their ability to hold in combat, especially when he also causes terror. It gets really ugly pretty quickly for front lines against the Empire when they bring Boris in. Empire definitely needs to worry about their positioning here. These Hawkland Long Rifles are, 1, very bunched up, and 2, they're also in front of their protection, which is never a good place to be. This War Hydra and the Harpies are just getting right in on them, and the Empire finally doing something about it. A little too late, though, quite honestly. I don't know if they're going to be able to find a safe spot to sit. The Empire Knights are about to get breath attacked by this Hydra, too. Or at least I thought it was about to. Looks like it's just going to be rocking into combat. Bloodrack Medusa getting some really nice shots on those Spearmen. Big damage on them. The Empire Knight charge got disrupted because they decided to fight the Hydra instead. But another Empire Knight coming in, doing big damage to the Harpies, saving those Hawkland Long Rifles. They're being fairly well protected. And Melkoth's going down on the Blackguard Corsairs. There goes their leadership, dude. Frightened, attacked in rear, all the different malices in the world. Lowering their leadership, and they are going to be running for the hills. Dread Spears and a handful of other units are pushing up onto the #1 objective here for the Empire. Empire is looking like they might just lose this game right here and now, unless they can start getting some very lucky terror routes and find a way to keep the Hawkland Long Rifles safe into the mid-game. They're all fairly healthy, which is the good thing for them. Really, these Scourge Runner Chariots need to be more active in trying to run over the Hawklands right now. Because the Dark Elves, they've got a little bit of infantry, so if the Knights charge the Scourge Runners, you can still pull out of combat and stay safe. And the Scourge Runners do massive damage to infantry units like the Hawkland Long Rifles. Just because these guys don't have a lot of leadership, they have next to no armor, they just get absolutely folded by stuff like that. War Hydra getting in on one of the Hawklands and just puts a beat down on these guys. Losing models left and right also. Big Beastie proving its stuff again, and another beautiful burning head to just clear out all of these poor swordsmen and spearmen. Just all swordsmen. Oh my god, man. Empire is also having a lot of leadership problems. Terror Route coming in from the War Hydra. Dang, dude. I can't help but feel like the Dark Elves have gotten just a little bit more lucky with some of the terror routes and the engagements, and Boris chasing off those Harpies into the back of the map. Really not a great use of his time. The Harpies just aren't that threatening. They don't do a lot of damage. With heavy cav on the field, you can just shock damage them down. Boris really needs to be in here doing something about these damn monsters that are just running all over the Empire lines. But this, I think this is just game. I don't think the Empire is going to be able to get back in this. Pont just absolutely dismantled that opening formation for the Empire here. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Ulrika only has gotten 450 value. Wow, and that Scourge Runner Chariot fire on her. Seriously crushing her right now. Oh my god, dude. Almost 600 HP taken off of her with each shot, and the Scourge Runners haven't really done a lot of infantry killing. Mostly just getting up to this value total by firing those Scourge Runner, I don't even know what they're, like, technically. What are they? Like ballistas, I guess? I mean, they're just dudes holding crossbows. The way they pierce through, though, makes me always think that they're ballistas. They have a very odd missile profile. It's very hard to explain. It's like a 50 caliber, it's like an anti-material rifle crossbow. That's how I would describe it. It's a little baffling. Hold on one sec. Answering a question for a friend. I did commit myself to a social engagement that starts in about 40 minutes. But I'm determined. I can do it. I can get the replays done, and I can make it on time. I think we can pretty safely fast forward through this. The Empire just needed to the Empire needed a little more infantry in the front line. And they really needed to be a little bit more active with the Knights. And probably just focus firing the War Hydra with the Hochland long rifles early, because triple Hochlands really need to get damage done early and thin out numbers. Otherwise, they can get compromised pretty easily. Although maybe not the War Hydra. Now I'm thinking about it. Probably just shooting down the Black Ark Corsairs. Because Black Ark Corsairs don't have anything to stop Hochlands from just farming value on them, and they did a pretty good job of helping cleave through the State Trooper front line. There's no way they cap up here, no way they cap on the number 2. They might be able to retake the number 1, but the game, not enough time to work with here. Oh, and Boris dies to the Cold One Knights. Oh my god. Insult to injury, man. I think the Bloodrack Medusa was also killing him there. Wow, this thing... these Bloodrack Medusas with good micro, vicious unit. This War Hydra is also doing pretty nicely. I mean, 1,000 value is not all that great, but it did get some really good terror routes, which just ruined the poor Empire. Apostrophe versus Zord here. Another Vlad game? I don't know about it, man. If you brought Vlad and double Vargul, fine, but you have to be able to stop Cetra, because Cetra is going to literally trample the entire Vampire Count's army for free. There is no mass here that is going to be able to stop him. Infantry cannot do it. Doesn't matter how many you have bunched together. The big boys will just flatten them. Alright, thank you. Here, I'm re-downloading them now, Bobby. I'll check them after this game, but it's not anything to do with the game restarting. If you just drag and drop the files into your folders, if you just back out of the replay viewer and then go back in, it'll show all the replays that you have in your folder. I don't know why they're not showing up now. Netcar Warriors moving in, Skeleton Spears moving in. Reasonable frontline for the Tomb Kings. Oh my god, oh, beautiful Sandstorm. I was not expecting to see somebody bring Sekhmets, but it did pretty nasty damage to the Skeleton Spears. It was a little unlucky on the rotation for the Vortex. My goodness. Chaos here at the end of the stream. But, yeah, I mean, Cetra just literally took half the HP off of the Dire Pack as he charged through him. The Screaming Skull Catapult's gonna punish the blob here. I've said it before, Zord got hard punished against Tommy for blobbing like this. Because the Vortex spells of the Lure of Fire just mulched the entire army. The Screaming Skull Catapult and Sekhmets should be able to do reasonably similar damage. Although, Cetra needs to pull out of here. He doesn't want to sit in this blob for long. He wants to cycle charge. That's where he gets his good damage against infantry. Fight on the number 1 objective going pretty well for the Tomb Kings. There is a corpse cart over here, so it's not going to be great for too long. This other corpse cart needs to come into the other objective, though. You cannot double up the heals. They don't stack, so you shouldn't even try. You need to keep them a little more concentrated. Another Vortex coming in and desperately trying to push away from it. Yeah, not a very lucky for rotation for the Tomb Kings. You know, Vampire Count's honestly getting really lucky and getting away with murder here. Probably should have cast it closer to the other side of the formation. Still gotten some pretty good kill totals. It does a lot of damage. You know, the only issue is it doesn't do any AP to speak of. And this is a very common pitfall for new Tomb Kings players. You know, you like get into the scene and you hear about how strong Cetra is in the War Sphinx, but what you don't get told is that that's when he's getting the collision attacks. Because what happens and why he's so good at killing infantry in just insane numbers is because his charge animation activates pretty early, and as he's running units down, it's active the entire time, and he like crushes units just like Scarbrand does. If you've ever had an instance in campaign where Scarbrand just like runs through a unit and literally kills like half the models in a unit, it's because of the trample collision attacks. Cetra is even better at it, but he is not good in sustained fights like this. This is a very poor use of Cetra. He's just getting ground down by halberds. And Vlad's also hit him a couple times and done some big work against him. And Cetra doesn't have access to very strong heals. You also don't have the lore passive here. So generally the way to use Cetra is you bring him with Neru's Incantation. You bring Usirians, which is really good at killing cavalry. Which is something that the Tomb Kings can struggle with in certain matchups. This being one of them. Black Knights and Blood Knights are very good against Tomb King mobility. So it's a really good counter to that. You can bring Sekhmets if you want to. I did like the intent here. They just haven't gotten good rotations, so it's not really been worth it up to this point. This one might finally start to really pay it back, though. But again, it's just... What the hell is this? Oh, you get 3 really solid casts in a good location, and it's just like, whoop, right out of the fight. Dude, this spell is just an absolute troll. You don't really need Sekhmets, like I said, just because of the collision attack that Cetra has. He's usually more than enough to kill like infantry in mass numbers, even when they're blobbed up like this. Arguably better than ever when they're blobbed up like this. That's what I'd really be trying to do instead of use Sekhmets. You need the lore passive for Cetra because that's his only source of healing. And it heals him about 1% every cast. That's why you want to bring the cheapest possible spells to spam. So you do Neru's, Jaffs, and then Usirians if there's heavy cavalry for your opponent. And Cetra's reasonably tough to kill with his 10,000 HP and solid heals because he gets 100 health back with each cast, which stacks up. If you get 20 casts, you're talking about 2,000 HP, which is pretty reasonable for him. He can definitely do that. 2,000 extra HP is a lot to work with. Tomb Kings are probably going to be taking this game. They have gotten a lot of passive heals, but it's been on this side of the battlefield where they've had 2 corpse carts very inefficiently overhealing. Because like I said, their heals don't stack, which is, a little unfortunate, but it is pretty fair. It'd be pretty goofy if you could stack the corpse cart healing. If you want to stack passive heals for the vampire counts, then bring a Mortis Engine. Because, like I said, Reliquary Corruption also gives a 0.05 heal, and that does stack on top of the Unholy Lodestone, and it also gives magical attacks to everything. That's what I would recommend. You need the corpse carts. You need one on each objective you're intending to hold, basically, is the best way to use them. If you just got both of them in one spot, you're basically wasting having two, and you're better off with just the one. They do get ground down over here. Tomb Kings, I mean, they've basically done what they needed to. They killed the entire other army, and ignoring Vlad is never a bad idea, you know? Like, Vlad is slow. He's a good lord if you're going into matchups where you don't think that dragons or hellsteeds are going to be very impactful. And there are a fair number of matchups like that, but he's pretty limited being so slow. He can't be everywhere at once. He can only be on one objective, and if your opponent ignores you, it's a little bit like Sigvald, where you've got this badass combat character that just never gets to do anything badass. And he's been worn out this entire game just by fighting chaff. Tomb Kings, even though they lost the middle point again, they've still got the number 3. They've got all these horsemen here. I wouldn't be moving them out of that forest, honestly. I'd be, like, keeping them back here in case there's direwolves that come out and your opponent tries to backcap you. Probably also want to move the Tomb Guard over. There's no reason for them to just be sitting over here. Yeah, Zord's just on the back foot. Not really summoning stuff out where they need to be going. Like, you're basically cooked here, but just continuing to send stuff onto a point that you've already got is getting you nowhere. You want to try and pull your opponent's units away from the main objective that you have. It's a little tricky, as the undead being so slow with all your infantry, not having great cap weight. But you just gotta do it anyways. It's your only way back in this game is to cap all 3 points. Just throwing things up in the middle is not accomplishing a whole lot. Good value on the archers. Cetra could have done a lot more, but he's still got enough work done. He got 500 kills. The Sekhmet's Sandstorms could have done better, but I think they got just enough work done to make it possible for the Tomb Kings to carry that game. And wow, I didn't even notice the Screaming Skull Catapult with 2,400 value. I mean, just pounding all of those bunched up Skellies and Graveguard and everything. There's no punching power in the mobility game. Cut 2 Graveguard, bring a Blood Knight, cut 2 Fellbats and 2 Direwolves, and the Konigstein Stalkers and this zombie, and get 2 Vargeists. And you're good. That's a Vampire Counts build that I can endorse. This one's just too immobile. If you don't cap the points early and your opponent has enough to kill Graveguard, which most factions are able to do, you're gonna lose, like 9 times out of 10. You can't just waddle infantry forward endlessly in domination mode. It works up to a certain point. Alright, let me try one more time, Bobby, to get these in here. Okay, we got your Vampire Coast game. We did cast this one, didn't we? No, we didn't, because you got Torox in here. Hell yeah. Alright, let's see what the Beastman can do against Norska here. Torox is really strong. He actually beats Throg in a one-on-one, which is kind of wild. I'm curious if he's going to get an opportunity to fight that fairly. If I were Norska here, I would be doing everything in my power just to keep Throg out of a mainline fight. because if Torox finds them, it's going to be a really bad day. And honestly, the best thing Norska can do with their casters oftentimes is just keep them alive. They don't really have to do a lot of heavy lifting oftentimes. They're here just for either utility with Norska, or not with Norska, with Wolfric, who's got Laura Boats, or to not die and get sniped out like Throg is able to do, because he's got a bazillion HP, regen, and some missile resistance. Chariot's coming in here, looking to run over the Blackhorn's Ravagers. So I like the Blackhorn's Ravagers. I don't really think that they're a traditional frontline unit. These guys are really good if you think you're going to face an artillery piece, because they have Stalk and their stats are kind of crazy for a 750 gold unit. You just sneak them around the back of the map and then get on top of your opponent's artillery and make them cry. And it works way more often than you would think. So many people get caught off guard by that strat. And especially for the Beastmen who have a bazillion units in Stalk, it can be very hard to keep track of what units you can and can't see, and what you might not actually know is around, and you know, potentially gonna just kill you. Icewolf Chariot's doing pretty well. Running into the Destroyers of Drakwold here is not going to be a very good situation for them. The Destroyers of Drakwold have, like, reasonably solid leadership, better than most Ungors as an ROR. They've got poison and way better melee defense than your standard Ungor with shields. These guys have 30. Typically, an ROR gets 10 extra melee defense with their chevrons. These guys get 17, so they are insanely tanky for a relatively, like, cheap unit. And they're also kind of cool because they're expendable while having stats that, you know, make them a little bit less expendable in terms of their performance. They can get you insane value. Beastman units in general are just so obnoxiously cost-effective. And people don't give the infantry enough respect that you can really overwhelm people with like numbers, and just really, like, even decent micro on the Beastmen can be a lot. They're not like Slaanesh, where it's just free and easy and you just win like pretty much every engagement for free. You don't have Pavane, and you don't have as heavy armor as Slaanesh has access to with their Chaos Warriors. But you also don't have just like pure ITP everywhere, but you got like similar to Frenzy with Primal Fury available. So you're like reasonably safe from getting terror routed early. And then Centigors have really good charge bonus. They have perfect vigor. They're good mass. They're stopping these Icewolf Chariots from just totally crushing the archers right now. This Centigore unit needs to come over here and shut that chariot down now. Champions walking out of spawn here. Solid unit. Armored infantry against Beastmen are usually pretty bad. You've got to outvalue the Beastmen. It's really hard to do it, but honestly, I've found that the cheaper you go against the Beastmen, ironically enough, the better you do against them. Because you don't just get stuff caught up in Corngors and ripped to pieces. Centigores also generally don't do all that well against cheaper stuff, like spears and units of that type. Heavy Cav is a hard counter to Centis. And the Skinwolves can definitely counter Centigores, but if they get caught on the charge and isolated, they can get poked down pretty badly by Ungor Spearherd, and then also Ungor Raiders can really pile on the fire against even armored Skinwolves. Armored Skinwolves only have 70 armor. It's solid, but it's not mitigating all of the damage that Ungor Raiders have access to with their bows. You're generally only going to be mitigating all of the base missile damage or base weapon damage on a unit when you're getting up to like 90, 100 armor. 100 armor and over is basically guaranteed resistance to base weapon damage. Just because of the way the armor like tables work. The more armor you have and the more you gain, like the difference between 100 armor and 110 armor is way more significant than going from like 10 armor to 35 armor, for example. It may sound a little weird, maybe a little counterintuitive, but that's just the way it's set up. And, you know, all that to be said that 70 is mitigating quite a bit of damage, but you can see here, like, fighting against all these Centaurs with Ungor Raiders shooting at them, getting countercharged. These guys are getting worn down pretty efficiently. They're holding in pretty well thanks to their region, but they're probably going to rout here, and that's going to be it's probably going to be a good night for Norska. They got a Frost Dragon in here. It's a little inactive. The Chariots did reasonably well. I really like Legatus's micro on Chariots, but after a lot of time using Chariots, and using Beastman Chariots too, which are the strongest ones in the game, Razorgore Chariots for the win, by the way, I really don't think that you can bring out more than 1 or 2. I think like 2 Chariots is the max, and it's better to focus in on microing a 1 single Chariot around well than bringing a bunch of Chariots in to try and run over all the infantry, because I think that spreads you a little too thin, because these things are 900 gold, and that's quite an investment. You can get almost 3 standard Marauders for the price of 1 Marauder Chariot. You can get 2 Great Weapon Marauders, or you can get 2 regular Norskin Marauders and have 100 gold left over to do what you will with. And like I said, going wide, I think, is going to be a lot better against the Beastmen, because they don't tend to bring tons of elite stuff. And they're, like, you know, Centaurs and Goreherd and Spears and Corngors, Ungor Raiders. It's just so much. It's so much cost efficiency to contend with. Torox is getting worn down pretty badly here. He did fight Throg for a little bit, but Throg escaped, survived, he's regened a bunch. And then the Spirit Leeches have been pretty punishing for Torox, but Burning Head is definitely the way to go against the Beastmen. Melkon, like, Shadows Magic and Fire Magic I found, in my experience, to be the best lures against the Beastmen, because Shadows Magic shuts down Centaurs really hard with Melkoths, and Enfeebling Foe is also a pretty good debuff, and it raises your speed so you can stay like fairly quick and actually get after the Beastmen fairly effectively. And then, of course, Burning Head is just great against low armored factions. It just wrecks Ungor Raiders, and it's really damn good against Goreherd, Zangors, Corngors, even Centaurs. If Centaurs are like in a fight, and they're like, you know, folded into combat, they're pretty vulnerable to Burning Head, actually. It does a lot of damage to them. Yeah, I mean, the Chariots did alright. The infantry, there's just not enough infantry here. They just get overrun by the Beastmen's numbers. Like, the Blackhorns Ravagers and the Corngors all got really solid value. Goreherd killed a lot of stuff. You just don't have the, they don't have the holding power. Beastmen fall off really hard if you force them into you. If you have to advance into the Beastmen, that is the worst possible situation you could be in, because they are so fast and so good at punishing even the most mildly unfortunate missteps in positioning, that they'll just flatten you. What's up, Broccoli? We watched all your games earlier. I've got a few more replays, but I do have to do something at 8, and that's 15 minutes from now, so I'm going to do 2 more replays, and then I'm going to go, and the remaining replays I've got, I'm going to make a video tomorrow covering the rest of them, just as a standalone thing, and I'll just do rapid fire through all of the remainder. That way everybody's got their games done, and they can get some feedback on them. Because I hate to leave you hanging, you know, I promised that I would replay every one of them. I'm going to hold myself to that. I just wish that I could have gotten it all done in one good go. But, you know, it is what it is, I guess. Handgunners advancing. There's a lot of undead. And this is a faction that I honestly... I've not played this one before. There's not a lot of Vampire Coast players to begin with. I've been curious as to whether this is a bad matchup for the Beastmen. There's a lot of things here that are honestly pretty dangerous for the Beastmen to have to contend with. But I don't know, man. It's possible it could not be that bad. Got Malagor casting Flock of Doom here. Hits the handguns, doing some reasonable damage to them. Also poking away at the deckhand mob. Not the greatest Flock of Doom in the world. It falls off pretty hard against infantry, but you can still get fairly effective value out of it. This is a matchup where I would honestly prefer Enfeebling Foe and Mantle of Gorok. Just because it's, I don't know. Flock of Doom is way better against, like, cavalry. Winning mobility engagements as the Beastmen, and leaving your Centaurs free to, like, rear charge infantry. Most of the time, it's not that important for factions, but for the Beastmen, just because Centaurs have perfect vigor, they never fall off at cycle charging, so they can just get disgusting amounts of value by rampaging through your opponent's lines. The Razorgore Chariots, you know, running up into the woods here. Normally, this is not a great place for chariots to be, but they have woodsmen, so they pass through trees, and they don't lose speed or melee attack. Honestly, you could troll and have your Razorgore Chariot get up in the woods over here without getting shot, and then just use it to, like, run over reinforcements all game. But yeah, these downhill charges, Razorgore Chariots, just absolutely farming value right now. Oh my god. You can see how good they are. They've got so much mass and speed. They just never slow down. As long as you have them charging, their charge animations and the speed in the charge animation is pretty heinous. You have to have mass to stop these things. They've already basically paid for themselves. The Vampire Coast did get some good volleys off on them, but now the gun line's a little bit out of position because they've been knocked around so much. They're, like, trying to reconsolidate, like, good lines of advance. And now you're advancing into the Beastmen, and this is, like I said, this is where you get into some serious trouble. And this Ungor Raider line, they're all invisible until they just got revealed, and now they're just going to wail on the deckhand mobs on the way in. That is a lot of damage. Ignore this. This is not important at all. It's incredibly misleading. Razorgore Chariot's probably going to go down in a minute. They're pretty low. But they can probably get some decent charges out on this side of the formation. And at least value trade back, and, you know, the Ungor Raiders poking away. They've done enough damage that the Vampire Coast are going to have a really hard time pushing back in. It's pretty ugly for them right now, I can't lie. It's not looking good. They just don't have what they need here anymore. They had numbers in the opening, but the Razorgore Chariots, just, like, rampaging through their front line. Doing a bunch of HP damage as well to the melee units on the way through, and then chipping down models on all their ranged. It's leaving them looking pretty weak. Centaurs are in combat here. They're very vulnerable to getting charged down. You got the Lamprey's Revenge coming in. They've been trying to shut down this Razorgore Chariot. It's got one more, like, solid round of charging in it. It's got all 4 models left, and that's basically full health for a chariot, if you really want to look at it from an objective point of view, because they're all about that charge bonus. Maybe they can get in here and get a little more value. Razorgore herd over here getting shot to pieces and also fighting the pole arms. Not getting great value. These poor Morngulls, man. Fighting alone against Goreherd. They did kill a Goreherd, but they also are, you know, dead in their own right. Not really worth it in terms of a trade. Goreherd have really good melee attack and melee strength. Or weapon strength, I should say. They're really difficult to break down with just like one monster's infantry on them. In monstrous infantry, this is why they're usually this is why they usually need to pair up with chaff, is to avoid circumstances like that where they get on top of a unit and they kill what they're intended to be used against. But just because that unit has good weapon strength and melee attack, they're able to like grind out the Morngulls in response, because Morngulls have really low melee defense and hideously low armor. They got 30 armor, I think. That's not good enough for what you need them to do, which is fight infantry for prolonged periods of time. Here, they're in a much better spot. Even with the Minotaurs getting in, they'll hold much better just because the pole arms are here. So this is a reasonably even fight for the Vampire Coast. Razorgore's getting in on the flank, though, is probably going to make this a lot worse. You can see the Morgulls start to take some serious damage. And now, you know, the Minotaurs are pretty saturated in. Just a couple of attacks from them with the big weapon strength and damage output that Minotaurs have. Starting to wear out those Morgulls pretty quickly now, and they're also crumbling, so that's passive damage that they can't really afford to be taking. Beastmen just all over the back line. It says they've got a value lead. I cannot tell you how wrong that is. I don't know what it is about Beastmen. Beastmen and Skaven seem to be two of the biggest, what's the word? Like, two of the bigger, liars when it comes to the value that you have against them. Oftentimes it'll say you're ahead, and then you look, and you're like, where? How the hell am I actually winning this game? I'm literally not. I don't know what it is. I just don't think that the damage values tabulate very well when you've got lots of cheap units. CA, from a design philosophy, seems to really overvalue single entities. In certain factions in particular. I don't know what the full explanation could possibly be, but the Beastmen have basically got this on lock. They've still got a bunch of Ungor Raiders. All of the missile units for the Vampire Coast are dead now. Literally every last one of them. And Vampire Coast has to have some kind of a missile line if they're gonna, like, win trades. Their melee units just don't cut it. They're gonna get gunned down here by all the Ungors. It might also be crumbling not being taken into account for the Beastmen, because those Razorgores did a lot of damage running over stuff and actually brought a lot of units within crumbling range. That doesn't get reflected in the damage values either. But this is a pretty persistent thing in most matchups involving the Beastmen. Number 3 objective held by the Beastmen. Taking the number 1. Really well played. Just using the Razorgore. I wouldn't normally recommend sending Razorgores in like that, but for Brosy's gun line was actually obstructing itself. There were so many units in here that the Razorgore chariot breaking into the front line and then getting up in the woods nice and early and just running stuff over and doing these big, like, circumnavigations of the entire formation. I was actually keeping it relatively safe because zombies are very slow at turning. They're not very responsive units. So if you don't get like critical damage on units as they're, like, moving in as the Vampire Coast, and it's a chariot and it's able to just, like, run through your units, you're in serious danger, because your units take ages to turn around and open up again. Feral Manticore chilling back here. More Centigores coming out. I would stop summoning Centigores. They're not really all that useful against a lot of the targets that are out here. I would bring out a handful of Ungor Spears, and then also make sure that you unsummon all of the Tattered Goreherd, and start summoning those guys back in first. Centigores fall off pretty hard in the late game if they don't have infantry that they can support. There's still a handful of Tattered infantry on the field, but I would definitely be prioritizing unsummons and then resummons of the infantry first. Morngul's getting on top of the Ungor Raiders is nice, and then they get rear charged by Centigores. Centigores with that perfect vigor, man. The good charge bonus really chipping those guys down. Absolutely brutal. I mean, pretty good value across the board for the most part. Ungor Raiders did really well. The Razorgore Chariot was really nasty. Centis were solid. Razorgore's solid. Minotaurs didn't do too well. You look on the other side, though, and the value trades were just honestly even worse for the undead. Like, a lot of these units got really nothing done. Like, all the deckhand mobs here, dead without any value, except for this one. This polearm did well. I'm guessing this is the one that was fighting the Minotaurs with the Morngul support. The other ones didn't get their value back. Doubled value on the gunnery mob here, but the bombers all downtraded. Same with the handguns, except for these two. They really didn't get that much on top of that. And it's really here in the missile section that the Vampire Coast needs their units to value trade up. Fleet Admiral did well too, but, you know, single entities and lords, they can get good value, but oftentimes, if the rest of your army died, it doesn't matter how well those units did. They just can't hold on to points by themselves, you know? It's an objective-based mode. Like in Conquest and land battles, single entities are kind of, like, dominating the meta, but you come over to Dom, and it's, like, wide builds like this, and then also very, like, mixed, combined arms type of formations that tend to do the best. You can still do very SC-heavy builds. They're a little bit harder to execute just because, you know, you obviously have cap weight problems at times. And value trading can take you a long way, but it doesn't just automatically win you the game like it does in Conquer land battles. It's not weak. It's not that bad. The Chariots go crazy in a lot of matchups. There's a handful of the Razorgore Chariots aren't that good. I really struggle against anyone with anyone. I like looking at the little guys fight. This is... Okay, so this is how you get past that, Sugar. You play the game to win, then you save your replays, then you can just spend all the time in the world watching the little guys fight, and you can see all the cool animations. Absolutely. You're very welcome. Get those builds in there, Tabith. Halves are a decent faction. They just take time to learn. You'll get there. I'm telling the Razorgore Chariots are almost borderline OP against infantry of any type. They just destroy them. Razorgore Chariots, they got all the other buffs that different chariot units got. I made a video ages ago that was a matchup against the Dark Elves, and it was before the Chariot buffs, like the big patch, where all Chariots got buffed across the board, and the Razorgore Chariots still got their value back in that matchup, and they've been insane ever since then. I don't know why people don't use them more often. But Beastmen, despite being a top-tier faction, really aren't all that popular. I don't know why. I think it's just because they're a little flimsier than the other top-tier factions. They're a little bit more micro-intensive, but you just cannot turn your nose up at the possibilities that these guys hold. They are one of the most consistent factions across the board. I honestly don't know if they have any bad matchups, and there are some matchups that they just win mega hard. Like High Elves, I don't know what High Elves do against the Beastmen. They get flattened, like, damn near every game. Wood Elves struggle against the Beastmen pretty badly. They've got Shadow's Magic, but you've also got Shadow's Magic, and you have good tools for stopping Wood Elf rushes and shutting down their archer lines. That's not a very good recipe for them. Like, all of the bad matchups that they've got, where they have a losing record, is Vampire Counts, Grand Cathay, and Greenskins, and that's it. Everything else is even or better, so... the Centaur cost increases were good. Maybe it wasn't enough, though. Maybe not. I think it might still need to be examined whether Beastmen need to be limited on some of their units. But it's hard to say. I mean, it's just the charge bonus that that Beastmen have across the board. Like, that really is what makes them so strong. Because even their infantry have, like, 26, 30 charge bonus, like, pretty crazy numbers. And you might think this is really low. You're like, what's so nice about 36 charge bonus? That doesn't seem like a lot. You gotta consider that on infantry units that are very finely tuned, 36 charge bonus on 100 models is basically the same as, say, like a cavalry unit. Like for Kislev, say. How's Kislev? It's basically like having 70 charge bonus for winged lancers. The way that units pile into combat with that much charge bonus is infantry, they slaughter everything at first point of contact. So you really have to play a very kitey game against the Beastmen, because the Beastmen struggle against really good missiles that you can't engage cleanly. Like, Wood Elves are fairly decent against the Beastmen, but if your missiles get shut down as the Wood Elves, then the Beastmen just flatten you with their infantry at that point. And Centaur's getting side charges. Alright, hold on. How to prevent them from heavy cav. They're usually slower. Can't use Centis against heavy cav, really. You just gotta avoid heavy cavalry as much as possible, and Razorgore Herd are really good against heavy cavalry. They massively uptrade into heavy cav fights. And then you can also use Malagor to punish with Flock of Doom, because that's really good against heavy cav too. Didn't see your game versus Jaden. It's probably one of the ones I've got left. I've only got like 5 here. Yeah, here it is. I'll do it in the video for tomorrow, and that'll be my our content feed for the day. And then I'll be a lot more in depth than I would be now, because I got like 2 more minutes to end this stream off, and then I gotta go. And I really appreciate everybody checking in here today. Very much appreciate it, guys, and I hope y'all learned something from all this. So that's, you know, the goal at the end of the day. Now I'll be back with some other stuff. I'm thinking about doing some more like in-depth edited videos. Like, I really want to do you know, something clickbaity. 10 biggest tips for newer players. how to not fumble your dives. That's a really big one. It's really hard to dive effectively. Once you learn how to do it, you'll never go back though. I think I have. There's lots of Beastman tournaments I've done recently, Bobby, and I know that I've played High Elves and the Wood Elves in those tournaments. So if you go back through there, you'll definitely find some of the games where I've just absolutely gone ham against the High Elves. Wood Elves are much tougher. High Elves are almost a free win for the Beastmen because they just don't have tools to shut down your really strong stuff outside of Silverhelms. The Wood Elves are a little trickier, but if you go back through those VODs, you'll find some of those matches. Yeah. Alright, guys. Later. Peace. And you'll see the video tomorrow. And you'll get the last few replays then. Pinky promise. Laters.